I think the other benefit as well, and the other success that we've seen, is that it's given me an opportunity and my organisation an opportunity to share with the candidates my experiences of what we're looking for when we're hiring people, the types of things that people should be thinking about in interviews, things around how they should try and plan for success and how they should position themselves. Also, other things around thinking about what they should be thinking about in their CV and how they should really be thinking about their personal brand when they're looking for job opportunities. So given the type of organisation that I work for, which really spans across a variety of different roles, a variety of different roles with different capabilities, whether it's in the data space, the technology space, the analytics space, the sales space, we're able to share with the candidates and with the people involved in mentoring circles our experience. And hopefully that sets them up for success when they're thinking about their next job opportunity.
Hello and welcome to the Jobs Live channel. So today I have been joined by Charlie Buckwell. Hello Charlie, how are you?
I'm very good, Jen. Thank you. How are you?
Yes, I'm very good as well, and I'm glad to hear you are too. So could you tell us a little bit more about yourself and what you do?
Yes, I head up a business called McCann Health Medical Communications, and we're a specialist marketing communications business which provides services to the healthcare industry. And so we've been very busy, actually. We're very fortunate to have been very busy through this past year or so.
So could you tell us a little bit more about Northwest Works for You, the Jobs at Expo that's happening in April, and why have you decided to sponsor it?
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic initiative. It brings together public and private stakeholders, really with the aim of creating opportunities for people at what is a very testing time. And so it's also a fresh approach, which I think brings together different stakeholders with people who might not otherwise find a way to connect with those companies that are getting involved in this project. So I think it's really exciting and at the right time.
That's brilliant. So what would you say is maybe different about this particular Jobs Expo event, and what is McCann Healthcare's involvement within that?
Well, first of all, what's different is we're asking companies to make a pledge for roles that they will make available specifically in the Northwest, and particularly in terms of the early career pathways and early career opportunities they might have. And in that process, to also think about how they find opportunities for people that they might not otherwise consider. And so we're really focusing on life skills, if you like, as much as we are on qualifications and what people can bring to the table that might be a bit different, and how we then support those people into those jobs and careers through the interview process, but also then what happens after they start in those jobs. And so it's different from that perspective. And as I said, bringing together public and private stakeholders to connect with those people is different as well. And our involvement is really because we're based in the Northwest, but we do have offices around the UK and the US and Canada. But we're making a specific commitment to recruit in the Northwest as part of this program. And I say particularly that early career stage. So we have a lot of roles which are involving graduates or scientific roles, but we also have roles in digital, HR, finance, IT, and other functions which we can look at differently in terms of those early careers I mentioned. And so that's our pledge, and that's what we're committing, and very excited to do so.
So going back to the Ambition 21 pledge, could you tell me a little bit more about that and what's involved within that pledge?
Yes, so we're trying to open up 2021 roles for people in the Northwest, a minimum of that, that companies will commit to, that they might have looked maybe elsewhere in the country. They might have looked at differently in terms of the kinds of people they might want to recruit. And we're asking the pledge to then be made by the companies involved in the program to ring fence those roles for this program. And in that process, also look at people and try and create opportunities for people that they might not have otherwise considered. And that's why I think it's also very exciting. So companies are getting involved. There's a lot of interest and excitement from employers in the Northwest. And I think that shows a commitment in these difficult times to create these opportunities for people.
After the event is complete, what would you say success would look like afterwards?
Well, we think there's an opportunity to do a lot more than the 2021 roles that I mentioned, but that's a starting point. And really, we hope this event will become the basis for several future events. And so that's going to create its own momentum and create more opportunities for people going forward. But also for those people who get into these roles, then there's going to be a specific set of hopefully support and backup, coaching, mentoring, and development opportunities that will come with those roles. And that's going to be a part of the expectation that we're asking companies to make when they're making a pledge. So there's a lot of different facets to it. There's some long-term gains, but also for those people who get into roles, hopefully some very short-term gains as well.
Perfect. That's lovely. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Charlie. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, and I'm sure we'll speak again soon.
Thank you, Jen. Great to speak with you too.
Sam Ankers, I'm the team manager in the Cared For and Care Leaver service, and I support the Care Leaver service, which is a team that supports around 300 young people, not only across Cheshire East but across the UK as a whole. I am a personal corporate parent for all those young people, along with my staff and along with every other council department within the authority. We support young people for a wide range of issues. As I said, we're a corporate parent. Supporting a young person into employment, education or training is a big factor for those young people, and something that we do concentrate on, and something that we're happy that you're all supporting us with today. For those that don't know, care leavers are young people who've had a period of time in the care of a local authority. That may be with foster parents, with other family members, in a children's home. These young people, for many and a variety of reasons, have not been able to live with their parents. We also support some young people, some young asylum seeking children who've come across to the UK with no family in the UK, and we will support them as well through their journey, and then they become care leavers and we also help them out. Some services and some people, there might be some stigma with some children in care and care leavers. Some people might describe these young people as difficult, challenging and naughty. I totally disagree with that. There's no such thing as that. These young people have suffered difficult upbringings, and some young people suffered some significant trauma in their lives. So I would go against that stigma. There's many young people in our service who are flourishing, doing really, really well. Many of our young people go on to lead very good lives, go to university. You'd be surprised that there's probably many care experienced people within your workforce. I myself would class myself as care experienced. And I think young people who are care experienced would have great value and enrich your workforce. I would hope that employers would give young people a chance, understand some of the circumstances that they have may faced in their childhood, that that employers would give young people maybe some added support in their employment and their roles. Some employers that maybe needed to give young people maybe a second chance if they arrive slightly late for one day. I know I've arrived slightly late sometimes in my job and been given a second chance too. I feel that we need to offer some support for young people to make sure that they can fulfil their potential, and give young people lots of opportunities in many wide-ranging roles. I hope that many Cheshireese care leavers and also care leavers across the Northwest are going to attend the Expo. I hope that many employees will be able to link up with some of our care leavers, build up a bit of rapport with them, hopefully offer some interviews. And what I hope to see is that we see many of our young care leaving cohort find employment with the employers that attend the Expo.
The Jobs Live channel is an innovative, interactive, moderated online channel that brings job opportunities directly into the home, classroom, or business. The Jobs Live channel is free to the end user and does not require any additional equipment to be purchased or licenses to be downloaded. Since 2016, the Jobs Live channel and the Learn Live channel have supported the futures of people across the UK by delivering over 2,000 live broadcasts and reaching over 10 million people in schools, colleges, and the wider community. The Jobs Live channel can be attended by an unlimited number of individuals simply by logging into the channel and joining the live broadcast. The broadcasts can be customised to showcase an organisation's vacancies and profile, provide live video feeds and live jobs, and have a running commentary from our studios to review the latest job opportunities available across the UK. The Jobs Live channel is a partnership with businesses and the DWP and works continuously to link job seekers to employers and educate them about the types of companies available within the economy. The channel is already working successfully with companies like Balfour Beatty, Network Rail, the NHS, alongside hundreds of businesses supported by the local economic partnerships. Individuals and employees are encouraged to ask questions during the broadcasts via the channel's moderated live chat facility directly to the Jobs Live channel partners. The Jobs Live channel can offer you the following: a channel which gives employers and partners the opportunities to promote and discuss their current vacancies to a captive audience of job seekers. Dedicated channel pages for your business to host video content both live and on demand. An innovative, moderated live chat facility on your channel page to provide real-time interaction between customers and businesses. Fully searchable live jobs applet for customers to locate the latest vacancies and watch videos from employers discussing the roles available. Finally, using our trusted methods and our extensive knowledge of this market, our project plans ensure all resources and step-by-step processes are met in line with timescales and budgets. We look forward to working with your business in the future on the Jobs Live channel. Thank you for watching.
So welcome to this Jobs Live tutorial for people who are joining us next week for the Northwest Works for You Jobs Fair. So the first thing you need to do is go to the main site, which is jobsliveuk.com, and then you'll need to log in to either create an account or to log in to your account. So if you want to get the most out of the site, it will be good if you logged in initially or actually registered to use the site. This enables you to meet other organizations and to also private chat with them about your application or if you want to find out more about them. So first off, you need to log in. So if you've not registered, the simple register as subscriber there enables you to do that, and it takes you through a number of steps that you just need to do to register to the channel. And you can just fill in your details there, and then you will get an email to confirm that you are then logged in or subscribed to the channel. So I just go back, because obviously I've created an account already, so I'm going to log into that account. Just need to click the captcha, and you can also click remember me. Then you can log in. And this takes you then to the main channel page, the Watch Now page, where we continually stream interviews with organizations who've got job vacancies at the moment. Now you can leave a chat message in there, which is our main channel page, but also next week you'll be able to go straight to the event page itself. So if you scroll down from the channel page, the Watch Now page, you will see there you can go straight to the event. And you can catch up with the stream on there as well. So from Tuesday next week, starting from 11 o'clock, you'll be able to see live employers who've got vacancies within the region. And if you scroll down from there, you'll see the running order of the companies who are going to be involved in the broadcast next week. So we're running it from Tuesday to Thursday, 8th of April. And you'll see there we've already had questions from people who've left questions in advance for the employers. So if you want to do that right now, you can leave a question on the main event page. Or if you know the companies that you're interested in, you can go to their partner page. So I'm just going to choose Medax. So you can go to their partner page. You can watch a short tutorial, if there is one there, about using the site. And also then you can read up about Medax and what they do. You can also register to their page, so you could get any further updates on any vacancies that they may have on there. So if you register to them, they will be in touch and give you more information. And also you can follow them on Twitter. There's also links to their website as well as the Twitter handle there as well. Now the live chat here is set to private, which means nobody else's messages, as you can see, are displayed here. So there may have been a number of people contacting Medax, but you won't see their messages, and it will be a one-to-one conversation between you and that company. So if I was to type in there, it comes up as my username. Obviously I'm using test for the purposes of this demonstration, but your screen name will appear there along with your question. Now I just stress nobody else sees that, only the company will see that question. So it's not shared with any other users. So feel free to use this chat and they will respond to you as well in private. So even though you'll see their response on your screen, it doesn't appear on anybody else's screen other than yours. So basically it's a one-to-one conversation between you and the employer. So that's it for this short demonstration. Obviously feel free to go looking at other partners. As I say, you can do that by visiting the actual site page itself for the event and search through the companies who are going to be on the 3-day event. You can go through there now and leave them questions. Or if you want to search for partners that work with the Jobs Live channel, you can also search for them on this partner search facility here, where you can search by company, by sector, or by region and category. And obviously you'll see there, you can search. Most people would search by company, find the company they want to speak to, and go straight to their page. So if I just search for that, you'll see there, I can then view the profile, and again, as before, go and leave a question for that organization. And just finally, if you wanted to speak to a company here and for everybody to see your question, if you wanted to get in touch with them, it's a little bit like Twitter. You can simply do the @ symbol, and then the list of the companies involved in this particular event will appear on here. And then you can just choose their name and then type in a message to them. Then you can choose your screen name, and you can also put in your email address if you want them to give you a direct response to your question. So you can still contact them through the main event page by doing the @ symbol, and then they'll get in touch with you that way. Or if you want a private conversation with them, you can do that on their partner page itself. Thank you very much. Enjoy the event and look forward to your questions on the live chat. Thank you. So I've now been joined in the Jobs Live studio by Daniel Casimir from Talk Talk. Hello, Daniel.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Perfect. Okay. Well, listen, thanks so much for joining us this morning here on the Jobs Live channel. So you work for Talk Talk. Before we get into that, just tell us briefly what your role is there at Talk Talk.
So I'm the Chief People and Procurement Officer. So anything to do with people and buying stuff, that's what I get involved in.
Perfect. Okay, so you'll be well placed then to answer any questions we may have today around people wanting to work for you.
Very much so.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, probably people have heard of Talk Talk. I would imagine if they use you for broadband, but you're much more than that. Tell us a little bit about what Talk Talk is as an organisation.
So we're a business that's based in the Northwest. We're based in Salford, and we have a couple of thousand colleagues working for us, and we put internet into people's homes and businesses. We've got about 4.2 million customers around the UK, and we offer a television service as well, and it's been a pretty busy time for us during the pandemic.
I'm sure it has. You said that you're based in Salford, and some of the roles are they actually in Salford, but do you also recruit from across the Northwest as well?
Yeah, we have a number of jobs across the UK. We have our colleagues in Salford are drawn from across the Northwest, and then we've got some colleagues that work elsewhere in the UK, engineering staff, etc., who are getting in fixing internet into people's houses. So we're looking generally across the UK, but very specifically in the Northwest. And
you must have seen a surge of interest in high-speed broadband, I'm sure, over the last 12 months as people have been working remotely.
Yeah, it's a very exciting time for our industry at the moment. One, as people have been working remotely, the demand has gone up significantly in terms of usage. So we've seen that go through the roof. And the other thing that's becoming available now is that we're gradually moving the UK off of the copper wiring that was put in place in the 1950s to modern fibre network. And the demand for customers to have faster lines coming into their houses, so the kids can play online and people can watch Netflix, and it's just demand is insatiable.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. So let's drill down into the sort of roles that you're recruiting for right now. So the kind of roles if I went on the Talk careers page that I could apply into right away into that site, Daniel?
If you went onto the Talk site right now, you'd see that we're looking for, right now, I just checked before I came on, 57 roles, 57 vacancies, covering a wide range of functions: marketing, sales, finance, technology, commercial, procurement, customer service, all sorts of things. And as I say, we're based in the Northwest, and we're looking for people who want to come and work in a fun, dynamic industry. And we've actually got, as people start to move back to the offices, we've actually got a pretty cool campus based in Salford.
Brilliant. And as you just said there, Daniel, the vacancies are available on the Talk website, and the link to that will be on your page, but I'm sure one of your team will put the link up as well in the live chat as we're talking. And the people that you then take on board, it seems like you can take people from a whole range of different skill sets, different transferable skills. You must see people coming into work for you from all different walks of life, so they don't need to have take a technology background to work for you, do they?
No, we're looking for people who have got an aptitude that just want to get stuck in and make things happen. We're quite a fast, dynamic company, and we're looking for people who want to work in that type of environment. And, we're quite proud of our ability for people to join at quite junior levels and make their way up through the business. And we've got many of the senior people started right at the bottom of the ladder and made their way up. And we're looking for more people to join at the bottom and to absolutely make their way up.
And I mean, do you see that happening? I mean, I don't know how long you've worked for Talk, but Daniel, you must have seen people join at a junior level and quickly go up through the ranks with the right attitude and their skills.
Yeah, I mean, I myself have been with Talk for a couple of years. We've made in that time a number of senior appointments, and a number of those appointments have been from people who have been in the business for quite a long time, who have made their way up. So we invest quite a lot of money in training and development, and we're very committed to career ladders and letting people grow, and that's something that we take tremendous pride in.
Absolutely. And the kind of people, you sort of alluded to it a little bit there about having passion and attitude towards work. I mean, you see a lot of people who come into interviews, probably more virtual these days, but still, trying to come across as the type of person you want to employ. What is it about people that attracts you to them? What is it about them that you think, I want to take this person on?
I think for us, always looking for positive energy. So people who want to get stuck in and make things happen. Yeah, it's been interesting. We've recently had some people start who are on the government's Kickstart program, and one of the things that we just absolutely love is the energy and enthusiasm that comes along. So we're looking for energy and enthusiasm. We're looking for people with creativity, so the ability to look at things and actually think, can we do these things differently? And that positive attitude, that winning mentality.
Yeah, and is it always full-time? Because there's a number of people online right now who are looking for part-time roles within your organisation. Do you have flexibility there?
Yeah, I mean, we pride ourselves on, prior to COVID, but even more so in COVID, we prided ourselves on being a flexible organisation that lets people work flexibly. And that, can be in the hours that you work. You work on reduced hour basis, part-time basis. We're looking for talent. And whatever we need to do to adapt to get that talent in the door, we'll do.
Great. And I mean, today's all about obviously promoting the latest vacancies, Daniel, within Talk and across the Northwest. But we also want to support people as well and getting them back into work. So as someone who's seen a fair share, I'm sure, of CVs and applications, what advice can you give anyone who's applying to make sure that their CV stands out and that you want to see them and take them to interview stage?
Yeah, look, so, at the moment, as we come out of COVID, there are a lot of people who have been displaced from their work. So there's actually quite a lot of competition for roles. So we get all sorts of CVs coming through on spec. There's nothing worse than seeing a CV that's got spelling mistakes all over it. So there's, I think one of the starting points is to make sure you get that spell checker out and use that before you send it. And then in terms of the of CVs, applications, you just make sure you keep it succinct and to the point. No one's really interested in reading reams and reams and reams. If we want to do that, if we want to find out more, then we'll we'll look at that in an interview.
And I want to say, at the interview stage, I mean, you must be seeing a lot of people now online, through Zoom,
sure.
Teams. What's the difference, and what are you noticing people need to do on camera, maybe what they didn't necessarily have to do physically, or vice versa?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've all adjusted to it. So at the start of COVID, it was kind of weird doing interviews online the whole time. It was a little bit bizarre not having that human contact. But I think we've adjusted. I think because you are that step away, really sort of portraying yourself, speaking clearly, being clear about what you're looking for. Just anything you can do to to increase your presence and give a real sense of who you are is just it's really important, even more so than you would do sitting in front of somebody.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier to Charlie from McCann Health about why Charlie's company got involved with something like this. For you, Daniel, what's the difference between this and maybe a traditional jobs fair?
My office is in Salford. We're in the middle of the Aldsall estate, and I drive to work and I'm thinking, oh my word, how many people from the local area have we actually got working here? And I looked at the statistics and they just weren't enough. And I want to have diversity in my organization. I want to have people from all walks of life, regardless of their experience, in terms of education, in terms of where they've come from. And what this does is it gives me really, really good access to the widest group of people who are out there. And I'm really, really, really excited. So as I said, we started with Kickstarter. That's generated some amazing people. And I'm really confident that this event is going to generate some even more amazing people. So I'm very, very, very excited.
Well, listen, thanks so much for your support of this event. I know Talk have been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, helping promote it and making it work. So thanks so much from the team here for your support, Daniel, to get us to this stage. And long may the conversation continue, because we could do a lot more like this in the future as a channel to support job seekers and get people back into work. And as we said earlier, please keep using the live chat to get in touch with Daniel and the team at Talk. And just to really reinforce that point, they're there to help. They are there to support you and get you back into employment. So I think it's really important you try and connect with them today, even if it's just asking for help and get you back into work. Because it's been a tough time, hasn't it, Daniel? Let's be honest, a tough time for a lot of people. So it will be a case of, keeping morale going, keeping your motivation going.
It's been a tough time. I'm optimistic that, as the restrictions disappear, the economy is going to bounce back. So I know it's been tough for people, but hopefully we're going to to see a swing in the right direction. And please, anybody who's out there that thinks Talk sounds interesting, especially if you're in the Northwest, click on us, come and talk to us. We'd love to hear from you.
Brilliant. Well, so it's been great to meet you here again on the Jobs Live channel. Thanks so much for your support, Daniel. We will catch up with you again over the next few days, I'm sure, to find out how it's going, to get some feedback, and as the questions come in, hopefully your team can get on them and answer them. Thanks so much, Daniel. Take care, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we've got a live interview now with Charlie Buckwell. Hi, Charlie.
Hi, Stuart. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on the Jobs Live channel here. As you know, today is all about the Northwest and the different opportunities that exist within the Northwest. You work for a fantastic organisation called McCann Health. Just tell us a little bit more about McCann, please.
McCann Health is a global network of health communication specialists. So quite a niche business we work in. We provide services to the healthcare industry, including pharmaceutical companies, a lot of which have been very much in the press recently. And the part of the business that I look after specifically provides education and scientific communication services. So we do employ a lot of people with scientific degrees and high degrees, but we also have a lot of other roles as well, which is what I'm excited to talk about here today. And we're fortunate that we've been in a sector which has actually been doing pretty well in recent times. Obviously, healthcare communication and how the science is understood and communicated has been very high profile, and we're involved in that part of business. So So for us, the last year, whilst it's been tough generally, has actually been quite strong for us. So we've got opportunities and we're growing, which is one of the reasons we wanted to take part in this event as well.
Yeah, thank you for that as well, Charlie. Thanks for getting involved with this. And I know you and Talk are one of the key supporters of this event. So without you, this wouldn't be happening. So thanks again for your support for Northwest Works for You. The actual McCann Health then, it sounds like you've had a really interesting 12 months of what's been going on with the pandemic and probably more people needing to communicate medically. But as a person who's looking to work for you, what kind of exciting roles do you have available right now for people to apply into?
A very wide variety, actually, Stuart. So as I mentioned, we do employ a lot of people with scientific degrees and higher degrees for specific roles where that's required. But we also have a lot of roles, including early career opportunities, which are in other areas. And that might be, for example, digital work. We do a lot of websites, social media, educational campaigns online as well. And so there's digital roles, there's creative roles and design roles in our studio. Plus, we have roles in HR, IT, business admin roles. So quite a broad variety and at different levels as well. So, and we're really looking for a diverse group of people within those roles as well.
Yeah, and I know you probably already had a look at the chat, or certainly your team have, and you're seeing the wealth of talent that's out there, and for people to understand what you do. This has been really interesting, isn't it, to find out more about what you do, because for some people, especially in Cheshire, you're very local to them, aren't you? So there's a great opportunity to join you.
Yeah, exactly. We have offices actually around the UK and in the US and in Canada, but our historical home, where we still consider home, is really the Northwest. It's where the company was originally founded, that I lead. And so we have an office in Macclesfield as well as in central Manchester, and it's actually our biggest single hub. So we're looking to continue growing our presence in the Northwest alongside areas outside the Northwest, but in particular we've got a lot of opportunities, including those roles that I mentioned, in the Northwest.
So if you can just break that down a little bit, what kind of people are you looking for? Because what we're seeing already on the live chat is people with a whole range of different experiences, but that's one thing, but it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than just the qualifications you've got. What else are you looking for in individuals that end up working for McCann Health?
It's a really important point. We are looking, clearly in some roles you need certain qualifications, but we are absolutely looking for people out with those qualifications that bring skills beyond that. In particular, you can call it recruiting for attitude, if you like. We're really looking for team players. We're looking for people who've developed life skills or have the potential to develop life skills that will make them a key part of our business. And being a team player is a part of that. And also someone who's optimistic, who can be on the front foot, be something of a self-starter, get on well with people both within the business and with our clients, and bring ideas. If you've got a creative flair or a sense of innovation, you want to do something different and try different things, those are the kind of people we're looking for. And another word we use a lot is about being authentic. So one of the things we advise people on when they're coming for roles or interviews with us is to really bring your true self. And really demonstrate what you could bring to the business. Ultimately, that's really important so that you know you're getting into the right business and that we know we're getting the right people as well. So those skills beyond qualifications are absolutely critical, Stuart.
No, absolutely, and I'm sure that will come across today as people start thinking, well, should I apply for you? I might not necessarily have exactly what you're looking for qualifications-wise, but they may have that attitude that you're looking for, and you can always train them, I'm sure, when you're in your organisation.
Yes, absolutely. We have a big emphasis on providing careers, not just jobs, and that includes people at all levels in the business, including our early careers program. And we're really looking to build those skills in people. There's a lot of support provided, and part of this initiative, part of the reason I think it's so exciting, is because the employers involved are committing to provide that mentoring, that coaching, that helps people build those skills. So whether or not you've got the right qualifications becomes less of a focus. It's about your potential to build those skills. And so yes, we have learning development programs, coaching, mentoring. We have what we call talent roundtables, where line managers get together to look at people across the business to find opportunities for people that would fit their potential and what they might bring. So yeah, we invest a lot of time and effort in developing people, and that idea of careers, not just jobs, is pivotal to the way we look at how we want to provide opportunities for people.
I mean, you clearly have worked for McCann Health for some time, and you've seen, you know the culture of the company. I mean, why would an individual work for McCann Health? What's the benefits of working for an organisation like yours, Charlie?
There's many. One is that it's an exciting environment to work in. It's fast-paced. We have different types of work going across the business, very heterogeneous client base, a mixed client base with different needs. We work with clients all around the world. So we've got people based in Macclesfield and in central Manchester they may be working with clients in the UK, but they might also be working with a client in the US or in Europe or in Asia Pacific or in Latin America. And that gives people a great deal of variety, a chance to try different things. And we're an ideas business. So our success is defined by helping our clients succeed by bringing different ideas to the table. And in that sense, people can be very creative. So there's a lot of opportunities to stretch yourself, to try different things, and to be your true self in bringing ideas to the table. A very strong commitment, and it's certainly something I personally believe is really important to our business, is if we're an ideas business, that means you've got to have different perspectives around the virtual table and around the business. And that means we need a very diverse set of people who come from different backgrounds and bring that different perspective to our business. So for people, I think there is certainly a commitment to career development. There is certainly a commitment to your personal development. And I think a very positive culture and working environment, and a very flexible working environment, especially given what we've experienced over the past year. So I think there's a lot of benefits to our kind of business. The other factor is that because we're part of a global network, for people who do want to move around, perhaps location-wise, it's always an option. And so we have that as well.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Charlie. And I think we're going to finish off by, clearly there's a lot of people online right now who are looking to work for organisations in the Northwest, but there's also people who just need support. I mean, we've all been there, haven't we, where we're looking for work. It is quite isolating and quite difficult. You feel disconnected sometimes what's going on. So for you as an employer, is there any hints or tips that you can give people who are applying for work to make sure their application is successful and to make them stand out, really?
I think it goes back to something that I commented earlier about being your true self. That's really important, because if you come to an interview or if you present yourself in a CV or how you're applying for a job as your true self, you'll just come across as more authentic. And I think employers can read that and feel that quite quickly. So that's really important. And it is a tough time for people, and staying optimistic, staying positive is challenging. But at the same time, it's really important that people try to do that. Be on the front foot, be optimistic about what you can bring to a business, about the opportunities that you want to go for. And again, employers will read that and sense that very quickly, in writing and in person on interview, whether it's face-to-face or virtual. So I'd definitely do that. I'd also try and bring tangible examples in your CV and in the interviews about things that you have done that you think you can be proud of, that can define you as a person. And in particular, what I said about being a team player, every employer is looking for that. So if you can demonstrate that you've done things that show that you're a team player, that you can be optimistic and positive about the future, that's going to ring very importantly to employers looking for people.
Yeah, and do you think also, that's a really good point actually, because for a lot of people they've been isolated, they've had to, they may have been furloughed, they may be waiting to go back into work, or this may be in a position where they can't do much because obviously furlough comes with those rules and regulations. Do you think employers may be asking people when they do return, what have you been getting up to during that 12 months or 6 months or whatever it was? What have you made in your garage, or what have you created online? Do you think those questions may be quite pertinent?
Absolutely, and we've all been in that position. I've been working at home since March last year, and trying to find things to do to keep yourself interested, physically active is really important. Things that you might just do in your local area in your garden, anything that you might do to give yourself something slightly different to stand out, whether it's something you've done in your garage or whatever it is. Really important to show that you've got something else that you're interested in, out with purely applying for the job that you're going for. So yeah, definitely recommend that.
Well, listen, thank you so much for joining us on the Jobs Live channel this morning, Charlie. Great insights into what's going on there at McCann Health, as well as the incredible vacancies that you have within your sector. So thanks very much for joining us here to give us a live update, really. And I would encourage anybody who's online right now to visit the McCann Health partner page, where Charlie and his team are there waiting to answer any questions you may have about opportunities that exist within McCann. We're sure they're going to be catching up with Daniel from Talk, where we're going to meet Daniel live. Again, another supporter of this event, who's going to tell you more about working at Talk and also about the opportunities that exist within the Northwest region. In the meantime, Charlie, stay in touch. We'll hopefully see you again some point during the rest of this week with further updates. But it's been great to meet you again here on Jobs Live, and take care.
Thank you, Stuart. And can I just close by saying a thank you to yourselves, to DWP, to David Rutley, Job Centre Plus, Northwest Local Enterprise, and also to Daniel and Talk team for getting involved, all the employers who are getting involved, and all the people taking part. I wish you absolutely all the best in finding those opportunities. Good luck.
Thanks very much, Charlie. We'll speak to you again soon. Take care. So welcome back to the Jobs Live channel.
We have a wide variety of roles available at McCann Health Medcoms.
So we've got a number of regional offices. We've got, so both construction and highways are based at Salford Quays.
Yeah, so I work on the highways sector of the business, and I'm an assistant HR business partner, so I look after all our highways contracts that we've got currently in the northwest of the key business, basically.
And we're going to speak to Amanda from Stockport Homes.
Get yourself a really good quality professional email address. It really is much more important than you think. Make sure that your person spec at the top absolutely matches the job that you're going for. The role profile that you've been asked to meet should absolutely come through in the person spec at the top, so that an employer very quickly can say, right, okay, you're ideal.
From Wigan through Lee, through Tilsley, Atherton, literally you could be based anywhere across the borough when you come and work for the council.
From Cumbria, which is the most northerly point, is up towards Carlisle, right down to the southern point of Cheshire.
So much interaction on the chat, so many people getting in touch. So thank you for that, and thank you for those employers who are signposting people to various websites and giving them advice about applying for work.
We're currently recruiting for care workers. We actually have 30 current vacancies in this area at the moment. So that would be obviously community carers, but there is opportunity to do other things, mainly going on to be a senior carer, or eventually coming in and working in the offices with me and the rest of our team within the office.
It's so exciting. There's a job for everybody, I do believe. We have people working obviously on site in trade positions, and then obviously back office staff, support staff, HR, recruitment, you name it, there's a job.
We are now looking for another 300 individuals to work as traffic management operatives. So that includes training opportunities and qualified operatives and foremen into the business. That's a shift paid role. But we also have then additional management opportunities for contracts managers and operations managers.
See you again soon here on the Jobs Live channel. Take care.
Thanks, Stuart. So today I have been joined by Vinny from the North West Ambulance Service. So Vinny, could you tell us a little bit more about what the service does?
So we are obviously a traditional emergency service as an ambulance service. So we do a variety of emergency work and urgent care work. So as you would imagine, it's attending things like traumatic injuries, medical problems, under blue lights. That's what most people think we do, but we do a lot more than that as well, to be honest. We have the full infrastructure behind the emergency service, which allows us to be able to attend to patients in a timely fashion. So these range from all the background and backroom staff, supporting the vehicles, supporting the estates, and then the IT side of it. So we have a real wide range of functions within an emergency service to allow us to do that. And the other thing that we have is NHS 111, which we manage as well.
Amazing. That sounds incredible. So whereabouts are you guys based?
So the North West Ambulance Service cover a huge area. We are we are the biggest geographical ambulance service in the country. So we cover from Cumbria, which is the most northerly point, is up towards Carlisle, right down to the southern point of Cheshire, and everything in between, essentially. So that's all of Manchester, Liverpool. So we have a really big geographical footprint, which has brings a lot of different challenges in the terms of you can be working in the middle of a city such as Manchester, or much more rural areas in North Cumbria, for example.
Amazing. So quite widespread then.
Very much.
So what kind of roles are you recruiting for at the moment?
So obviously, with being such a big ambulance service, we're constantly recruiting a variety of roles. So we are always recruiting towards paramedics and emergency medical technicians, which is what most people would imagine. So there's always a process of recruiting for that. But like I say, in the background, we have apprenticeships in different areas. We have 3 control centres, so the people that take the 999 calls. And then, as I mentioned, we have 111, which they handle well over 1 million calls a year. So those are the frontline elements. And then there's the backline elements that any large business essentially would have, such as HR. We have a really good communications team that work closely with, obviously, the media. We have a big fleet support, because obviously you can imagine we've got around 1,000 vehicles that we need to maintain and keep on the road. So we do that all in-house. So really, we have a real wide variety of jobs and roles within the ambulance service that we're always recruiting into.
Brilliant. That sounds amazing. So what kind of people are you looking for to join your organisation?
So at the moment, we're really working on being as diverse and inclusive as an ambulance service as we possibly can, constantly making strides to do that. So we're looking for honest, hardworking people that are really passionate around wanting to serve the public and serve our patients, whether that's front-facing or whether that's supporting the crews to be out there. Everything that we do is very patient-focused. So whether you're working in IT, whatever you're doing you should always have at the back of your mind that you're doing it for the patient at the end of that kind of that chain or that line. So yeah, people that are very respectful, that can show compassion and dignity to their fellow employees, and really the commitment to quality of care that they deliver as well is a really important factor for us.
Lovely, that's amazing. So why would those people want to come and work for you guys?
So as the North West Ambulance Service, we kind of strive to be a great place to work. I've worked within this ambulance service since its conception, really, when we amalgamated, and I've been a paramedic for a number of years now. And for me, it is a great place to work in the sense that there's a really good community within the ambulance service, and more nationally as well. If you're working on the front line as a paramedic or as a technician, there's a lot of national groups, and there's that camaraderie that's there. So and to be able to help a patient, whether that's face to face or even if you're just maintaining vehicles, for example, you know that you're doing it for a really good cause. And certainly within the last 12 months, we've really seen how that's really pulled together. And we are thankfully held in quite high esteem by the public. And that's a really good feeling. So it's not always about your wage package at the end of the month. It's often about that feeling of doing the right thing and doing a good thing. That helps you sleep at night better than having a full bank balance, in my eyes, I think.
Absolutely. So for those people that are wanting that feeling, have you got any hints or tips for them about applying?
So if you're looking towards joining the ambulance service, I guess the best thing is research. Look at the job that you're applying for. Have a look at the job spec. See what it is and see what skills you can bring into the ambulance service and towards that job. Look at what the role entails and maybe where it'll develop as well. Really think outside the box. You need to come into an interview and an application process so you stand out from other people. So if you've done plenty of research into the job that you're applying for and show and demonstrate that you have passion for it and that you don't just want to fulfill that role, but actually you maybe want to drive it forward, whether it's a profession or not, that you want to drive that role forward and make it a better environment to work in and make it more efficient. I think those are the kind of things that really shine in an interview and in an application process. The basic things you should always be considering around having somebody proofread your application, get somebody to read through it and give you some ideas. And if you've got any contacts of people doing a similar or the same role, have a chat. People are always happy to help and have a discussion to kind of give you a little bit of advice, and you can take that all on board and bring it to your application.
Amazing. That's some great advice there. So thank you so much for that, Vinny. But unfortunately, that's all we've got time for today. So before I just hand it back over to Stu in the studio, I just want to thank you so much for your time. And also, hopefully, we'll see you again on the Jobs Live channel very soon. But now it's just back over to Stuart in the studio.
So good morning and welcome back to the Jobs Live channel. Glad you could join us today. This is Monday the 12th of April and I hope already today you found connections with local organisations within the region talking to more about those vacancies. And don't forget to use the live chat to get in touch with any of them today and onwards here on the Jobs Live channel. So today we're also going to feature various jobs that are currently live and we're now going to meet up with Brian from the Cabinet Office. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. Hello.
Thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. I know you've got a number of vacancies that you currently have within the civil service, including across the Northwest region as well. But can you just tell us a little bit about your role there within the Cabinet Office, please?
Right. So I am the product manager of the Civil Service Careers website. So basically, just in a nutshell, the Civil Service Careers website is the attraction and marketing portal for careers. So in effect, it's like taking all the careers advice and putting it into one neat package for people to find out about departments, professions, and different ways that they can actually join the civil service. So that was launched on 2018 in July. So it's been going for about two and a half years now. And basically it covers the whole spectrum of careers, and obviously that hands off to jobs within the civil service.
Fantastic. And we're just going to bring it up on screen if we may, so people can easily find this website. It's civilservicecareers.gov.uk. I guess if you Google civil service careers, this is the first thing you'll see.
Well, not really, because actually my sibling teams or colleagues have got there before me. So civil service jobs has been running for the past 10 years. So that comes up as the first result when you Google civil service. Second result is civilservice.gov, which is basically the front page of the civil service on gov.uk. By the time you get to about the third result, you get to this. It'll be homepage civil service careers.
Perfect. So we'll just read it out again. That's civilservicecareers.gov.uk. And I'm sure you won't mind popping on the live chat later to leave a link directly to that if I could ask you to do that, and we'll obviously do the same throughout the day as well. So what can we expect on this website? Because I know you've been heavily involved, as you said earlier before we came on. This is your baby, isn't it, Brian? So tell us a little bit what people can expect on this website.
Well, there were three key things I was going to direct people to. The first front and centre thing you can see at the top there is that lovely red button that says Try Our Career Matcher. This is the newest innovation. So what that is a very short quiz of only 3 questions where we're trying to ascertain people's motivations. So that first question, if you push any of those buttons and scroll to the bottom, it will lead you to the next question. So just scroll down to the bottom.
Yeah, doing that now.
When you pass through that motivation question, you will be going on to a question about what do you actually enjoy. So that, again, you see, we're trying to sort of focused on the user to see what they're into, what gets them going. And then the final question will be, what kind of careers are you interested in? So it's a bit more of a basic question, but as soon as you answer any one of those and scroll to the bottom, it will present you with another button that takes you to your 3 professions matches. So those 3 boxes link to professions pages, which are showcased on the Civil Service Careers website itself. So if you push any one of those buttons,
I'm going to go for communications, Brian. That seems to be more up my street. So I'm going to try that. That was a good guess, wasn't it?
Yep.
There you go.
Perfect. And as you can see, lovely full colour communications page. If we had time, you'd digest all of that information and maybe go through some hyperlinks. But what we're going to do, we're going to fast forward all the way down to the bottom of the page. And as you get to the bottom, there'll be a tile that says gov.uk, and that tile actually says vacancies. So if you hit that, I know that there's a tile that says gov.uk, the black tile.
This one here, yeah, government communications, professional job vacancies. So I'm going to look at the latest vacancies now in the area I've chosen.
So what I've actually done there is already pre-filter vacancies for that kind of profession from civil service jobs. So there you go. It's almost like on a plate. It's like a butler bringing you the vacancies for candidates. They don't have to look.
That's really good. And I guess then if you wanted to edit that search, maybe go for a different region. In fact, this is probably a good place to talk about this website too, because people can actually sign up and create an account, can't they, for this particular website for future reference?
Yeah, exactly. And the important thing about signing up to create an account is because you can actually create job alerts after you've signed up. So the reason that's really important for everybody to know is because you may be looking on one particular day and not see the kind of vacancy you're interested in. Mm-hmm. But if you sign up for the job alerts, as soon as a new vacancy comes on at future points in time, the system will email you. So you don't have to keep logging in and out. It does it all on your behalf. So it makes it so much easier than having to just wade through lists and lists. So that's a big thing I've been pushing, is the use of the sign-up potential and actually creating a job alert after you've signed up.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to nip back to the site we started on, and if we go back to the home page, and if we go below the current Try Our Career Matcher, there's also a video there, isn't there, about the civil service. So is that useful for people to watch as well?
Right, so that's a video more aimed at younger people, just to give an idea of how the civil service is transforming into the 21st century. I mean, that's almost like a kind of showcasing video. Yes. If you scroll down a little bit, there's a department bit you can see, and as you scroll a bit further down, it'll say, learn about our professions as well.
Yes.
So you see the professions.
Yes.
But if you go just a little bit past that, just a little bit more, then here's the next innovation. So this is really important for your viewers to see. The location map was launched in 2020.
Yeah.
So what it actually does is, as long as your laptop is enabled, because really it's a smartphone, I've actually done this, when you push that big blue button, it will focus a radius of 50 miles around where you are to show you live vacancies.
Yeah.
May not always work on a laptop unless you've enabled geolocation on your laptop.
Let's give it a go anyway. So let's see what it says.
Give it a go.
It's actually asking me anyway, he wants to know my location, so I'm going to allow that. And then, there you go. There you go. It has found me.
Right. Now, what happens is, those little tags, if you tap a tag, it will give you the name of a government department. And then, when you tap that department, the next thing you'll notice, it will take you to the department page on the careers website.
Yeah.
And this is slightly different, because as you scroll down, you digest all the material, you learn all the stuff about that department. When you get right to the bottom, you will see that there is a green button. Right, you have to go literally right down to the base.
Jobs near
See
you?
that green button?
Yeah.
Yeah, so hit the jobs near you. So these are vacancies for that department in 50 miles around your radius right now.
Great.
There you go. Again, that's another big thing. I'm very proud of this one because we did it.
Just to be clear, then that's jobs within that particular department that we've selected from the map. So this is purely HM Land Registry, as it turns out. But if I'd have picked one of the other tags on the screen, another map showing another department, it would have given me vacancies in that department. So it's department vacancies rather than the whole vacancy position. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you can see I'm almost trying to sort of give people different types of job search capability. So it's either the career matcher helps you to see your transferable skills and how they work for civil service.
Yeah.
The location map is more about what are the vacancies near you physically for particular departments. So they're the two most recent innovations.
Fantastic. I'm just going to go back to the main site again and return to where we
Okay,
started.
I've got
the whole
I've got my
page.
triple threat now. This is the third one.
So if I go beneath the map where it says,
no, we're going to go slightly different this time. If you go all the way to the top, there's a menu bar. If you go right to the top, on the menu bar to the right, it says ways to join.
Ways to join. Yeah, I can see that. I'm going to click on that now.
Yep. Now, as you scroll down, first thing on the list on the left will be civil service apprenticeships. So if you scroll down,
there it is, civil service apprenticeships.
Civil service apprenticeship. Right, this is brand new. So the apprenticeships page was built in February 2021. And basically, it's the showcase page for all apprenticeships which are being advertised in civil service jobs. So as you scroll down again the page, and you assume we have the luxury of time that we can read and learn about all these different things. So you keep scrolling, you can see some information about people's experience. There's stuff from Chief Operating Officer himself, but there is a button, Find a Civil Service Apprenticeship.
I click on that.
Yep.
Just loading now, and it's giving me 25 jobs. And I
Well,
guess
these
that's
are apprenticeships.
they're apprenticeship vacancies within different departments across the country.
Yes, correct. But the other thing, when you go back to the main page of civil service apprenticeships, I do highlight in there again about the use of the creating an account and doing the job alert. So if you scroll up a little bit, just scroll up a little bit. It's actually a bit on the right. So you go past that black box. So keep going up.
Yeah.
Oh, there. So
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 you
that's
can sign
paragraph.
up. Yeah. This is
Yeah,
really
because
key,
one of
isn't
the
it?
key-
Yeah.
Yeah, because one of the key things with apprenticeships is, unlike jobs, there are less apprenticeships. But in terms of how they're going to come on month after month, it's really key for anyone who's interested in apprenticeships to do that sign up, because there'll be a lot more apprenticeships coming in May and June. Yeah, so that's something that's really important.
Okay, perfect. So they give apprenticeship vacancies. There's a few now, as we've seen, but there's going to be plenty more coming up.
There's so many.
Yeah.
So many.
Okay, well, we'll get you back on nearer the time to that so people can find out more. But that was really good. That was really useful. Thank you, Brian. We're going to chat to you now directly about what people can do and really what kind of people you're looking for, if we may. So we thank you for sharing the websites with us, and they're really useful. And we will obviously send some links out via the live chat for people to get hold of that information. But what kind of people are you looking for to join the civil service, do you think? What sort of personality traits or soft skills do you think makes a success within the civil service for an individual?
Well, this is quite an interesting thing, because obviously there's a lot of myths and stereotypes around the civil service that, what we're trying to do is actually debunk those myths and overcome those stereotypes. So the key thing is, in a nutshell, we're looking for everybody. The civil service should be actively representing the people that it serves. Therefore, if you think about it logically, people who could be people who've got some kind of education, university education, which is normally a stereotype when you think of fast stream graduate kind of things, they're the people who are already applying. However, we also need people who've got real life skills. So one of the key things that happened in the last couple of years, we piloted a returnship program for people who may have had more experience in the workplace, had been out of the workplace because of domestic commitments. And then we're trying to welcome those people back because of the wealth of experience they bring, not just from their work experience, but from their life experience. So that's just one slightly different angle away from just pure work experience. However, I mean, we've still got the veterans program running at the moment, so people coming out of military service. Again, so the transferable skills aspect of being ex-military and then coming into public service is a key thing. And obviously we do the same kind of thing with people who may have worked with police services or enforcement services, because the Home Office Border Force got a very strong enforcement unit. But the most important thing I want everybody to know is, even if you feel that you may have just worked in retail and you don't think, well, working in retail has got any link at all to the civil service. The myth I'm trying to debunk there is the fact that in the civil service, the biggest profession we have is operational delivery profession. The operational delivery profession is, in effect, almost a customer-facing, front-facing body of people who make up the majority of civil servants. So the key departments where there's the biggest amount of people who work in operational delivery profession would be Department for Work and Pensions themselves, because they're customer-facing. HMRC is another massive department for this. So even for people who would have never thought that they had the skills or experience to work for the civil service, probably have. But this is the reason why the career matcher is such an important innovation, because it's helping people to translate their normal day-to-day work experience into what the civil service needs, which is people who can serve customers, need to be able to keep information safe, need to be able to manage projects. So project management cuts across pretty much every different type of sector. People who are able to manage resources. So even things like property. So property profession, massive profession for the civil service. And I've spoken to people who work in a state agency in the private sector who never realise that they've got fantastic skills and experience to go pretty much directly into property profession jobs. So you can see we're covering everything. Literally. We want all types of people, all ages, all backgrounds.
Thanks, Brian. And it feels to me as well that people may dismiss the civil service, again, maybe from that perception thing, and don't see themselves as fitting. But what you've just explained there is that people in many professions bring transferable skills into civil service. They probably don't realise it. But we had a chap on from the Cabinet Office a couple of months ago, and it isn't quite as it's depicted in those old black and white films still with bowler hats and brollies, is it? It's moved on a lot from then.
Exactly. Although I must admit, I've actually been in Westminster, and I've actually seen some people who do look like they came from a 1950s film with a bowler hat and brollies, funny enough. So they're still there. They're very small pocket. But the majority of civil servants are literally just the range of people who look like normal society today. So that's one of the reasons why, with the video content I've put on the careers website, you'll notice when you watch some of those videos, it covers a range of people, sort of millennials who have got multicoloured hair, older people who've actually finished in one type of sector and only started working for the civil service from the age of 50. So that's a key thing. So we're not discriminating on age. The other thing as well is, even from the point of view of scientific community, the range of different types of scientists that we have in the civil service is groundbreaking. And it's funny because I was actually speaking to some people from Defence Science Technology Laboratory at the Ministry of Defence who had worked around the Novichok poisoning in Salisbury Plain a couple of years ago. And it was quite exciting because some of those people were on the BBC on the actual news broadcast talking about that scientific investigation of this kind of espionage spy level poisoning thing. So the idea that you could do a careers workshop that starts talking like it's James Bond, really exciting things. I think a lot of people don't realise how much you can get involved in, which is something that's really exciting in the civil service, actually. And you don't have to have come in at the top end. You can come in entry level, as I said, with the apprenticeships kind of thing, and you could join Defence Science Technology Laboratory as an apprentice. They've got loads of apprenticeships in the Southwest. But the key thing I'm trying to show people is the opportunity, the vast range of jobs are vast, and obviously we are covering all regions of the UK, and we also have vacancies which are abroad. Because a lot of people forget the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, so the civil service isn't just in the island that we're in, it goes beyond.
No, absolutely. And once you do start your career within the civil service, you could quite literally end up anywhere, couldn't you, as your career progresses? So there's plenty of opportunities to progress your career within, even when you start as an apprentice.
Well, I mean, even for me, so just my story. I started as a work coach, frontline, Bristol Job Centre Plus, Eastern Job Centre Plus, and I was literally a person basically on the front of the job centre, asking people what have they been doing to look for work for 2 weeks, and then the ability to sign, so they could get their job seekers allowance. So that's where I started off with my 24-year civil service career. So actually, in terms of support for career development and actually, sort of the learning part of working as a civil servant is excellent. So I've been able to get qualifications in digital. I've got qualifications in HR. So I'm an associate member of Chartered Institute of Personal Development. Obviously, I'm doing work like making the careers website, which we can see today. But if you had interviewed me 24 years ago, I would never have believed I would have gone from just being on the front of a job centre to working in Whitehall and doing all this work with careers that covers the whole of the civil service. So it can be done by anyone.
Good stuff. And you just talked there about career progression. The benefits of working in the civil service, can we just touch on them, Brian? Because you clearly said you've been there 24 years. Something's keeping you in there, some form of benefits. What's the biggest things about working in the civil service from someone who's looking maybe for security and other things that attracts people to employers these days?
Well, okay, I mean, in terms of what we've got as a package, there are key things. Fantastic flexible working offer. I'll be honest, I champion flexible working a lot myself. So the key thing I would always say to people is, in terms of being able to work maybe not a full-time week, so maybe work a compressed hour week, or even do a job share to show someone else to split up that week so you can fulfill work-life balance. The civil service is a leader in that kind of adaptation work pattern. That's the first thing. So anyone with caring requirements for caring for older relatives, caring for children, or even caring for themselves, even from a reasonable adjustment for people with disabilities perspective, the flexible work package is brilliant in the civil service. Second thing, staff development is again excellent. I can't praise this enough, because in terms of what you can gain as a member of staff to develop yourself and develop your own education, it's a beautifully structured setup. And funnily enough, the staff development program has actually been revamped and refreshed. So we've got a new government skills curriculum units program, which launched at the end of 2020, and actually supports all members of staff to become more professional in their role. When I say more professional, that's professional with licenses as well. So it's not just in-house training, it's accredited training with proper colleges and universities. And obviously there's some soft skill training. But the key thing is, the civil service will really support you as a member of staff to develop yourself. And as you develop yourself, obviously you can use that to be able to apply for roles to do your staff promotion progression.
Yeah.
So that's the second thing, the development part. Got to mention the pension. I'll be honest, historically, there was always the thing about civil servants having great pensions. So we do have a very good pension. So that's there. And the last thing I've got to say, which is a really important thing, which is societal impact. So the greatest thing in the civil service is you can contribute to things which make a massive difference in the UK. And if you think about what we've had with COVID-19, so I worked with loads of colleagues who have helped with the response to COVID-19 in the last year. Obviously, before that, there were the colleagues working on Brexit. So again, that was the big ticket thing. Climate change is another thing. So I've got loads of colleagues working on the climate change agenda. But in terms of even just national security stuff, so again, sounds a bit James Bond, but there is a way for you to really make an impact on things that make a difference to all of us. And there's not many organisations that you can work in that do that, really. So, yeah. So they're my 4 big things.
They are massive as well. And I think you say making a difference for a lot of people is what they want to do. So it sounds very satisfying in the work you're doing, Brian. And finally, for people who are looking to apply, maybe they've heard something today, they go, I'm going to take this another look at this, especially the website we featured. You've obviously seen your fair share of people applying into the service. Any hints or tips for people applying to make sure they're as successful as possible? What would you say to them today?
Well, there's only one thing I've got to say, and we're going to have to go back to the website, because the big innovation at the beginning of 2020, before those other things I've said, if you go on that menu bar at the top, right on the right-hand side, it says how to apply.
Yeah, we're going to click on that now.
Right, so what we've done, to answer the question that everybody does ask, is put some of those hints and tips into a nice, neat page. So as you scroll down, it will explain to you 4 steps of being able to apply for a role. It's like finding the role, the application process. There's something around the assessment of applications.
Sifting and shortlisting.
And then all that business. Yeah. So on the right side, there's some handy links as well towards being able to write your personal statement. A really important one on that right side is about psychometric testing. So if you just scroll up a little bit, just scroll up just a little up. So those hyperlinks on the right where it says useful to know.
Yeah.
There should be stuff around there about.
Yeah, I got it. That's okay. Good to know. Okay. Yeah. Success profile videos, civil service online tests, and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So the civil service online test bit is a really rich page where you can actually practice doing online tests before you even take a real online test. So I'd always recommend people to definitely look at that, because it's one of the hardest things to get your head around. That's why that hyperlink's in there. And obviously, the ability to prepare for interviews is really important. Yeah. But yeah, so I hope that page actually answers pretty much most people's questions around how do I get my head around the application process itself, because it is quite a rigorous application process, as you'd expect. But we are trying to give as much support as possible. The success profile link, if you scroll up a little bit, there should be a link to a video on the right.
Yeah, there is there. Yeah, success profiles video. Yeah.
Right, that's a 7-minute video that takes you through the whole sequence of civil service success profile process.
I'll just pause that there, but that takes you to YouTube, and it's information for candidates applying to work in the civil service. So that's really valuable video, isn't it? People can watch.
Yep.
And what we'll do is we'll post that video as well on the Jobs Live channel, so people can find it on the channel as well, because that could be where their journey could start, couldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And we use success profiles for all applications for the whole of the civil service.
Brilliant.
So yeah,
fantastic. Well, listen, this has been more than helpful, because not only have you given us your insight into working in the civil service, Brian, but you've also given us some really useful resources today on where people can find not just the jobs, but how to apply into them. And I mean, for a lot of people as well, this year has been challenging, hasn't it, to say the least. I mean, how have you had to adapt? Just finally, how have you had to adapt to that time when it comes to working practices and maybe remote working? Has that affected you as well?
Well, it's a difficult one because I work in a digital team. I've been working on a multitude of digital communication platforms for the past 7 years. So ironically, working from home for me is quite bread and butter. And then working with things like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Meets, WhatsApps, it's always been something that I do as a member of a bigger digital team anyway. And it's the thing that I promote for other people to do. So the biggest thing for me is getting other people to be more comfortable in using it, who are not digital people. So that was the biggest change for me in the last year. So I've done loads of workshop activities to help people who may not be comfortable, doing lots of Zoom meetings, and then also I'm giving advice on how to do things which are not just Zoom meetings. So one of the key things that we've come up with was to have just phone-only walk out of the house exercise meetings. So you don't have to always be digital on a screen. You can actually just do an old-fashioned phone call and just talk to your mate on the phone while walking down the shops. Which doesn't sound very digital, but at least it sort of gives people a breathing space.
No, that's right. So yeah, I think we've said before on the channel, people just got to stay positive and really keep at it, because the vacancies are there clearly, and it sounds like you're going to have a lot more coming up as well over the coming months. So it'd be good to get you and your team back on at some point to talk more about those, if I can trouble you to do that.
Oh yeah, perfect. I'd love to.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thanks for your time this morning here on the Jobs Live channel. Coming up shortly, we're going to be meeting up with Pathways CIC, another great organisation taking on people within the Northwest region. In the meantime, thanks so much for your time, Brian. Take care, and
thank you.
Good luck as well with the rest of your, what sounds like a very interesting career within the civil service. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Stuart. So today I have been joined by Julie Ferns from Vistry. So Julie, could you tell us a little bit more about what your company does?
Hi, good morning. Yes, Vistry Partnerships are a division of Bovis Homes. We actually specialise in building places for people to live. So houses, bungalows, care facilities, extra care facilities and apartments. We also build under the banner of Bovis Homes and Linden Homes, both of which are our private house building sector. We were, until last year, under the banner of Galliford Try.
Perfect, that's brilliant. So whereabouts are you guys based?
I'm actually based in Warrington in Birchwood, but I work for the Northwest Business Unit. So my area is from the Lake District to Stoke-on-Trent, predominantly working in Manchester, Merseyside and Cheshire.
Perfect, that's lovely. So what roles are you guys recruiting for at present?
At present, I'm going to be recruiting for some apprentices and some site staff. So shortly, I'll be advertising for an apprentice site manager in the Merseyside region and apprentice community engagement coordinator to assist me in Manchester. Both positions will have good career prospects with the ability to progress within a few years if they work hard and achieve their goals. We are always recruiting for site cleaners, labourers, site managers, but that is as and when we have new sites starting within the various areas.
Perfect. Well, that sounds like a nice variety of things that are available there. So what kind of people are you looking for to fill those roles?
Well, as a company, we're looking for dynamic people who stand out from the crowd, people who are self-driven and can work on their own initiative and who will actually add value to our company and deliver our ethos. They will need to be adaptable and team players and have an interest in the construction industry and the built environment. They must be willing to undertake and complete any training that is offered to them and complete the courses as required.
Perfect. That sounds lovely and such good assets to have as part of your company when recruiting. So why would someone want to come and work for you guys?
They would want to come and work for us because we are a new dynamic company. We've actually been as partnerships company for the last 5 years, but as part of Bovis, which is the Vistry Partnerships, we've only been going just over a year. We have a strong build ethos. We like to build in communities and we like to do a lot of community work within those communities.
Perfect. So that sounds amazing, the fact that you have that community base. So that's perfect. So what hints and tips would you be able to give to us or to anyone that's wanting to apply today?
My main tip is to research the company. Do a Google or internet search and make notes and bullet points so you have something to refer to. Look at their ethos and adapt your answers to include these. So if you've been asked about weaknesses when you're being interviewed, try to turn your answer around. So, for example, I could answer, if I was asked what my weakness is, I could say, well, I feel that at present my weakness is that I don't drive. However, once I secure employment, I'm looking into doing driving lessons to enhance my career prospects. So if you have a negative, try to turn it into a positive. The other thing is, if you completed a Duke of Edinburgh or something similar, or doing charity work or any unpaid voluntary work, always add this to your CV, because this will show your employer that you are dedicated, you are looking for work, and you're willing to work, and you have a strong work ethos.
Perfect. There's some incredible hints and tips there, so thank you so much for sharing them. But unfortunately, that's all from yourself today. But I hope that we get to see you guys again back on the Jobs Live channel. However, for now, it is now back to Stuart in the studio. Thanks, Stuart. So today I have been joined by Helen Bilton, who is the head of HR at Star Care. So hi, Helen, how are you?
Hi, Jen. I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
Yes, I'm very good, thank you. I'm glad to hear you are as well. So could you tell us a little bit more about Star Care and what you guys do as a company?
Absolutely. So we're a home care provider, specialising in helping people live independently in their own home, and the support workers work out in the community to look after our wonderful clients. We are one of the largest independent care providers in the Cheshire and Merseyside footprint area.
Perfect, that's amazing. So could you tell us whereabouts you guys are based?
So we've got 3 offices, one in Merseyside, one in Chester and Ellesmere Port areas, and one in the Winsford and Northwich location. And as I say, we are a large organisation. We provide over 7,000 hours of care each week in the Merseyside and Cheshire footprint areas.
Perfect. So what kind of roles are you guys recruiting for at the moment?
So we're really, really fortunate as a company because we've gone through a period of growth, which I think is music to everyone's ears during these very, challenging times. We have a number of support worker positions in each of the 3 locations. The role is to support our wonderful clients live as independently as possible in their own homes, and the support worker will be supporting the clients as detailed in the individual's care plan.
Perfect. So obviously with that role, you need a certain kind of person for that. So what is that kind of person that you're looking for to join the organisation?
Okay, so we're looking for individuals that share the same values and principles as we do here in Star Care, that wish to provide the highest level quality of care to our clients, who have a passion for care and show acts of kindness and empathy towards individuals. It's such a rewarding role, and all our care staff forge great relationships with our clients.
Perfect. So why would someone want to work for the company Star Care?
So we are a family-friendly organisation, and we do really care about our staff, on the front line who are supporting our clients. We look after our, staff the same way as our staff look after our clients. We have a very robust training infrastructure here at Star Care. We have 2 pathways. One is a mandatory pathway that all carers have to undertake. And our second pathway is an apprenticeship. If an individual wants to further their career in health and social care, there's great opportunities for individuals to do so. This is fully paid for by the company, and there's lots and lots of support available to help individuals achieve that. We do have plenty of opportunities for individuals to grow. We do have a number of individuals who have come up through the grassroots of the organisation. So as I say, there's plenty of scope for individuals if they want to progress their careers here in Star Care. We have excellent pay rates, and we also have competitive mileage rates for individuals working out in the community. And for Works For You initiative, we have a golden hello payment for each individual who's taken on through this scheme of £100. We also have invested heavily on COVID. It's very close to our hearts at the moment. There's been a very big agenda here in Star Care, and we ensure that all our care staff have available access to get a vaccine.
Perfect. That sounds amazing, and some brilliant qualities that you offer there as well as the company. So do you have any hints or tips for anyone who might want to apply today?
So really important for us at Star Care is about being yourself and being authentic and keeping it real. We are looking for individuals who are passionate about care and also about giving back to our clients in the community, and to want to make a real difference to individuals' lives.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Helen, for your time today, and thank you so much for that advice as well. I'm sure a lot of people will be taking that on. However, for now, unfortunately, it is the end of our one-to-one today, but hopefully we'll see you guys very soon again on the Jobs Live channel.
Thank you.
Well, you're welcome anyway, so it's not a problem. However, but for now, it's back to Stu in the studio. So today I have been joined by Robin, who is from Network Rail. So hi Robin, how are you?
Hello, I'm very good, thank you. I hope everyone at home joining us today is too.
Perfect, so do we as well. So Robin, could you please tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Yeah, of course. So Network Rail are an infrastructure maintenance company. So we look after all of the 20,000 miles of track, overhead line, and then over 40,000 other structures connecting to the railway. We also look after all of the big managed stations across the country, like London's King's Cross St Pancras, Manchester Piccadilly, London Euston, London Liverpool Street, and Birmingham New Street. So I'm sure all of you will be well aware of those stations. We also create the timetable for our train operating companies and freight operating companies.
Perfect, that sounds amazing. So where exactly is it Network Rail based?
So we are based all across the UK. So that could be in our large cities like Birmingham, Manchester, London, Milton Keynes, Stafford, Crewe, all the way down to smaller offices in Leighton Buzzard or Bletchley, and all of the other places that we've got across the Northwest.
Perfect, that sounds great. So what roles are you guys recruiting for?
Essentially across the railway, with over 40,000 job titles, we recruit for all roles. So obviously we do recruit for a great deal of engineers, and that could cover anything from track engineering to signals, telecoms, geotechnics. We also recruit ecologists, project managers, people with analytical and data skills, administration skills, communication skills, HR, finance. Essentially, any type of job within the UK we do have here at Network Rail. So please don't think just because you've never worked on the railway before that a job with us may not be right.
That's amazing, such a variety. So with those varieties, what kind of people are you looking for to join Network Rail as a whole?
That is a really interesting question. So at Network Rail, we do not look for just one person. In fact, one of our values is all about valuing diversity, because different people from different backgrounds and different skill sets lead to innovation, which just means that we can improve the railway for our passengers and our customers. So as long as you value people and can act safely and have an awareness that your actions can affect lives, we are looking for you.
Perfect, that sounds amazing. So why would someone want to work for Network Rail?
I'm very biased, I know, but we are now one of the top 50 Glassdoor employers as voted for by our employees. And I think a big part of that is during COVID, Network Rail have supported us. We haven't had anybody on furlough. We've now moved to complete flexible working. Many of us have had to juggle becoming carers or homeschooling, trying to look after children, being a parent or during COVID. And we've just completely amended our approach to that. So you choose and pick your hours. Our values are called care, and one of those is how about we empower people to make their own decisions. We've got a huge training budget which has been ring fenced so that we can invest in our employees. Career development is second to none. In fact, many people started at Network Rail as administrators, and now some of them lead departments. So it's just kind of, I suppose, the whole package, and it's the people more than anything. We really do support and care for each other, and it's a great place to work. Kind of in normal times when we're in the offices, we all meet for coffees, jokes, laughter. It's just a place that you kind of, once you join, you just don't want to leave. So I hope that many of you will listen to this and think about joining the railway, because you won't regret it.
Amazing, thank you for that. And then finally, have you got any hints or tips for those that might apply?
I would say tailor your CV to your achievements. Don't just list everything that you've done as part of your jobs, because that doesn't read the best. Talk about achievements. So, for example, in my job as a resourcing professional, I would talk about how I've increased the diversity of applicants. For project managers, you'd want to talk about projects that you've completed on time and with what benefits. So show what you can do rather than what you have done, and that'll make all the difference.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that advice there, Robin. And it's been lovely speaking to you today. Unfortunately, that's all. But thank you again so much for your time. And for now, it's back to Stu in the studio. Thanks, Stuart. So today I have been joined by Jeanette, who works at Pathways. So Jeanette, could you tell us a little bit more about yourself and the company you work for?
Certainly. So I'm the operations manager at Pathways Community Interest Company, and we hold a contract with NHS England, providing primary care networks for GP practices in the Cheshire area for social prescribing interventions. The contract is called Alternative Solutions, and we have link workers that give people time to focus on what matters to me, and taking part of a holistic approach to people's health and well-being, and they connect people to the community groups and statutory services for practical and emotional support. Pathways is a very forward-thinking and innovative social enterprise, and in May 2020 we were listed as one of the top 100 social enterprises within the UK. We're a very values-driven organisation, and we strive to be a visionary to finding solutions and readdress health inequalities. Many of our services have evolved from prototypes to mainstream provisions that now support thousands of people across Cheshire, aligning the health, work and wellbeing with a focus on enabling people to live happier and healthier lives.
Perfect, that sounds amazing. So whereabouts is Pathways based?
We're based across Cheshire, and the primary care networks that we cover are Crewe, Nantwich and Rural, Winsford, Shaw, which is shortened for Chelford, Handforth, Alderley Edge, Winslow, and then we have Northwich and Smash, which is Sandbach, Middlewich, Alsager, Scholar Green and Haslington.
Perfect, so a nice variety of places there. So what roles are you recruiting for at the moment?
We've got a variety of opportunities that we're recruiting for. There's two different types of social prescribing link workers. So we have a generalist and a mental health. The generalist really looks at the patient's healthcare and overall well-being, linking in with various organisations to help with one or more long-term conditions, potentially lonely or isolation, or who have complex social needs that's affecting their well-being. The mental health link workers, these are people that are trained counsellors, therapists or practitioners, and they will have an active role in the patient's healthcare and overall well-being, and engage patients in particular in their mental health needs and through holistic interventions, etc. We also have care coordinators role, which is a new role for Pathways, and these individuals provide extra time, capacity and expertise to support patients that are preparing or following clinical conversations, and really giving that time back to the GP so they can work with different patients with their time.
Perfect, that sounds amazing. So for those types of roles, what kind of people are you looking for to join your organisation?
Pathways, we're really recruiting creative, adaptable individuals with a positive attitude and enthusiasm, and are prepared to work hard as part of the local primary care teams. It's a growing team, and so there's a number of new opportunities. All of the placements that we have within the doctor's surgeries, they also adhere to the COVID-19 safety working practices, and the positions can be flexible, so it's full-time, part-time, and there is that adaptability to the roles.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So why would someone want to have a look at working for Pathways?
It's fair to say that Pathways is passionate about people, and that's whether it's been our clients, our patients and our staff. Last year we were thrilled to receive the prestigious Gold Invested in People Award, and we just put people first. We share vision and values, and we try and make a difference and strive to always do things better, and we support and develop staff, and we all love working for Pathways and to be part of that family, and that's what the ethos is, having that family environment, and so it's an excellent company to work for.
That's amazing, thank you for that. And then finally, have you got any hints or tips for those that might apply?
To apply, it's looking at what other skill set that you might have. So even if you don't necessarily tick all of the boxes on the job application, it's still worth applying, because we will potentially be able to look for some sort of training plan in place with the peers, etc. All of the vacancies are advertised on Pathways website, and on Indeed and with DWP. And the interview sort of selection, it would be initially a conversation with myself, and then from that we would look to taking you forward to a panel interview, and then from that having a second interview with the leading primary care practitioners.
Amazing, that sounds lovely. Well, thank you so much for that, and thank you so much for your time today. Unfortunately, that's all we've got time for though. So Stu, it's back to you in the studio. Thanks, Stuart. So today I have been joined by Rosa, who works at My Dentist. So Rosa, could you tell us a little bit about what you do there and what the company does?
Yes, so my name's Rosa and I work at My Dentist. My role is to look after all of our advertising campaigns, as well as everything to do with careers talent. And My Dentist, we're a collection of over 600 dental practices nationwide. We treat over 4 million private and NHS patients, and we're a strong team of dentists, dental nurses, managers and head office staff.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So whereabouts are you guys based?
So our practices are nationwide, so all from Scotland through England, Wales and Northern Ireland, and our head office is based in Kersley, Greater Manchester.
Brilliant, so nice and local. So what roles are you recruiting for at the moment?
So we do recruit quite a lot of experienced and student dental nurses. As a student dental nurse, you don't really need any previous experience within dental nursing, but instead we look for people that have got a passion to get into that field, the right attitude and commitment to complete the course, which is paid for by My Dentist, and then you will be a fully qualified dental nurse at the end of that on the GDC register. We also recruit practice managers nationwide, so in that role you'd be responsible for running your practice, managing staff and driving performance. We welcome people with management managerial experience from all backgrounds, and many of our practice managers come from retail, hospitality, and leisure backgrounds, as well as people with previous experience in dental care.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So within those roles, what kind of people are you looking for to join your organisation?
I think people that are really committed to working together in order to always put our patients first. We're a large organisation, but every practice feels like a tight-knit family to ensure that everything is running smoothly for our patients. So it's important that whatever role you join us in, you're committed to your role and understand the direct impact that has on patients every day.
Perfect, 100%. So why would someone want to come and work for you guys?
We're a very secure, growing organisation. We understand that many industries at the moment face quite uncertain futures, whereas we're really going from strength to strength. All throughout the pandemic, we've kept our staff safe, we've kept them up to date, and we've kept them working. We've not had to reduce staff numbers or anything like that. And working for us is just a chance to work in a completely different industry that you may never have considered before or been exposed to. We're somewhere where no matter what role you join, you'll get full training for the industry and ongoing development and opportunities in whatever role you join us in.
Perfect, that sounds amazing. So have you got any hints or tips for anyone out there that might want to apply?
I think always to display a passion to get into the industry. Obviously do your research, especially if you're considering one of our student dental nurse positions. It's a tough role where you're on your feet all day and there's a lot of studying. It's the equivalent to like an A level in biology, which is really tough. As an organisation, we live by our strengths, which are patients first, community matters, a place to grow, altogether better, and restlessly ambitious. So I would encourage anybody that's thinking of applying to go onto our homepage on our careers website, view the videos that are associated with our strengths, and think about sort of how you could bring that to life in the role that you're applying for.
Amazing, that sounds brilliant. So thank you so much for that advice and also for your time today. And hopefully we get to see you again on the Jobs Live channel very, very soon. But for now, it's a goodbye from me to you, Rosa, and back to Stu in the studio. Thanks, Stuart. So today I have been joined by Simon Cook, who is from the British Army. So Simon, could you tell us a little bit about what the Army does?
So the British Army protects the United Kingdom's interests at home and abroad, providing a safe and secure environment which all British citizens can live and prosper. We break this down is the fact that we're always ready to serve. The way we do that is there's a couple of different ways. So we protect the UK with our highly trained soldiers, ready to deploy anywhere across the world at 24 hours, 365 days a year to meet a variety of challenges. We prevent conflict around the world. We also deal with disasters around the world, and we also fight the nation's enemies.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So where are you guys based roughly?
Currently, at the moment, the British Army is based basically all over the world. We're based in various locations around the UK, so England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. We also have lots of personnel deployed on various operations around the world. For instance, the Baltics, so Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania and Poland. We've got lots of soldiers in Africa at the moment, so South Sudan, Somalia, Democratic Republic of Congo and Mali, and also in Kenya. Belize and Brunei. We have lots of soldiers currently at the moment in Canada and Cyprus and Germany also.
Perfect, that sounds brilliant. So what kind of roles are you recruiting for at the moment?
So at the moment there's hundreds of different job roles within the Army. Some of them, just to take into consideration that some of them require qualifications and some don't. But there's, as I said, hundreds of jobs role in engineering, comms, IT and intelligence, logistics and support, combat, big one. Probably the biggest part of the army is the job roles within combat, medical, HR and finance, and also music. But at the moment, we're currently employing some priority roles. So a couple of them are HR specialist, supply chain operative, postal courier, cyber engineer, ammunition technician, and movement controller, and also guardsman as well.
Brilliant, that sounds great. So what kind of people are you looking for to join your organisation?
So the army, to be a part of the army team, the big one on my part is a positive attitude and outlook in working day to day. No day is the same within the army. We need to have a certain standard of physical fitness, depending on what job role you're looking on joining when you go into the army. A willingness to learn. You're learning every day. I've been in the army nearly 9 years and I still learn new things every single day. And be able to work as part of a team every day as well. All right, so we break this down into our core values and standards of the army, which are courage, discipline, respect for others, integrity, loyalty, and selfless commitment.
Perfect. Some very key skills there and values to have. So why would someone want to come and work for the British Army?
There's lots of different reasons why someone will come and work for the army. So the big one is personal satisfaction and pride. All right, having pride in wearing combat every day and being in the British Army. Variety and adventure. So as I said, no day is the same. And some would say the army is one big adventure, seeing the world. Travel, see parts of the world that you never see in ordinary life. Job security and economy and stability. All right, the army provides a good wage, and the longer you're in the army, with real prospects of going up in rank, the more money that you're going to earn. Physical fitness, a chance to live a fit and healthy lifestyle day to day. Some people might be doing that now, some people don't, if it suits them. An option of full-time and part-time service, and also sport. So be big on sport. The army is also massive on it. So wherever you're good at, you can travel to various locations around the world and across the UK, conducting sports that you're good at.
Perfect. That sounds like a lovely list of things for someone to join the army for. So have you got any hints or tips for those that might be applying today as well?
Yeah, so for me, it's self-motivation. So joining the army is obviously quite a life-changing decision. So be confident in your decision that you are ready to do it and it's truly what you want. Fitness. So keep up with your fitness. As I said, if some job roles require harder fitness requirements than others, all right. So depending on the job role that you're going into is how fit that you need to be. All right. Have a job role in mind and do your research on that job role. There's nothing wrong with coming into the careers office and not having a clue what you want to do. That's why we're there, to guide you into basically the job that suits you. But have an idea in mind of what you want to do, whether it be combat, engineering, logistics, medical, nursing, stuff like that. And stay positive during the application process from start to finish. That's about it.
Brilliant, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Simon, for those pieces of advice there that you've given, and for your time as well on the Jobs Live channel today. And unfortunately, I'm going to need to pass back now to Stu in the studio, but hopefully we'll see you again very soon on the Jobs Live channel.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Hello everybody, thank you Stuart, and today I've been joined by Irina from Greggs. Hi Irina.
Hi, my name is Irina Delika, recruitment advisor at Greggs, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about our business. Whenever I say that I work for Greggs, I can see people start thinking about our retail shops, our staff members baking and selling the famous sausage rolls or vegan sausage rolls, serving customers, or working behind the scenes and preparing fresh sandwiches. And yes, all of that is true, but Greggs is not only about retail shops on a high street, but so much more. Greggs is much loved and trusted brand with a strong heritage. And we have been baking and selling our products for over 80 years now. It all started in 1939 when John Gregg started to deliver fresh eggs and eggs to families of Newcastle. 10 years later, he chained up his bike and opened Greggs of Gosforth, Newcastle, making, baking, and selling fresh bread and tasty treats from his very own shop on the Gosforth High Street. There's still a Greggs there today. Over the years, we opened more shops across the country and looked for ways we could make Greggs even better. And today, we are UK's leading bakery food-on-the-go retailer with over 2,000 shops and 20,000 employees, serving millions of customers each week. At Greggs, we have big plans for the future and big opportunities available today. With ambition to grow over 2,500 shops nationwide and ownership of our supply chain, we are in a unique position to make high-quality, freshly prepared food accessible to everyone. Ownership of our supply chain means that we can make great, freshly prepared food accessible to everyone at great values in an extremely competitive marketplace. By managing our own logistic operations, we can remain focused on the customer, delivering what our shops and customer needs.
So, could you tell us, where are you based?
Sure. Currently, we have over 2,000 shops, 8 regional bakeries, or we call them the centers of excellence, 1 central savory production plant, 2 distribution centers, and they are located throughout the UK and Northern Ireland, plus our head office, or Greggs House as it's known within Greggs, which is located in Newcastle.
Brilliant. So, what roles are you currently recruiting for?
As a company, we manufacture, distribute, and sell our products in our shops. Majority of our roles are based in our retail shops, and we are currently recruiting for shift leaders, supervisors, and shop managers across various locations in UK. But we're also on a constant lookout for various roles in digital and IT teams, roles in marketing, food and safety, logistics and supplies, and so on and so on.
So, what kind of people are you looking for to join the organisation?
We believe that success is down to putting the customers first. That's why Greggs is looking for people with a great customer service skills to join our family. Our shop team consists of shop manager, supervisor, shift leaders, and team members. Depending on the role you're interested in, previous experience might not be essential. However, though, you will be required to demonstrate an understanding of what makes a great customer service. Generally, Greggs shops are made up of small teams, around 5 to 15 staff members working together to deliver first-class customer service and quality products every day of the week. Whether you're a shop manager or a team member, your role will be very hands-on, and you will be involved in entire shop's operation, from cleaning to food preparation and customer serving.
So, why work for you?
As a member of Greggs family, you will benefit from competitive pay rates, generous staff discount, and a share of the profit. Our shop teams also take part in regular competitions and charity events, which ensure there is always fun going on within the shop. Progression is key to our business, as well as building career from inside out. We love to work with people who want to develop their skills and become more successful, and we provide various training and development opportunities to our shop team to help them grow with the business.
So, finally, any hints or tips for those applying?
Obviously, qualification and previous experience do have a place, but really, it's your enthusiasm and passion to provide great customer service that is equally as important. And what we are trying to convey, that there are always opportunities to progress within the business and build a successful career with Greggs. We have a lot of people in the business who started as a weekend team member or a team member and now running their own shop as a shop manager, or even progressed to an area manager or regional operations manager, or those who started working in our retail shops and moved to a different business function. There really are opportunities to progress and build your career with Greggs.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Irina. So back to you, Stuart, in the studio.
So I've now been joined by Alice from Rosendale Trust. Hi, Alice.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us on the Jobs Live channel for this Northwest Works for You broadcast. Just tell me a little bit about yourself and what your company does.
Yes, so hi, nice to join you. My name's Alice Clues. I work in the HR department at the Rosendale Trust. The Rosendale Trust provides supported living care to adults with learning and physical disabilities in apartments and houses. So our care support workers work as part of a team, and they provide high standards of care and support to our tenants to enable them to live a full and meaningful life. So they'll promote independence and choice for each tenant in all aspects of their life. So that could be cooking, cleaning, personal care, attending appointments and leisure activities as well.
Great. So as an organisation, where are you actually based?
So we're actually primarily based in Sutton, Macclesfield, but we do have properties in Buxton as well.
Great. So anybody who came working for you, Alice, currently would that be physically coming into the office, or is there some element of remote working as well?
So it's support workers, so they would work in the tenants' apartments or houses, so that would be in Macclesfield. If the position is based in Macclesfield, it would be in Macclesfield, or we do have positions that sometimes are available in Buxton.
Perfect. Okay, great. Just tell us the kind of roles that you're recruiting for then currently.
So at the moment, we have full-time and part-time positions available for care support workers based at our Macclesfield locations. I would always say it's a good idea to keep an eye on our website to check what vacancies we do have, because, for example, we might have positions in Buxton come up available, or similarly, we do recruit for night workers as well, so they may come up on our website in the near future.
Perfect. And the kind of people you're looking for then, people that you're wanting to speak to today, who succeed in your organisation, what do those people look like, Alice?
So we're looking for people who are caring, patient, and that are willing to support vulnerable adults while ensuring that they treat them with the dignity and respect. We don't require people to have experience to work with us, because we believe that those personal skills are more important, and we do offer full training, so it's not something you need to have experience in. Of course, it is an advantage, but it's not essential.
And why work for Rosendale Trust? I mean, what's the benefits of joining you and starting a career with you, and what do you find people enjoy the most about working for the Trust?
So I think the main thing is that working in care, it can be a very rewarding career, because you're making a difference every day to someone else's life and supporting them to live their life fully and as meaningful as they can do. So we also have career progression opportunities. So we offer the opportunity to gain qualifications, so level 2, level 3 in health and social care. And we also have a range of staff benefits, such as a health cash plan, long service awards, enhanced sick pay schemes and life assurance schemes.
So plenty of benefits, and obviously all of that is detailed in the job vacancies. As people apply, they can read up on that.
Yeah, there's lots of information, and if anyone has any questions, they can get in touch with us.
Perfect. Well, this is their chance to do that actually now on this broadcast, to use the live chat to get in touch with Alice and the team at Rosendale, and I'm sure you can guide them. And really my final question is around that, for people who have applied successfully to work for you in the past, any hints or tips for those applying maybe today, and to make sure they are successful in that process?
I would always say it's a good idea to have a good look on our website and just find out more about what we do, and to always look at the job profile of the role that you're applying for, which are all on our website. Make sure you familiarise yourself with that role before you start your application form. And then when you do fill in your application form, include as much information as you can for all the questions it asks, and explain why you think you would be suited to fit that role.
Great. And in the current climate, I mean, are you doing lots of interviews online or on Zoom or on Teams?
Sometimes we do have interviews online, yes, but we do occasionally have interviews in person. Obviously, social distance and everything, because our care staff are still in work at the moment, being key workers. So they are, all the precautions in place as well.
Great. It's good to know. And it's good to know when people are applying what their expectation is of an interview and where that would take place. So thanks for letting us know about that. And let us know more about Rossendale Trust as well, Alice. It's been great to understand more about your organisation. And people can find out much more on your partner page. And of course, we'll leave the chat open for any future inquiries that people may have as well.
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel for this Northwest Works For You event. We'll hopefully see you again soon, Alice, on the channel, and take care.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Stuart. So today I have been joined by Scott Austin from Apprentify. So hi, Scott. Could you tell us a little bit about Apprentify and what you do?
Yeah, brilliant. So thanks for having us. So as Jen said, I'm Scott Austin from Apprentify. So I am the apprentice recruitment executive who looks after bringing in new apprentices for new employers, finding them new roles within the Greater Manchester area. So that is the area we mainly cover, the Greater Manchester area, but other areas as well. We do stretch a little bit further afield, but mainly in the digital space, so looking at digital marketing apprenticeships and junior content apprenticeships.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So whereabouts are you guys based roughly?
Yeah, so we're actually based in Wilmslow. But as you can see, because obviously a lot of us are at home, and we were based at home even before COVID as well. So we are scattered around. Most of us, though, are based around the Greater Manchester area and bobby in and out of the office in Wilmslow every now and then.
Perfect, that sounds brilliant. So what roles are you recruiting for when it comes to apprenticeships?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I mentioned a minute ago, so our main two apprenticeships are digital marketer level 3 and junior content producer level 3 as well. So very similar, but have their own differences. So with the digital marketer, they're more around the analytics, the web development, web design. With the junior content producer, it's exactly what it says on the tin. So very much creating content, videography, photography, that sort of thing as well. So the roles change slightly depending on the company. So obviously, if you're working for a big company, you might be working for tasks in-house, or a smaller kind of client, a smaller digital agency. You may be working with different clients, looking at email campaigns, web development, content writing. The list of roles within the industry kind of can go on forever. There's absolutely loads that you can kind of go into.
Perfect, brilliant. So what kind of people are you looking for to join those apprenticeships that you line up for?
Yeah, absolutely. So apprenticeships are open now for anyone aged 16 and above. So anyone who's kind of finished their GCSEs or come out of A-levels and colleges, or have come out of universities, and older as well. I see all sorts of clients, all sorts of ages. And employers are looking for different things. Some are looking for that more raw talent so they can mold into the perfect kind of employee. Some are looking for that more experienced candidate, a little bit more life experience, a little bit more kind of can hit the ground running with a little bit of experience like they've already gained.
Perfect, amazing. So why would someone want to do an apprentice through you guys?
Yeah, so obviously there's a lot of providers out there and they all do a great job. We are different slightly to those because as well as the apprenticeship standard, we also offer additional training towards the end of the apprenticeship, what we call Path to Mastery. So this is additional training that you can get qualifications in, whether that be web design or paid search, whatever it is you may want to go down and get additional qualifications and training in, we can do that with apprentices towards the end of the apprenticeship to give them that little bit extra.
Perfect, that's amazing, and sounds like such a good opportunity as well, as you said, that little bit extra. So do you have any hints or tips for those that might apply for an apprenticeship through you?
Yeah, definitely. So as you can imagine, I see hundreds of applications coming through week in, week out. So my advice would be to obviously get creative with your CV. It's a creative sort of industry, this. There's lots of free templates out there on things like Microsoft Word. The basics, make sure your spelling and your grammar's correct, but also tailor it to the industry and the job role that you're wanting to kind of go for as well. Make sure your relevant skills are on there. And if you do have a portfolio, links to your kind of social medias, then do put them on there as well. Now, if you don't have a portfolio, go and create one. It really does help sell yourself within this industry to employers and recruiters like myself, to give you that kind of edge above you, ahead of your peers.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Scott, for that advice there. But also thank you for your time today. Unfortunately, that's the end of today's interview. However, I'm sure we'll see you again very soon on the Jobs Live channel.
Thanks again.
No, thank you. But now it's back to Stu in the studio.
Hi, my name is Lisa Breakspear, and I want to tell you about an exciting new employment support programme called Journey First that can help you realise your goals. So what is Journey First? The key focus of this programme is on the journey you will take. The Journey First programme provides intensive one-to-one support for young people and adults across Cheshire and Warrington, helping them to overcome barriers and reach their goals, whether that be support with job search, employment or access to further education or training. Funded by the European Social Fund, Journey First will aim to help 3,165 participants aged between 16 and 24 in the next 3 years, and 2,225 adults over the age of 18. The project will be delivered by 3 local authorities, Cheshire East, Cheshire West and Warrington. Today, I am focusing on the adult support programme offered by Cheshire West and Chester Council. So how will it work? Journey First will provide each beneficiary with their own employment support officer who will work with you to identify and provide personalised one-to-one support, helping to navigate the whole journey to work. Our employment support officers will work with you to identify all the barriers that may be preventing you from progressing into training and employment, and agree a plan of action and support to move forward. The programme will not judge you or impose actions on you. Journey First will help you to identify your skills and goals, provide skills and tailored employment advice, offer a one-to-one wraparound support, working alongside your key worker, help tackle wider issues that are preventing progress such as debt, health, housing and caring responsibilities, meet employers and find out about different employment paths, guide you through the job search and help prepare you for the workplace, help you to find opportunities and unlock your potential. So who is eligible for the support? Our Journey First project will support adults 18 and over who have been unemployed for over 6 months and or have a range of other barriers to employment, such as physical or learning disabilities, or other complex needs, including mental health conditions or other barriers that are preventing progression into employment. So how do you refer into the programme? Participants will be identified primarily through existing support teams and will be referred directly through a number of referral partners. Eligible individuals can also refer directly through our work zones. So I now have a short case study for a real customer that was long-term unemployed and supported to find work with help from one of our work zone mentors. This will give you an idea of how Journey First could support you. So Lynn was unemployed for 15 months due to a prolonged health condition and had been claiming employment support allowance for around 13 months. After hearing about the support that the work zones offered, Lynn decided to refer herself for an appointment. Lynn's confidence was very low and she was very anxious after being out of work for such a long time. After a work zone initial registration, Lynn was signposted to a mentor for one-to-one support. The mentor took time to talk and understand the barriers to work that Lynn was facing and offered support with careers guidance whilst setting to work to develop an action plan that would help break down her barriers. As well as confidence, Lynn lacked the knowledge and skills that would give her the independence to search for jobs online. In time, Lynn went on to attend several courses to address her confidence, such as work clubs, employability courses, well-being, and an IT skills course, where she achieved an award in digital skills. Lynn's confidence started to grow with each barrier that she overcame. The WorkZone mentor continued to support Lynn with creating a CV and cover letters, and also helped with applications for jobs. When offered an interview for a retail job Lynn was really interested in, she was excited but very nervous. Over the next week, the mentor provided support with mock interviews to prepare Lynn for her meeting with the employer. I'm pleased to say that Lynn was offered a part-time position with a well-known department store. So if you think Journey First might be the programme to support you, please get in contact with us for a discussion and we can talk to you about what's on offer. Please contact Stuart Peach, who's our Customer Progression Officer for Journey First. Stuart can be contacted on stuart.peach@cheshireWesternchester.gov.uk. Alternatively, you can give Stuart a call on 07827 835 011. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back to the Jobs Live channel. As you know, we're actually today helping you find work, and we're doing that through this Northwest Works for You event, and we're meeting different businesses from across the region who've got vacancies right now to help you back into employment, or maybe give you a career change or get you to return to work after a while away from the workplace. Delighted to be joined by Kate Story from Wigan Council. Hi, Kate.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel for this really special event. As you know, we've been on all day talking to people across the region. We've got fantastic vacancies to help people who are looking for work. Can I just ask you first, what does you do? What's your council's responsibility for the region?
Well, I work for Wigan Council, as you mentioned, and a lot of people have got the perception that councils look after our bins and look after our people, but there's so much more to us than that. We've got different departments representing all sorts of different professions, different levels. So we've got planning, we've got environment, we've got social care. So for those people that want to get themselves involved with other people, we've got customer services. So if you don't want that actual personal contact, there's the contact over the telephone. We've got PR, and we've got roles such as mine in HR as well.
So a whole range of, like you say, a whole range of different jobs there, which may be different to the perception, as you say, as to what people see and think of when they think of councils in general. You say you're based obviously in Wigan, but are you based all in one office, or are you spread around the town?
No, we represent the borough and are actually out and about throughout the whole entire borough, from Wigan through Leigh, through Tilsley, Atherton. Literally, you could be based anywhere across the borough when you come and work for the council.
Great. And you already given us a range there of different positions, different areas you can work for the council. But what kind of jobs are you recruiting for right now?
Right now, we've got some adult support workers, so helping support those individuals that can't be independent or alone. We've got some hub key workers, so supporting our children that need some help within their arena. We've got roles within education, so lunchtime assistants, and we're gearing up for a future 50 apprenticeships over in our Places Directorate. So watch this space for those roles to be announced in the next couple of months.
Sounds brilliant, Kate. And obviously, you will have, I'm suspecting, a careers page or a jobs vacancy page on the Wigan Council website. Is that the best place to start if you're looking for these vacancies?
I would say go to greater.jobs, because that's where we advertise all our vacancies. So that's a collaboration of all local authorities across Greater Manchester, and it's where is our touch point. You can sign up for job alerts. If you can't find something that tickles your fancy today, you can still sign up for the areas that you are interested in, so that you're the first to hear about when those jobs go live.
So that's greater.jobs, and we will put up the link to that in the live jobs feed during the course of today. So thanks for sharing that, Kate. The people who then work for you at the council, you've obviously seen your fair share of CVs and applications, I guess, over the years. You know, what sort of people do you think are most successful when they join you? What sort of attitude or what skill set do they tend to have that makes them successful when they come to work for you?
When you're working for the council, tenacity is a good thing. We have 3 behaviours that we really seek out in all our applicants, which is be positive, be accountable, and be courageous. So we want people that are coming on board to help and support our residents in whatever area they're working in the council.
And I know it sounds an obvious question, but why work for Wigan Council? What do you offer people who come to work for you?
It is a great organisation. Clearly it's local authority, so there's all sorts of different pathways. The amount of people that start off in one particular area and then take a sidestep and go and work somewhere else that have actually come up through our grassroots, through our apprenticeship schemes, and hit the top. So it is a bit of a political beast. I'm not going to hide away from that in certain areas, but it is a great company, an organisation to actually support your communities and do the right thing by our communities and work for the best of the best, really. We were Council of the Year in 2019. We've got great rewards. We've got a great work-life balance. You can probably see that I'm working from home right now. Yes, some of that has been COVID-induced, but we're looking at ways to help people be flexible as well in their approach to work going forward, so we can capitalise on some of the good things that have actually come out of COVID.
Brilliant. And obviously you say there things have changed and people are working from home, but that will probably continue in some shape or form. So great if you're embracing that as a council. Finally, I just wanted to ask you, for people who are applying maybe on the back of this, or have seen something about any role today, you know, you as a HR manager, you know, again, you've seen a lot of people who've been successful, but you've been also quite frustrated, I guess, when you see a potential candidate who's not quite hit the mark with what their application needs to say or do. What hints and tips can you give people applying for any role today to make their application stand out?
I would say make sure that you are yourself, that you're true to yourself on your application. Make sure that your skills stand out, and that's not necessarily your actual qualifications, but what skills have you got? You might have been a stay-at-home mum, but actually your multitasking will have shot through the roof whilst you've been at home. Make sure that you link through some of your real-life examples to what you're actually doing and how that can take you through to being a great employee. And when you get there and get that interview, relax and be yourself. We don't want to see a potted version of you. We want the real you and bring you the whole you to that particular application process.
Great advice, Kate, and thanks so much for that, and also for your support of the Northwest Works for You event, which is taking place this week, and hopefully we'll get some vacancies filled for you on the back of this event as well. Thanks so much for your time, Kate, today. Look forward to it.
Thank you.
No, my pleasure. And thank you for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. We'll speak to you again, I'm sure, in the future. Thanks, Kate.
Good luck with your applications, everyone.
Capita is what we call a BPO, a business process outsourcing organisation, and it's one of the largest in the UK. We currently have around about 60,000 employees globally, although the bulk of those guys are based in the UK, around 45,000 people. We support in all manner of outsourcing across primarily the customer service space, which is why we're talking today. We manage multiple call centre locations across the UK and Ireland, and typically these sorts of outsources include mostly client-facing activity, supporting the likes of telecoms, utilities, retail, government, and anything that these guys need in order to support their clients at the other end of the process.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So could you tell us whereabouts you guys are based?
So the company as a whole is based in the UK and mentioned offices globally as well. But for the purpose of today, we are supporting roles that we are recruiting for primarily in Prestonbrook and Manchester, although we also do have offices around the area in both Darwin and Bootle. Although it's worth noting that location and where we're based, I think in the current climate, is probably not as important as it perhaps was 18 months ago, because we also have a large number of roles, more so than we've ever have done, that would be home working based too. So my advice would be for anyone looking to apply for a role at Capita is not to worry too much about the geography or the location. If those office spaces work very well for you, then superb, but if they don't, it's still worth applying because of our home working offering that we have currently.
What are the kind of roles that you're recruiting for presently for that flexibility?
Sure. So my role, I look after what we call our volume hiring, which is primarily supporting one of the business areas of Capita that's called customer management. And they are responsible for all of the outsourcing to the organisations that I mentioned earlier on. So typically we recruit for the same skill set on a regular basis, and it's often call centre advisors, sales and collections advisors, customer management, operational support officers, field monitoring roles. It tends to be anything that is very call centre based, that is supporting queries and concerns that come in from the customers of our customers.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So what kind of people are you looking for to, one, fill that type of role, and also your organisation?
I think I'm very passionate about working for Capita. I think it's a great organisation to work for. And what we're looking for is somebody that brings that enthusiasm with them too. I think customer centricity is at the heart of everything that we do. So somebody that is organised, resilient, a fabulous listener, has a huge amount of empathy and understanding, and is generally solutions focused. In a call centre on any given day, the queries that a person can look after can vary dramatically. Some of them can be quite emotional, some of them very positive. At times it's fair to say that we get the odd disgruntled customer. So the resilience piece is key, but somebody that's really solution driven, that wants to be able to help a client from the beginning of their problem through to the resolution is somebody that would work very well for us. The customer centricity piece is the piece that I can't emphasise enough.
Perfect, that sounds amazing. So why would someone want to come and work at Capita and work for you?
Sure, I think there are a number of reasons. So as an organisation, over the last couple of years, we have been evolving. We've been on a path of transition. And I think it's clear that we have looked at simplification and really trying to make things better, both for our colleagues and for our customer base. And I think because of that, we were able to adapt so well to the first UK lockdown and to the second thereafter.
Well, that sounds just amazing and a great place to work. So do you have any hints or tips for anybody that might be wanting to apply today?
I think my biggest hint would be don't worry or don't be concerned if you don't have a lengthy call centre background. For us, we are really we really want to attract people with the right behaviours rather than a typical skill set. It's all around, like I said earlier on, about supporting the customer. And if you're able to demonstrate throughout the assessment process that you have that level of dedication, solution driven, then you'll fare well through the process. So don't worry if you don't have the skill set that you think is required to do the role. We will provide the training that's necessary and the upskilling that you would need in order to do the role effectively. Throughout the process, there are a number of assessments that a person will go through, and some of them are quite funky. We work with a company called Arctic Shores, who looks after our AI, and you'll go through what is quite a dynamic assessment piece that's quite gamified and quite interesting, and you'll get a profile that comes out of the back of that. And that assessment allows us to assess your behaviours and your fit for our culture and our values, as opposed to looking at your core capabilities, which is secondary for us. So my view would be, if you feel like you are passionate about customer services, you're goal oriented, and you like the idea of problem solving, then Capita would be a fabulous organisation for you to work with. And like I say, if that fits your brief, apply. You wouldn't be, there'd be a myriad of opportunities available to you.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Tanya, for your time today. But unfortunately, that is all. Well, hopefully we'll be able to see you again on the Jobs Live channel very soon. But unfortunately for now, I must pass now back to Stuart. But thank you so much again.
Thank you very much.
Delighted to be joined today by Laura. Hi, Laura.
Hi, Stuart. You okay?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel for this Northwest Works for You event. Just tell us, before we get into what Kier does, what's your role there within Kier Construction?
Yeah, so I work on the highways sector of the business, and I'm an assistant HR business partner, so I look after all our highways contracts that we've got currently in the northwest of the Kier business, basically.
And we were saying earlier to Charlie and to Daniel from Talk and from McCann Health that I think your sector, like theirs, has seen a real boom, hasn't it? I mean, lots of projects being awarded, and which means you must be incredibly busy at the moment.
Yeah, if anything, we've got busier during COVID times as well. You know, a lot more demand from clients and things, a lot of infrastructure going up, and new contracts, awards. It's quite an exciting time, especially in the northwest where I'm based. It's a lot of exciting projects coming up, that's for certain.
And for those who may not have heard of Kier, just tell us briefly what you do as an organisation.
Yeah, so Kier is a construction company. We're up and down the UK, so we're not just in the northwest, we're all over. We have 4 core business units, which is in highways, infrastructure, construction and utilities. So we've got thousands of employees. We're one of the leaders in the market in construction. We try and collaborate together as one big company, even though we fall under 4 different sectors. So I'm primarily from the highways part of the business, and Lara, who you've seen before, my colleague, was from the build side. So from the highways point of view, we maintain motorways, so places like the M6 Spaghetti Junction, we'll do all the maintenance and repairs on there, the potholes. We also work with a lot of local authority contracts up and down the business, fixing and maintaining, building new bypasses. And in terms of the build side, we'll build a lot of places like your office space, your schools, universities, prisons. There's all sorts going on. We built the Mersey Gateway as well in Merseyside. So really big infrastructure, exciting projects. And we have a big contract with utilities as well, where we work alongside Virgin Media and help with all aspects of it as well.
Certainly sounds like there's a lot going on there. And the perception of construction, as you'll know from people who look out inside to you and look at your organisation and think, I don't want to work on a building site. It's much more than that, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. And that's one of the messages that we try and put out there quite a lot. For me, working highways, people just assume, it's just, road workers, people filling potholes, this, that and the other. But there's so much more to it. We've got roles like graphic designers and the communications side, the marketing side, IT, everything like that, really. Human resources, there's so much more. The design element around it all as well, the project management. It's not just a case of being a builder on site or road works.
Yeah, and I think that's getting through to people watching this broadcast today, because Ben, who's just put up, and I think one of your colleagues, Kane, who's on the chat today, I was wondering if any of your jobs relate to advertising, marketing, or even sales. So even with an organisation like yours in construction, you need those people, don't you?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, our marketing and comms space at the moment is, the stakeholder side of it all, dealing with the public, going out there, liaising with the public, and making sure we're doing our job the best and not disturbing people. And to the point of internal comms, we've got to have all that set up in place for not just our internal employees, but everyone else out there external as well. It's a very, very big department we've got in Kier.
Sounds great. And I think a lot of these opportunities exist on your careers page. So if you haven't already, go to the Kier careers page and you'll see lots of what Laura's been mentioning there. Can I just talk about the different people that apply to you then? I mean, obviously, you have a certain type of individual that you're attracted to, that wants to work for you, or you want to work with them. Can you give us an insight as to the kind of people you're looking for to join Kier?
Yeah, so our values are basically collaborative, forward thinking and trusted. So if you feel that you can match them values, then you're the person for us. Basically, I mean, we try, our best to attract a diverse range of different people from different backgrounds, whether that's, people just starting off on career journeys such as early careers, work experience, apprentices, graduates, all the way through to, to senior employers. We do a lot of work, trying to get people in from different backgrounds and to transfer them skills into the business. For example, we're working a lot with ex-military at the moment, because there's so many transferable skills out there that they can bring into our business, whether you're from construction, retail, gas, anywhere. There's so many transferable skills into the construction industry. We want to really pass that message out there. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, come to us. We are an inclusive employer.
And the kind of, the benefits of working for Kier then, just touch on them if you may. Why would someone want to work for Kier in the first place?
I mean, overall, this is from my personal experience. They're a really supportive employer. We have many things in place from, we have line manager training. We know managers are a big part of someone's employment. So we have a lot of manager training to make sure they can actually look after the employee, not look after, but ensure they're supported. We have many benefits in place to attract people to the business, but it goes a lot deeper than that in terms of, I suppose, upskilling people. You might think, we've come into a job and that's it. For those who are really willing, we will put time, money and effort into to upskill you to the best you can. For example, myself, I started off as a HR administrator. I've been here nearly 7 years now, and they've put me through my level 3 HR qualification, level 5, and I've just recently passed my master's. So I came from not a lot of GCSEs coming into this environment, and they're really, really willing to upskill you and put the money and effort into you if you're willing to give that back. So it's a really good employer.
Thank you, Laura. And it's great to see that support is in place, and that's one of the reasons why companies are getting involved with this pledge and this event, because it is more than just, like you say, taking people on. It's supporting them, it's mentoring them and making sure they're as successful as they can be. You also take on apprentices, like a lot of construction companies. Coming in as an apprentice is another great way of joining your industry, isn't it?
It really is. And again, just to pick up on the mentoring comment that you came with, we have dedicated early careers teams within the business. So it's not just the case of getting an apprentice in or a graduate or work experience. We actually have staff there employed to actually take them through that career journey, and it won't just stop once they become a permanent employee. We really are dedicated to looking after the apprentices and supporting them through the journey and making sure that they get everything they can do out of it.
Yeah, and over the past 12 months, I'm sure you've seen a lot of changes, a lot of people working from home like yourself. It's been, and you've had to adapt to that. So for some people joining you, that will still be the case, that they'll still need to work remotely for now.
For now, we've been operating as business as usual in the construction industry. If anything, like I say, we've got busy, so we do still have quite a lot of sites, COVID secure, safe sites up and running. So we like to see it as that person's preference quite a lot of the time. You know, if people do have to work from home, do you want to work from home that first day, or would you prefer to come into the office for a couple of days a week perhaps and work it that way? We give it as the person's preference going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, as today's been about support as well and getting people, so they can apply and be successful. You've obviously seen your fair share, Laura, I'm guessing, of CVs and applications and people going through that process. What's the key ingredients to get somebody to be successful and get to interview stage?
Yeah, I think with me, overall, doing a bit of research on the company and, applying for the job, do a bit of research. If you're not too sure what that job is, have a, further look and kind of just be open and honest. If there's not something you've experienced but you're willing to learn more about, then just let us know. Researching the company, I think any company will definitely help you. It shows that you're interested and you've done your research on the type of company you're working for, what they've done in the past. And I think, when it gets to interview stage at all, we do quite like seeing, when you share your examples of, how you've worked well in a team, what you've done, how you've done to mentor others or help people better themselves. Them sort of responses really do shine out, especially with a company like Kia, where we're very people orientated.
And for you personally, can I just ask, what's the best thing about working for Kia? What do you enjoy the most?
Ooh, definitely the people. I'd probably say, I'm not sure if that's going to be a common answer, but the people that make it and having good management in the business. We've had a lot of changes in Kia recently, and we've got a really good CEO that works for the business, very people orientated. We've just got everyone's amazing. The people are amazing. It's the people that make business at the end of the day. And yeah, I think it's it, the people.
And just on a final note from you, what do you hope this will achieve for you as an organisation and for people who are looking for work? What do you hope will come out of this event?
Well, hopefully, a lot of people applying for our roles. I specifically look after a project in Blackpool and Liverpool at the moment. And, trying to get people to apply from a local area and, people around the Northwest has been proven a bit difficult in certain areas like Blackpool. So just to have that bit more encouragement for people to apply for the roles and, don't be too scared whether you think you can or you can't do it. Apply, ask the questions. It might be a case of you've got a lot of transferable skills. We just need to break it down a bit more. So just don't be afraid of applying and get to the website.
Absolutely. And I think that's what the channel is all about today as well. It's a chance to have a one-to-one chat with, Laura and the team there at Kia. This is a golden opportunity really whilst they're online to get in touch. And if you joining this late, don't worry, there's still plenty of chances to do just that. Go to the Kia partner page and ask a question, or you can ask it through the main event, which I know a lot of them have already been doing this morning. There's been quite a few questions, Laura, you'll be pleased to know, while we've been chatting to you here for the last 5 minutes or so. Well, listen, thank you so much for joining us today for the Northwest Works for You event, Laura. Hopefully, for your point of view, you've convinced people that it's not just about hard hats and muddy boots. There's a lot more that goes on in the construction industry. So thank you for sharing that with us. And we're going to shortly meet up with Amanda from Stockport Homes, keeping that building and construction link going this morning. But before we do that, we have a short interview. We met up with Sue from IMAP to tell us more about what IMAP do in the region. Thanks, Laura. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the event. So next up, we're going to meet up with Darren Appleby from Pathways CIC. Hi, Darren. Pleased to meet you.
Hi, Stuart. You okay there?
Yeah, very good. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. I know before you just get into your presentation, you're going to just tell us a little bit about what your role is there. What's your sort of day-to-day role there at Pathways CIC?
Well, I'm the project coordinator, so my role is primarily focused on supporting the individual link workers out in practice, and also primarily around data analysis. So most of my time is spent looking at spreadsheets, which is nice.
Well, someone has to. So, and I'm sure you enjoy it. You can't beat.
I do indeed. Yeah.
You can't beat a good spreadsheet, can you? So,
oh no,
no. So I know I'm going to let you crack on with your presentation. You're going to talk to us about the organisation and the roles you've got and the kind of people you're looking for to work for you in the future. But just quickly, whereabouts are you based, by the way? Whereabouts is Pathways CIC?
We're based in Crewe, but our projects cover pretty much the whole of the Northwest, from South Cheshire right the way up to Greater Manchester.
So you'd be interested in hearing from anybody really in the region who's interested in joining you in the future?
I think so, yeah, because our primary care networks, and I'll go into this in more detail, but we cover from South Cheshire up to the north of Vale Royal, so Northwich, Winsford, those kind of areas, and then coming down towards Middlewich, Sandbach and Crewe. So that's our patch.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I think you're going to attempt anyway. This is the first time we've tried this live. We're going to do a screen share. So if you could try that and then we'll get on with your presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you, Stuart.
Let's give Darren a few seconds to show us his presentation. I think we can see it now. There we go. So yeah, we can see it all clear on the screen. So over to you, please, Darren.
Thank you very much, Stuart. So yeah, welcome everybody. I'm Darren Appleby. I'm the Social Prescribing Coordinator for Pathways CIC. As Stuart has mentioned there, we're based over in Crewe, but we predominantly cover from South Cheshire through up to Greater Manchester, so a lot of the Northwest area. I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about our organisation and particularly the roles that we cover and the roles that we are particularly looking to recruit for most recently. I'll go through this in a fairly rapid, but if anybody's got any questions, please feel free. So our organisation was formed in 2006 with a social enterprise based on innovation and forward thinking. We deliver health, work and wellbeing programs designed to create sustainable change for individuals and local communities. And it's all based around enabling people to live happier and healthier lives. We are one of the top 100 social enterprises in the UK. We hold gold accreditation from Investors in People, and we're identified as one of the top 10% of IIP employers. And we recently gained the Small Business of the Year 2020 award. As a consequence of our commitment for delivering best practice, we hold contracts both across the public and private sector, within local authorities and within NHS England. We've supported in excess of 55,000 people. We've saved over 1,265,000 days of waiting time for access into primary care services. And we've saved the country in excess of over £29 million in economic benefits for the communities we serve. Our commitment is all about outcomes and return on investment, and that enables us to have a stable blueprint for future ongoing investment. Just a little bit about our Investors in People. We strongly believe that a good employer's best asset is our staff. We have a great workforce that come to work for Pathways. We have quite a number of benefits. For example, you get your birthday off, which is great. I had mine last week, thanks. But the external assessment confirmed that the people who work for Pathways enjoy it. It marries into their own personal ethos. So we're very much around support for staff. It's a challenging job. It's difficult. It can be difficult working with people who are going through difficulties themselves, but we ensure that our staff are supported in every step of that. The staff have got a strong sense of ownership and pride in their work, and we particularly kind of encourage people to feel empowered in the judgments that they make. We're very much around autonomy. We're very much around self-management, and really that giving that people that autonomy to take decisions, which I feel is really important. Moving on to the recruitment phase, we're currently looking for 3 specific vacancies. Those are the vacancies that we're currently recruiting for. Now, these roles I'll go into in more detail, but as a whole, they require a very positive attitude and also that element of working hard as part of the local primary care team. So it's about being embedded in the local GP surgeries, really delivering the service at point of need. Where there are gaps in skill sets, We provide comprehensive skills training through formal NHS-based training, our own internal training, and also elements of peer support, both locally and nationally. The roles, the social prescribing roles that we recruit for, you're part of a wider team, not only within Pathways and then further within the NHS, but also on that national basis as well. Naturally, we have COVID-safe working practices, and many of our link workers are currently based out in practice now in a COVID-safe environment, but some are continuing to work from home, and that's really based on what those particular practices require. A little bit of an overview of what social prescribing is. We are kind of innovative in the way that we deliver social prescribing. It's a way for agencies to refer people to a link worker and vice versa. We give people time, we focus on what matters to them, and we take that holistic approach to people's health and well-being. We connect people to community groups and statutory services for practical and emotional support. And we support existing community groups to be accessible and sustainable. We also help people to start new groups, and we work very much in partnership with all our local partners. We can't do our jobs without that local partnership framework in place. What social prescribing actually is primarily finding different ways of treating people's barriers. Many of the barriers that people face are potentially social, but also have that potential to be negatively impacting on their health. So by working with people with one or more long-term conditions, maybe people who need support with mental health, people who are lonely or isolated, or have complex social needs, those can all affect their health and their well-being. We believe very strongly that people, given the options and the empowerment, we believe very much that people can actually make the right choice and get towards their end goal. Now, the roles that we're currently recruiting for, we're looking for generalist social prescribing link workers. So those are people who will work with a range of patients being referred by GP practices, and we create additionality. So in other words, we're offering an additional level of service to what a GP would normally offer. We're non-clinical in that respect, so we don't prescribe medication, but what we do prescribe is kind of a different way of thinking about health. So it might be, for example, we know that the links between physical health and mental health are really strong. So by doing our holistic assessments at the start of the engagement, we can clearly understand what the needs of patients are. We can look at their health behaviours, their management of health and their self-care strategies, and we can connect then patients to the appropriate support beneficial to their lifestyle needs. A whole reason to do this is to reduce pressure on primary care by supporting dependency on primary care, and particularly with GP appointments, by addressing the non-medical needs of patients and those wider determinants of ill health. We do recognise that up to 20% of all GP appointments are actually non-clinical. People sometimes just need advice, and that's where we step in. The mental health link workers, however, are slightly more specialised. Those are trained counsellors, therapists who play an active role in a patient's healthcare, and they engage particularly patients in their mental health needs through undertaking assessments to understand that mental health need and their health behaviour. We connect, again, patients to appropriate support, and we reduce, again, that particular pressure on primary care by supporting those patients who perhaps are a little bit dependent on primary care. We've got the potential to reduce medication costs as well, because we look at different things like health and well-being in terms of mindfulness, in terms of counselling and those other kinds of forms of therapeutic care, which actually might go some way to actually give people the empowerment to make those changes. Social prescribers play a variety of different roles, and on the screen at the moment, you've got key areas. We promote physical and emotional health and well-being. We're about cost effectiveness and sustainability by preventing many people having that dependency on primary care. And also we do actually affect people's prescribing of medication as well. We build up local communities. So as part of the third sector, we play our part within the local community groups and the local community framework. Where we've got gaps in community organisations, we can help to fill them. We can help people to promote their own groups. We can also help people to develop and establish their own groups as well. We focus on behaviour change. So things like lifestyle, abilities to self-care, patient activation and motivation, plus also learning new skills. The capacity to build up the voluntary care sector is through things like volunteering, and we've encouraged and supported people into volunteering roles. That happens quite a lot. We look also at the social determinants of ill health. So we help people to improve their employability, reduce their isolation. We reach out to marginalised groups. We also provide key advice and support in a range of different areas where people might sometimes feel that they are slightly excluded from their own control over their health. What kind of people are we looking for? Well, in terms of our social prescribing link worker roles, we're looking for people for the mental health side who are working towards or currently hold BACP accreditation. We're looking for people with, again, on the mental health side, who have clinical knowledge and expertise and want to develop that further. From a more general perspective, we're looking for solution-focused people, people that can see an end goal and can map out a route towards that. They build relationship with practices, with patients, with community groups and organisations, and also other partners. A lot of it is around effective time management and caseload management, but we very much believe in the person-centred approach. Our clients, our patients are the key to this. And without their buy-in and without providing them with clear goals, then we ain't going to get where we need to be. But definitely we're around that positive aspect, that aspect which inspires trust, confidence and motivation. And as a result, we encourage people to be self-managing and working towards that end goal. In more focus, the social prescribing link worker, the salary bands are between 22,000 and 26,999. We do consider part-time, we do consider flexible working. We're based in local GP practices in and around the South Cheshire and Vale Roy area. We're currently at the moment looking for a social prescribing link worker on a 0.4 basis in Nantwich, but we also have vacancies ongoing and upcoming for a variety of areas through the SMASH PCM, which is Sandbach, Middlewich, Scholar Green and Haslington, the Winsford area, and the Chelford and Hanforth, Alderley Edge and Wilmslow. We have another role which is available to us at the moment, which we're currently recruiting for, and that's a care coordinator. It's a slightly different role than a social prescriber because they actually provide extra time and capacity to support patients preparing for or in following up clinical conversations they've had with their primary care professionals. Again, they will work closely with GP practices and they'll make sure that appropriate support is made available to patients and their carers and ensuring that their changing needs are addressed. What that means on a day-to-day basis is that you support patients by putting in place care support plans. You make sure that their care is connected and prioritized. You ensure that people don't fall through the cracks, especially where there's patient changes to health or healthcare needs. And you'll focus again on what matters to the patient, supporting them to take an active role in their own healthcare. It is all about supporting patients, helping them to take an active part of decision-making around their care. You'll be a vital part of the primary care team. And again, you'll be working in the practices as a member of that primary care team. Sometimes you might even be involved in the COVID-19 response, and some of our care coordinators have recently been involved in vaccination programs and also administrating some of the vaccination program as well. So it's a really diverse role, the care coordinator. Very similar kind of basis around the people who we want. We want people with excellent communication skills, an understanding of health and social care, either formally or informally. We need positivity. We need people that can adapt and maintain professional relationships. We're looking for that organisational skills, the time management skills. It's a very busy role. It's around good written skills for report writing, but also data management and IT skills. Many of our programs are based on the EMIS system, but don't worry, loads of training on hand to get you up to speed on that one. As regarding the care coordinator's salary band is slightly low, but it's still an important role. It's 19,000 to 23,000. Again, we will consider part-time and flexible working patterns, and we currently have vacancies working in GP practices in Crewe and in Northwich. Key thing now is how to actually apply. Because our Pathways website is just gone through an update, all our vacancies are posted on there, and we also post our vacancies upon Indeed. Please feel free to take a look at our website for our latest vacancies, and it's an ongoing process. So even if you find that there isn't anything available for your particular locality, by all means, if we're interested, if you're interested in joining us, then we're interested in speaking to you. Send your CVs over to Jeanette.Harradine@Pathways CIC, and we'll go through an initial conversation to try and find out exactly where your skills lie and how they can fit together with our programs. We go through an interview with a panel with recommendations then to the primary care network, who conduct the final interview. So that's the end of the information. If you need any further information, please send any questions, any details to yvonne.clark@pathwayscic.co.uk or jeanette.harradine@pathwayscic.co.uk. And again, our website at pathwayscic.co.uk has all our vacancies, plus there's loads of information on there around the kind of services that we delivered, the case studies of people who we've actually worked with. I think it's fairly safe to say that we have actually changed people's lives, and we continue to do that on a day-to-day basis. Thanks very much for your time, and I'm more than happy to have a chat about any further questions that you might have, Stuart.
Thank you so much for that, Darren. Very comprehensive review there of the vacancies and, of course, what Pathways CIC do. There's been a few people on the chat as well talking about the presentation. So if you and your team wouldn't mind jumping on there. And Joe, in particular, Joe C was asking, I'm training to be a mindfulness teacher, and as a BACP counsellor, would I be able to work as a social prescriber before I qualify? Don't need to answer that right now, but if you could just jump on the chat and maybe respond to Joe and anybody else. And I know your team are supporting us throughout the rest of this event, so thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No, Darren, I'm sorry we're going to have to leave it there, but I know you said you continue on the chat and helping people during the course of this event, so please feel free to that. And if you are getting in touch with Pathways, as Joe has done, make sure you tag them in your questions. So put the @ a bit like Twitter, put the @ and then Pathways CIC. Really nice to meet you, Darren. Thanks so much for that information. Really, really useful. And we'll hopefully see you back here again on the Jobs Live channel. Take care. We're going to meet up with Natasha from Creative Support. Hi, Natasha.
Hi, Stuart.
Thanks so much for joining us live here on the Jobs Live channel to talk about a little bit more about what your organisation does. But before we do that, what's your role there, Natasha, at Creative Support? What do you do?
So I'm the recruitment manager for Creative Support, and I've been with the company, for over 12 years now. And I think that says a lot about the company. We're a not-for-profit, and we're based in Stockport. We work in over 65 local authorities. And my role really today is just to talk about the company. Obviously, with COVID and with the furlough scheme, we have a lot of people who may have worked in hospitality or retail or different sectors, who may not have been in paid employment before. And I recognise how scary that is when you're going to a new role, especially if it's health and social care. So I just want to talk about a bit about how easy it is to get into health and social care, what you need in terms of experience and qualifications, and just to ease people into getting back into work and to applying to ourselves, hopefully.
So what kind of roles are we talking about there? It seems to be quite a variety, and for some people maybe sometimes they don't know what those roles truly are. So do you also help them understand what those roles mean in beyond the title?
Absolutely, Stuart. So we have our support worker roles. So that's generally supporting adults with, it might be somebody with a learning disability who lives in their own home. It might be somebody with mental health needs who needs support to go out to the bank or to go shopping. It might be an older person who lives in their own home and might need some support with dressing in the morning or with preparing a meal. We support adults all over England, and it really depends on the person. So people are different, people's needs are different. So our our goal is to give somebody the support that they need based on who they are and what they require. And yet you're absolutely right, our roles vary. So we have support worker roles, but we also have roles based on head office or regional offices. So we're looking for an IT technician at the minute, looking for someone to join our learning and development team. So it really does vary depending on your background and what you're looking for.
Yeah, and I know your team have been on the live chat. What struck you about the kind of questions and the individuals out there? Because you may not necessarily get that access to them in the way you've got this over the last few days.
No, I think that's been really helpful. And what's really struck me is that people are so keen to just know whether it's something they can apply for, if it's something that they'd want to do. It can be quite overwhelming for people. So what I'd say really in terms of the questions that we've had is you don't need any care experience, you need any qualifications to come and work in health and social care, to come and work for creative support. What we do look for is we're looking for the right values and ethos for it. So we want somebody who's caring, who's compassionate, and who wants to help. And I think what we've learned from the pandemic is that people really want to give back. You know, we were clapping for key workers, we're clapping for the NHS, and we're all working really, really hard together to support everybody in England. And I think people want to be a key worker. You know, join health and social care, join creative support. We've been supporting our staff to have a vaccine. Most of our staff are on their second dose of vaccine. It's a great role to come into if you want to make a difference, you want to do something different, and you get to go home every day, you know, and you get to tell your family you love them, you've helped someone, and it's a fun job and it's a safe job. Every day is genuinely different. No 2 days are the same at Creative Support, and you get to do things that you might want to do. So you might be supporting somebody who, you know, wants to go for long walks in the countryside. For you, that's great. That's a great match. You might be supporting somebody to apply for jobs or go shopping on their own for their first time. It's a huge remit in terms of things that you can do and the change somebody make.
And I just want to pick up on what you just said there, Natasha, is because of the pandemic, have you seen a notable increase in the number of people who do want to help people? And has that brought people forward that may not have considered this industry in the first place, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, Stuart. So we have lots of applications. We have applications from 17, 18-year-olds who are at college, who are doing a health and social care course, who, you know, want to roll, want to work, and want to make a difference in their community. We have people who've worked, you know, at Debenhams or at Topshop for 20 years and want to do something different now that those companies have gone under. It really does vary, and we do take people with a wide variety of backgrounds. We're a Investors in People silver employer, so that's really important to us in terms of what we put into to our staff. We're not for profit, so that's hugely important to what we give to our service users. We're a Stonewall Diversity Champion as well, so that means we encourage people from different backgrounds, from LGBTQ community, LGBT plus Q community, as well as BAME groups.
Brilliant. And can I just ask about, I mean, we ask this from all the employees who come in, is that those hints and tips, you know, to get people seen by you, because I'm sure you've seen your fair share as recruiting manager of CVs. What makes a good CV for you? Let's start with that. What would you say to people now to make sure their CV stands out?
For me, I'd want someone who's just honest about why they want to work for Creative Support or whichever organisation you're applying for. Just be genuine. You know, if you haven't been in work for a long time, say, you know, I've been a stay-at-home mum for 20 years, I want to come back into work, make a difference. But try and have a look at your skill set yourself. You know, most recruitment managers will know when we're looking at a CV or an application form what your transferable skills are. But I want you to tell me, why you think you'd be good at this job. Why would I want to hire you? Because that's something that I can't see. So yeah, be honest. Talk about your recruitment history. Tell me about your 5-year work history, what you've been doing, where you've been, or what it is that interests you and who you are as a person. That's what I want to see when we get to interview stages as well. I want to know who that person is genuinely. I'm not interested in buzzwords. I'm not interested in, you know, a presentation. I want to know who that person is, because at the end of the day, we're supporting vulnerable adults, and I want to make sure that's the right match, that it's a right match for the person applying for the role, it's a right match for the company as well.
No, that's great advice. Thank you for that, Natasha. And can I just remind people of your website? So if they want to go to that now, and I know you're going to put this up in the live chat as well, but what is the website for people to go to?
It's www.creativesupport.co.uk. You can always call our head office as well, 0161 236 0829, or you can pop me an email. It's natasha.palmer@creativesupport.co.uk.
So that's been Natasha Palmer here on the Jobs Live channel from Creative Support, a fantastic organisation doing some great work with vulnerable people, and there's stacks, isn't there, of care jobs available if they go onto that website, Natasha, right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And get in touch if you've got any queries.
Perfect. Well, that's what it's all about today. It's about getting in touch with these employers, including Creative Support. So feel free to use the live chat and even go to the Creative Support partner page. And the guys are there now ready to have a private conversation with you. Thanks so much for your time, Natasha, here on the Jobs Live channel. Thanks for giving up your time to talk to us about your organisation, and stay in touch.
That's great. Thanks, Stuart.
Take care.
The Jobs Live channel is an innovative, interactive, moderated online channel that brings job opportunities directly into the home, classroom, or business. The Jobs Live channel is free to the end user and does not require any additional equipment to be purchased or licenses to be downloaded. Since 2016, the Jobs Live channel and the Learn Live channel have supported the futures of people across the UK by delivering over 2,000 live broadcasts and reaching over 10 million people in schools, colleges, and the wider community. The Jobs Live channel can be attended by an unlimited number of individuals simply by logging into the channel and joining the live broadcast. The broadcasts can be customised to showcase an organisation's vacancies and profile, provide live video feeds and live jobs, and have a running commentary from our studios to review the latest job opportunities available across the UK. The Jobs Live channel is a partnership with businesses and the DWP and works continuously to link job seekers to employers and educate them about the types of companies available within the economy. The channel is already working successfully with companies like Balfour Beatty, Network Rail, the NHS, alongside hundreds of businesses supported by the local economic partnerships. Individuals and employees are encouraged to ask questions during the broadcasts via the channel's moderated live chat facility directly to the Jobs Live channel partners. The Jobs Live channel can offer you the following: a channel which gives employers and partners the opportunities to promote and discuss their current vacancies to a captive audience of job seekers. Dedicated channel pages for your business to host video content both live and on demand. An innovative, moderated live chat facility on your channel page to provide real-time interaction between customers and businesses. Fully searchable live jobs applet for customers to locate the latest vacancies and watch videos from employers discussing the roles available. Finally, using our trusted methods and our extensive knowledge of this market, our project plans ensure all resources and step-by-step processes are met in line with timescales and budgets. We look forward to working with your business in the future on the Jobs Live channel. Thank you for watching.
Delighted now to be joined by Colin Stewart from the DWP. Hello, Colin.
Hi, Stuart. Hello, folks.
Thanks so much for joining us. live here on the Jobs Live channel. We have met you before. I know I've seen your video from when we met you when we were talking about this event, and now we're here doing it live. Before we get into things, just tell us very quickly what your role is there, please, at the DWP.
So yeah, hi. So I look after all our job centres and our service centres, basically job seeker services and universal credit in the northwest and big parts of Yorkshire as well.
Perfect. So this is very much at the heart of your region, this event, and seeing all these companies get together, over 80 organisations already joining this channel. I mean, when you first set this up, I mean, what did you think was going to happen? I mean, you know, we talked about the comparison between a physical jobs event and this. What do you think the benefits are of doing it this way, Colin?
So when we set it up, we tried something similar in Cheshire, and the ideas come out of Cheshire, and I'm really proud that this is, oh, I've got a cuckoo clock going off in here. I'm really proud that this is coming out of the northwest, because we're going to take this model and we're going to roll with it, because it gets such reach across thousands and thousands of job seekers. People are able to access it. You can get onto it quickly, and I think it brings our employers closer to our job seekers as well. It's a community place-based approach. People are more into it. It's got that local feel. So I think it's a brilliant model, and I already know that we're going to take this and do it differently, in different places around the country. So really proud of it, Stuart. Really proud of what it's become.
I appreciate that, Colin. And obviously, what we thought was at the start of all of this, a place to match people with work. What we've seen, I think, over the last few days in particular, is the range of support people are getting as well from both employers and the DWP. Something which you all need, don't you, when you're searching for work?
Yeah, totally. So we've all been in that position. I think, you know, I've been there 3 or 4 times. I've been redundant 3 times, actually, in my career. I think it's pretty common now. So we need to support. DWP provide loads of support. And I know the employers in this event have been fantastic at helping people understand, you know, what they're going to see at interview or how to shape their applications to give them the best opportunities. Just remember, folks, anyone listening to this or watching it, we've got nearly 4,000 work coaches in the Northwest. And they're there. You can access through your journal or on the phone or on email to help you get ready. Lots of different training, lots of different ways we can do that. And we're getting some good feedback already, I think, from employers and from job seekers who are at the event on how we can do that. So don't be shy, is what I'd say, to ask for support and help. For many of us, certainly when I was in that position, I hadn't done anything like that for quite a long time. And I had a book I got from the library in about 1995 or something. Things change, the world changes, and the process changes. So use us.
Yeah, and you can only be what you can see. That's the truth, isn't it, Colin? So if you don't know about these organisations on your doorstep, you know, or even in the region, you're never going to know about them, and you may miss some great opportunities. So it is about educating people as well today, isn't it?
Yeah, completely. So I think there's something like 80 employers that you guys and everybody have brought together here, and thousands of vacancies. So educating yourselves if you're out there on how to go about it, on who's there. The reach that this has got, I think, is one of the most powerful things about it. No matter where you're sat in rural Cheshire, you know, if you're up in Merseyside, if you're in the middle of a city, you're still able to connect here and talk to these employers, which is fantastic.
Absolutely. And what we've seen as well over the last few days, and we've seen it before in the Cheshire event, is those connections being made, you know, where you can just find out more, the employer can find out a bit more about you and then take you on to the next level of application. We're just going to bring up, while you're chatting, Colin, if I may, the latest situation for vacancies across the Northwest. We've got 14,898 opportunities. Looking at the website now, this is the findajob.dwp.gov.uk, and I'm sure you'll promote this and tell people this is the go-to place, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So listen, there's 15,000 odd, as you say, vacancies on there. So a very wide range of vacancy type as well, which is important to point out. So it's not all one type of vacancy. There's something, basically, there is something there for everyone at different stages of a career with different skill sets. So go on to it, create your account, get alerts, get those matched alerts, nominate your skills, get the skills alerts matching going, and it'll fire you out the vacancies that'll be appropriate for you. And again, those work coaches are there to support you to do that and to help you through any of the process. There's loads of information out there. I think, staying positive through all of this, using events like this, that everybody involved, and thanks to McCann Health, Media Communications, and thanks to Talk and you guys, Stu, for helping put all of this on and sponsoring it and committing to it as well. So plenty of help out there. Suppose, Stu, what I'd honestly say is it's been a rough 12 months for a lot of people. Let's be really honest about that. But we can see in the Northwest, in the places that you're talking about, in the cities, in the more rural areas, that there are growth sectors, that there are companies that are coming out of this and growing, and that, the furlough point will change at some point, and the economy is coming back, and we can see as things start to open up, more and more vacancies, we can see them coming through, and it will snowball, and there will be lots of opportunity. But please, everybody listening, just use the support that all these guys are putting on.
Thanks so much, Colin. And just finally, before we let you go, what do you want to see happen now? Because we've done a number of these events. This is the biggest one so far. We're going to carry on the channel promoting opportunity and educating people. What would you like to see happen? What's the legacy of this?
So, I just start with the feedback. The feedback's been amazing. So the feedback from employers has been great, and the feedback from our job seekers has been incredible too. And we're all about just getting people into work, So what I want to see from this is more of these. So I think this gives us that word reach. Gives us a connection and the reach that brings together the local employers through this kind of way of working with all the job seekers. So I know we've had some, illustrious names come and support this. And the reason they do that is because it's not small scale, and it's big hitting, and it's going to get lots of people into work. So I'll be trying to take this model and the way we do it and do it again across the north, in the Midlands, down through London, and hopefully we can use this as just another tool, because what we're all about is desperately trying to help people get the skills they need and get into work. And that's what we're all about.
Brilliant. Well, it's a pleasure again to meet you, Colin, here on the Jobs Live channel. Thanks so much for your time today. Love to have you back on as well at some point to give us another update as we do roll this out across the regions, and to keep updated with what's going on in DWP. So thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of your Easter, I hope. Have we had a chance to have some downtime?
Yeah, a little bit. And thanks to you, Stu, and to everybody involved, Jobs Live, everything we're doing here. Thanks to all the employers. Thanks to everybody that's taking part. It's fantastic what we're doing. It really is.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Colin. Take care. We've now been joined by Sarah Williams. Hi, Sarah.
Hi. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us on the Jobs Live channel. Are you well?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm really pleased to be here this morning.
Yeah, and thanks for taking some time out to talk to us about what sounds like a really exciting and useful jobs portal you have there that covers the Cheshire and Warrington. And just remind people, you're part of the LEP in that area, aren't you, at Cheshire and Warrington? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So I work with the Local Enterprise Partnership and I lead on digital skills.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to let you just show us this exciting website. So if you could share your screen and then show us a bit more about it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully you can see my screen there.
Yeah, and we're just going to put a link to this website as well up, Sarah, as you're talking in the live chat. So if anybody wants to go straight to this website now, they can do that. So tell us a bit more about how it works.
Great, thank you. So the Cheshire and Warrington Opportunities portal, it's free to use and it's a single place to search for jobs, apprenticeships and training courses. It has 12,000 to 14,000 vacancies that are updated every 30 minutes, and it pulls those vacancies from a whole range of different websites, job posting websites, so it's quite a rich source. If you know the sort of job you're looking for, you can just type in the keyword. So I've just put digital in here. to spell it correctly. You can choose to search for all apprenticeships, courses or jobs, or just choose one of them. I'll leave it on all. And you can also change the distance, so you can have all of Cheshire and Warrington, or you can pop in a postcode. So if I just pop in, just pop it in here. So, oops.
Oh, there's nothing like doing it live, is there, Sarah?
I was going to copy and paste it, but I've closed my window. There we go.
Don't worry.
There. Right, so click on the search. Now what that's going to bring back on this next screen is jobs coded in red, apprenticeships in orange, and blue for training courses. So you'll see as I scroll down the list, the colours are changing here. And then you can just click apply now to directly apply for that job on the job site that it's been posted from. Now, if you don't know the sorts of keywords to type in, we've pre-populated some searches for industries in sectors that are growing in Cheshire and Warrington, and then those that have the highest levels of employment as well. So if I click on logistics and distribution, it's exactly the same sort of screen it's going to take me to with the same coding, but it's automatically put the keywords in for me here. If you want to find out more about different sectors, you can either click on industry sectors here. So if you're not too sure maybe what we mean by digital and tech, or down here I can click, and then it shows me the same headings, but where I can find more information out now. So if I click on digital and technology, it gives me some key facts and figures about working in that area, the sorts of skills I might need, and then it pulls the jobs related to that directly onto that page, links to local employers, so you can click and link off to their website, and then pulls in the apprenticeships and courses further down the screen. And there is also a careers directory, I'll show you on the right here, and that has 350 different job roles. So if I choose, say, web design from the bottom, and if I just click there, it's then going to take me through to key information. It comes from a variety of sources. Some of it's from the National Careers Service that we've populated here. So salaries, descriptions of the jobs, the main sorts of tasks, qualifications needed, what people studying that did in higher education, and then the prospects going forward, and then it pulls jobs again in related to that specific sector. As well as that, there's lots of information around redundancy help, maybe starting your own business, information on how to get a job. We link through to the found it down here. Find a Job, which I think you've been talking about on the jobs fair this morning, which is Job Centre Pluses and their job help. And then the final thing I was just going to show you is we have a retrain and upskill section. So as well as the courses that are automatically pulled in from the portal, we've listed some that might be useful for you. Most of them are free. This one here, LinkedIn, Microsoft and GitHub, they've identified the 10 most in-demand jobs and developed a series of courses to help people develop skills linked to those. Lloyds Banking Academy focuses on things like tips for CVs and digital skills. And then finally down here, we've got some free webinars coming up about careers goals, creating a CV, and your own personal brand. So if I just go back to the main home page here again, so just a quick recap, there's 12 to 14,000 vacancies updated every 30 minutes from a whole variety of places. And finally, I know that everybody, so this is a Northwest Jobs Fair this morning, so we've got links to our existing, so other portals that do a similar thing in our neighbouring regions, and ours are Manchester and Greater Manchester, sorry, Liverpool City and Greater Manchester. But once you click on that, you can then move from one region to another, and they're all listed at the bottom here. So I don't know if you have any questions, Stuart, if there's anything that's come up in the chat.
No, Sarah, that seems really useful, actually. The chat, I mean, the chat is live at the moment, and so what we'll do is we'll get people, if they've got any questions about your website, to feed them in. And I know you'll be on the chat later to help anybody who needs more information about this. So thank you so much, Sarah.
Higher in the resources section as well, I think, that people can access for a summary of it.
Perfect. So that's great. And I mean, really useful resource. And you say thousands of opportunities there. So this really complements what we're doing here on the Jobs Live channel, is educating people about these organisations. And then they can literally go to this site if they're in those areas and apply.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Sarah. Are you able to come back on screen just for a second? I just wanted to.
Yes, absolutely.
Is that okay? Perfect.
Yeah.
So everyone can see you again. Just while Sarah's doing that,
I need to stop sharing, don't I?
That's okay. That's okay. So it's all new. It's all new. There you are. So just wanted to mention we've got coming up. We've got an interview with Colin Stewart, who's director at DWP for the Northwest. We're going to be meeting him very soon, and also coming up some organisations which possibly on that website. Sarah, so we've got the British Army, we've got Greggs, My Dentist. You'll recognise some of these organisations, I'm sure. Plenty more to go at, and it's what I wanted to ask you is you clearly seen an increase in some of these sectors and some of these opportunities.
Yes.
So even though some sectors are suffering maybe because of what's been happening with the pandemic, there's other sectors that are really booming, aren't they?
Absolutely, they are, yes. And the way that we've listed the sectors by sectors that are growing or those with the highest levels of employment has been based on the work and research that the Cheshire and Warrington LEP have been doing, so what we call our data labour market work. So it really is informed by what's happening live.
Perfect. Well, listen, thank you for joining us live here on the Jobs Live channel today as part of this Northwest Works for You event sponsored by McCann Health and Talk, and of course the DWP as well. But brilliant work your colleagues are doing there, Sarah, to join all the dots really and help us make it easier for people to find work, which is the main thing I think I've taken from today. Is you're trying to make it as simple as possible. So thank you for all your work you've been putting into that portal. I know a lot of energy and effort's gone into it.
It has. Well, we hope it helps people find an opportunity quicker, and I really wish everybody lots of luck who's on the jobs fair today in finding a job for them.
Thank you, Sarah. We'll definitely pass that on, and I know you're going to stay on the live chat as well. So if anyone's got any questions for Sarah, feel free to get them through. Thanks so much to Sarah Williams, that's from the Cheshire and Warrington LEP, and your fantastic jobs portal there. Just remind us of the web address again, Sarah, before you go.
Yeah. So it's C&W opportunities.co.uk. C and W for Cheshire and Warrington.
Yeah, thank you. And we will put that link up if it hasn't gone already on the live chat so people can go and look at it and hopefully find work today. Thanks again for your time. We'll see you soon.
Thank you so much.
On Jobs Live. Thank you.
Okay.
Next up, a little bit different. This is the RAF, and I'm delighted to be joined by Rachel. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, everyone.
Great to have you live here on the Jobs Live channel today for this Northwest Works for You event. Rachel, you're no stranger to our channels. I know you're really passionate about this is on meeting people digitally and what it can achieve. Have you enjoyed the last day or so?
Oh, absolutely. It's great to meet different people and actually help people, because a lot of people aren't aware about what the RAF can actually do. And yes, you are moving away from the Northwest area, but providing you're happy to do that, there are lots and lots of opportunities out there for you.
Yeah. I know your colleagues are on the live chat as we speak, so I'm sure if you've got any questions for Rachel and the team, use the live chat or go to their partner page and have a direct conversation with them. So Rachel, just tell us a little bit about your role there. I see you've got your RAF banner or Royal Air Force banner there so you're all branded up, but what's your sort of day-to-day role there at the RAF?
Well, I'm actually a weapons systems operator, which means that I fly around on helicopters. And up until coming into the recruitment world, I was flying around on the Sea Kings. But I've also flown on the Chinook helicopter, and I've also done flight operations roles as well. So I've had quite a diverse kind of life within the RAF itself.
I'm going to say, where did it all start for you? I mean, did you always wanted to do this, or were you going in a different direction?
To be fair, I actually got a sixth form scholarship from the Royal Air Force at age 16. So I got £2,000 while studying at college. And I'm going to embarrass myself something rotten now, but the reason I got interested in the RAF is I watched Top Gun. And I just thought, oh, cool, blimey, I want to be like Tom Cruise flying around the skies. And I know that he was a naval aviator, as they call it, but I always wanted the Royal Air Force because for me, it's all about flying and being in the RAF.
And I mean, you make a good point there, actually, because I think it's a perception thing that, and we see it a lot on the chat, that you're all about pilots. You know, people think it's the only job available. But you're on here today to correct that, aren't you, and tell people there's so much more that you can apply into the RAF.
Absolutely. Actually, only 8% of our personnel, if you will, are aircrew. So we have around 50% of technical and engineering roles. We've got an awful lot of medical personnel. We've got force protection, logistics. So if you wanted to be an air-to-ground steward, if you wanted to be a chef, if you wanted to load aircraft, if you wanted to be into warehousing, I know we've had quite a few people on the chat that are looking into all of these roles, and the RAF is a prime example of going out there and actually getting the job done. It just means that you're not going to be doing it in the Northwest. You could be doing it anywhere all over the world, depending on where the operational tours are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you're a massive supporter of apprenticeships as well, and getting young people and other people, I mean, it doesn't have to be a certain age, to join you as an apprentice. I mean, give us a rough idea of how many people you take on at that level every year.
Okay, every year we take around 2,500 personnel in. And it could be that you are age 16, where you apply at age 15 and 9 months. It could be that you're mid-30s, 40s, wanting a second career. We're finding an awful lot of people that are coming into the RAF as a second career, having had families, and they're wanting to do something a little bit more for themselves. So you've got ample opportunity in order to do that.
Thank you, Rachel. And the kind of person that you see being successful in the RAF, what sort of skill sets or experience or just their personalities, what makes the best people to work for your organisation, do you think?
Okay, so we're after people that are fairly outgoing, are willing to get themselves out there, do the work itself, good communication skills. You don't have to be a leader. We have to have followers as well as leaders. So anyone that's just willing to get stuck in, you don't have to be actually qualified in order to join the RAF. So we can take you from having no qualifications at all, and we can put you all the way through your educational qualifications to the role that you want to do, all the way up to degree level, maybe even masters if that's how you wanted to go. So don't think just because you haven't got the qualifications initially that you can't join the RAF. There are lots of different routes in. For example, a lot of the logistics roles and force protection roles, you don't need any GCSEs whatsoever. But you could then end up getting a level 3 out of the RAF, and as I say, getting that degree.
I think on the last time we met you at one of these events, I do remember there was a chap who wanted to be a solicitor in Crewe, and he was looking around the Crewe area. He was asking for solicitors to get in touch with him, and I know you jumped on that chat and said, hey, we need legal counsel within the RAF. Would you be interested in working for us? And that's just one brilliant example of a role that you just wouldn't necessarily think of being needed by the RAF. But that's a really good example of it's just worth looking on your website, isn't it?
Absolutely. We've got 55 different roles in 8 different specialisations. So, you could be an operating department practitioner, you could be a physiotherapist, you could be environmental scientist. We have all of these roles, and they're just part of the medical bits and pieces. But yeah, we have police, we have firefighters. So people that are struggling to get into the civilian roles, come and give us a go, because you'll do exactly the same training in the RAF as you would do in the civilian world. And it just means that you get your qualifications, and then you're going to be highly sought after when you come to leave.
Brilliant. The benefits then, I mean, we've already talked about some where you get to travel. Clearly, for some people that is a benefit, but why else should people work for the RAF, Rachel?
For me, it's all about the team spirit. It's like having a second family. So you've got your own family, but then everyone that you work with, you become really interlinked, and you all look out for each other. You get good pay compared to what you can in the civilian world. So if you started off on a modern day apprenticeship, obviously if you're an older person, it's probably you're going to have to take a little bit of a pay cut. But if you add on the benefits on top of that, then it becomes much more alongside what you would in your civilian counterpart. But if you're a 16-year-old earning £20,000 within 6 months, or if you come in at one of the sergeant roles or the officer roles, you're looking at earning £32,000 within that 6 months. But your pay increases by £1,000 every year until you reach the top of the threshold for that rank. But if you look at free medical, free dental, free gym, you get, if you go away on operational tours, you get additional local overseas pay, which starts off at £5, but depending on how many days you've done away cumulatively in your career, it could go all the way up to £20. If you're a linguist, you'll get language pay, flying pay. You know, there's lots and lots of different things monetary wise, but also you get your pension paid for by the government. So you're saving 10% of your wages as well. Food's about £5 a day, and your accommodation for a 2-bedroom house, for example, is about £200. And if you live in the single accommodation, you're looking at anywhere between £75 a month to about £120 a month. So we really look after our people.
Yeah, and lots of information there about how you can get in and the allowances and everything else. So thanks for all of that. I think if anybody needs any further information, I would strongly recommend you use the live chat right now to get in touch with the team at the RAF, who can put some more detail against that if you're now thinking that that might be a route you want to take. Rachel, we've been asking people over the last couple of days who see a lot of people applying into their organisation and lots of CVs. For you personally, what makes a good application, and what would give that person a chance to be interviewed by the RAF?
Okay, for me, it's the eligibility check. So you need to make sure that you've got the right academics in order to come in. You then will have to sit either the airman or the airwoman selection test, or if you're going for one of the officer or sergeant roles that have computer-based aptitude tests, you have to pass those. Providing you've got the aptitude, the RAF will always give you an interview. So the first bit is actually passing that test, and we do have trials on the RAF website that you can practice on, making sure that you get your mindset going into the right kind of space, because it's quite tricky, especially if you've not done it for a while. It's time critical, and you've got different areas to go through, such as workload, mathematical reasoning, verbal reasoning, electrical, mechanical, and we put different kind of aspects on different roles within the RAF. So you'll always get an interview providing you've passed that eligibility test.
Yeah, perfect. Well, look, this has been really helpful, and thanks so much for your time here on the Northwest Works For You event on Jobs Live. It's always a pleasure to meet you, Rachel, and I know you'll be back again, I'm sure, telling us about the great roles that are available. But just a massive thank you as well to your team for helping people today, because I know it's not just been about them applying into you. You're just generally trying to help them as well, aren't you, get back into employment for those who are finding it quite challenging at the moment.
Absolutely. I know it's been a very tricky time for everyone, and anything we can do to help out with that, then, that's what we want to do, really.
Yeah.
And good luck to everyone.
Yeah.
I hope you get something out the next few days.
Yeah, and are you looking, I have to ask, are you looking forward to Top Gun 2?
I am. I can't wait.
Well, look, please let us know, because I'm on the fence about that one. So please let us know when you've seen it, if it's worth a watch.
Okay, will do. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rachel. Take care. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye. We're going to speak to Amanda from Stockport Homes. Amanda, is it fair to say the building industry is also in a bit of a boom at the moment?
It is, yes. Very fair to say that, definitely.
So you're Amanda Ward from Stockport Homes. Just tell us, Amanda, a little bit about your role there within Stockport Homes.
So yes, Amanda Ward, Stockport Homes. I'm the Employment Support Manager. So essentially one might think that our business is just generally about rent collection or buildings or properties, but it's really about communities. It's absolutely, we've got our mission, which is one team transforming lives. So essentially my job as the Employment Support Manager, I manage a team that support our customers to get back into employment, because that's really important to us to be able to support our customers.
And I guess the clue's in the title, but Stockport Homes as a company, what do you do?
So we've got quite a lot of different areas that we work on. Recently we actually had a big business development and we changed our company structure. So we are now Stockport Homes Limited, and we have lots of different arms. So we have Viaduct, which is our development arm, and we've got 360, which is our trading company, which does our capital works and commercially selling construction services. And we've recently just created our Foundations Charitable Community Benefit Society, essentially a charity. And we've got a lot of things that work in that area of the business, everything from your local pantries to furniture recycling to our Motivate service, which runs, we're one of the housing associations that deliver that across Greater Manchester, which supports those who are furthest to reach back into employment. So there's a lot of different areas that are within the business, not just sort of, the actual core elements of running a housing association on behalf of the local council.
And just give us a sense of size of your organisation. How many people do you roughly employ at the moment?
So we've got just shy of 650 employees. We've got a lot of employees now in a lot of different areas of the business. So like we're saying, sort of like the Foundations charitable arm, that's recently started to really grow. So that's getting much more employees in. And we've also got as well our 360, which is growing all the time, as you referenced right at the start, Stuart. Construction really is booming. So it's a lot of work that we're doing there. We don't just do a lot of work in Stockport. We've also recently been installing fire doors in schools in Rochdale. We do a lot of different work over a lot of different regions, and there's a lot of kind of different community elements that make up Stockport Homes as well, because we really are very much a values-based employer, and it's about how we manage to support our community and how we can make sure that our workforce represents our community as well. We're very keen to employ local people so that we know that we've got our workforce representing the people that we support and serve.
No, that's fantastic. And we're here at the channel, Jobs Live channel, is to educate, inspire, and connect people. And one of the things that I very obvious from talking to organisations today is that education piece around people may look at Stockport Homes and go, "No, that's not really for me." But actually, if they drill down a little bit deeper, there's so many roles that you bring in people with transferable skills from different sectors. You must see that every day. People who've never worked in your sector being able to find a home in your company.
Oh, I think it's the classic line. We always say it. Nobody dreams of a life in housing. Nobody starts their career and thinks, right, crikey, housing, that's where I need to be. Nearly everybody in the organisation has come from somewhere else, some other kind of industry, some different elements. And we really do bring a lot of that together, and then people start to come and work for us. I was looking recently to prepare for sort of like this morning, and we've got so many different jobs that we've recruited for in the past 6 months alone, not just sort of like those construction and joinery jobs, but antisocial behaviour team leaders and key workers and housing support officers, so many different elements of the business. And I think a lot of people don't always think that a housing association has so many component parts. We've got finance, we've got HR, we've got our marketing and comms team, which do external work for the organisation and also as well for other organisations. So there's a lot of different elements to working for a housing association. It really is quite a wide and diverse field. But you're right, Stuart, not everybody thinks of housing. That's the key area for me to move into.
No, indeed. And I think part of today is making sure people are aware of that. But just give us a flavour of the kind of roles that you have currently within Stockport Homes. If I was to go on your website now, what would I find?
So this is the concerning part. So at the moment, you'd only find one job that we have, but this is because we've changed our recruitment organisation that does all of our online recruitment. And by the end of today, though, there will be a lot of other jobs that are going up. But it's like the changeover day has just been today.
Typical.
So at the moment, we've got our. It's typical. It's just typical. At the moment, we have our HR administration. Up until Sunday, we had an electrical engineer's job that was available. But we've got quite a few different key worker, support worker roles that are in the pipeline. We've got some team manager roles that will be coming out in the next few weeks as well. And I've been reassured by HR this morning that there are at least 10 other positions that will be on the website by this afternoon.
That's brilliant. So if someone was to get in touch with you, you could send them that information, those links, so they can refresh the page later on today and hopefully see a lot more roles there.
More jobs there. Yes, definitely.
Perfect. So there's something, if you wanted to go to Stockport Homes, and I'm sure your team will put the link on the live chat as we're talking there, so people can go straight to that page and ensure that people find you and can register or do whatever they need to do to get in touch. Amanda, you obviously, in your role, you see a lot of people's applications, you know, and then you recruit them, and you must sort of see a pattern emerging of the kind of people who are successful in Stockport Homes. What is that? What are you looking for in people when they come work for you?
For us, it's the values. So, you know, we work to our Aspire values, and it really is core for all areas of the business, whether that's in construction elements or whether that's in our HR team or our finance team. It absolutely is the values. And for us, it's about providing an exceptional customer experience for everybody who is one of our tenants, and also as well working hard to change and create better communities. That's absolutely at the core of our mission, really. So, you know, there's a lot of things that we look for that are more sort of like your values as opposed to your actual technical skills and abilities. Certainly looking for the right type of fit for a Stockport Homes employee.
Thank you. And as an organisation, I mean, what's the benefits of working for you? I mean, what does working at Stockport Homes mean for someone who joins you?
I think there's some of the core headline things. So we're a living wage employer, we're a Stonewall diversity champion, we are platinum rated investors in people. Our most proud achievement is that we are in the Sunday Times top 100 best non-for-profit organisation. We are number one as of 2020.
Well, congratulations.
So it is, but for us as well, it's the package that we offer all of our workers, or everybody who works for Stockport Homes. There's an amazing amount of emphasis that's on health and well-being, that's on supporting people. We support staff to do qualifications, accredited qualifications, diplomas. There's a lot of work that goes into, we're very keen to grow our community, grow our own, and make sure that people have amazing opportunities to develop and that people are happy at work. We have a lot of things that we do. We do Aspire Days, so where people can take part in activities and really feel part of the company. We've done a few of those remotely even over this period of time, and you know, sort of like lots of packages and documents and goodie bags and things like that are sent out to staff, and we're all brought together virtually to do wonderful activities. But it really is very much a family, and it's an amazing organisation to work for, and there's a wealth of opportunities. We've been working very hard with the DWP in relation to Kickstart opportunities. We've got 7 of those that have 4 have just started today, so we've got another 3 to start later on this week, and we've got a new range of Kickstart opportunities that are coming out as well. But there's just so many opportunities for people to join the organisation and to grow and to really develop themselves and their skills. We work really hard with people to make sure that your working pattern and your working life balance is where it should be as well, you know. So we do a lot of we all do a lot of working from home now, don't we? But there's a lot of that working from home, but also as well flexible working if somebody wants to do compressed hours. So there's a lot of different benefits and different opportunities just by working for Stockport Homes that people can access.
Thanks, Amanda. Thanks for sharing that with us. And regarding, you know, you've talked there about the people who work for you and what they bring to the organisation, and of course the benefits of working for you as well. My final question is around really the support that we're offering today. As you know, there's lots of your peers and lots of organisations supporting people back into work, because, you know, it is quite isolating, isn't it? Quite lonely journey when you're looking for work, and any support you can get is much appreciated. So you as an employer, what hints or what tips can you give people right now to make sure their application is successful?
Well, I would say, first of all, if you want to get in touch with us, my team are there on hand to help people with CV writing, job searching, applications, all that kind of support. So we are a tenancy blind service, so it doesn't mean that just if you're not a Stockport Homes tenant, you can't access the service. We want to help everybody secure their next career. I think in terms of just little hints and tips that people can take away, definitely that CV. Make sure that your person spec at the top absolutely matches the job that you're going for. The role profile that you've been asked to meet should absolutely come through in the person spec at the top, so that an employer very quickly can say, right, okay, you're ideal. And the other tip I would give is really, really get yourself a really good quality professional email address. It really is much more important than you think.
And that's the first time we've heard that today. So are you saying to me you're still seeing people with maybe an email address they had when they were in school?
Every so often we find a quirky email address, yes, and it does make you think. And as much as kind of like, you want an employer to see your personality, and you want them to, but you also want them to see your personality when you arrive for interview. So it's really important that even if you just got that generic one, just because it makes it easier. It makes it easier for you as well when you're job searching, because those emails will go back to that one address, and just make sure it is quite a good quality email address. And the other tip I would give as well is make sure if you're applying for lots and lots of jobs all in one time frame, make sure you do keep all the documentation, the role profile that you've applied for and what it is you're looking for. You'll be surprised how many people email an employer to ask them for the role profile for the job that they've applied for. So it is, just keep that record.
No, that's brilliant advice, and especially around the email. I mean, some people just may fall into that trap, as you say. It's been there for years, but it is time to change it, isn't it? Make it more professional looking, especially when you're applying to organisations like your own. Look, this has been really helpful. I'm sorry we ran out of time, Amanda. We could have probably talked for another hour at least, couldn't we, about hints and tips and, of course, what Stockport Homes do. But please do get in touch with Stockport Homes on the Jobs Live channel. You'll see their partner page right now. I know the team are there waiting to take your questions. If you've got any questions about them and what they do, and especially when those jobs go live in a couple of hours, hopefully, on your website. Fingers crossed, anyway. Thanks so much for joining us. We've got another interview coming up very soon. We're going to meet up with Waits, who are also in that construction space. So lots of construction opportunities today here on Jobs Live. In the meantime, thanks so much, Amanda. Take care, and we'll see you soon on the Jobs Live channel.
Thank you. Bye.
Next up, we're going to meet up with Engie, and we've got Nikki Sorton with us in the studio. Hi, Nikki.
Hi.
Thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. So you work for Engie, but before we find out what they do, just tell us a little bit about what your role is there at Engie, please.
My job is social value officer. So basically, if we're working in an area, we will work with the community, schools, colleges, and we'll do STEM activities, we'll do work placements, we'll apprenticeships. We do loads of different bits and pieces, but it's more dealing with the actual community and the schools and colleges, and trying to leave a bit of a legacy behind once we've worked in an area.
Perfect. And I know your colleagues are on the chat. They were on the chat yesterday as well, and you were supporting people. So thank you so much for doing that. So I just want to say thank you to the wider team there at Engie who've been giving advice and guidance to people today. So Engie, you're in the construction sector, but just tell us a little bit about what Engie does. What's your company all about?
Engie is a global company. It's a leading energy and service provider. They focus mainly on three areas, which is energy, services and regeneration. Energy obviously speaks for itself. The services, we work in partnerships with local authorities to maintain and service their buildings. And then there's the regeneration side, which is sort of split into three areas, which is new build, education and public buildings, where we can do extensions or new build onto the schools and things. And then we've got refurbishment, which basically deals with housing association properties where we can do rewires, central heating, windows, doors, kitchens, bathrooms, etc.
Fantastic. And whereabouts are NG based? You said they're global, but do you have bases in the UK, especially the Northwest?
Yes, we do. The Northwest base is Salford Quays, but then obviously we've got different offices in like Wattle Pond, Durn and different areas because we're over the UK and Ireland and everything. So yeah.
Fantastic. So give us a flavour, if you can, of the types of roles that you have currently on offer, please, Nikki. And I know the construction isn't necessarily, is it, just working on building sites? That's that common misconception. And I'm sure there's other roles, like in the back office roles, that you need as well.
Yeah, there's lots of different roles that are available. We're offering 3 full-time roles. It will be a mixture of office and site-based roles. It's not been fully confirmed yet, so once that it will be shared with the DWP and the Jobs Live. But because we do cover such a varied roles, it can be anything from cleaners to site managers to bid people, estimating. There's loads of different areas that it can cover.
Fantastic. And for you as an organisation, you have all these vacancies on your careers page, so if people wanted to go and search out them, they can go there straight away and apply into them, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
Fantastic. Just give us an idea of the kind of people you're looking for within your industry. I mean, you've clearly seen a number of people join. Is there something that you're looking for in that individual that makes them successful?
I think somebody that is passionate, somebody who's willing to learn, hardworking. Obviously, NG will sort of help with the progression of their career and everything, but we know that not everybody will have skills and qualifications for the jobs that are available, but as long as they're willing to put that effort in and to actually want to do that job and prove that they can do the job, yeah, that would work for us.
Yeah, I think it's really an important point, isn't it, that you've got people have got transferable skills to come and work for you. So what we're looking for here is to get people to think that they don't necessarily need to have construction sector experience really to join you.
Yeah, no, they don't. I mean, I started as admin, and I've worked my way. Then I went into the liaison, which is basically if we're working on a site and we need to let the owners of those properties know what's being done, but we also need to work with the site team. So we were that bit in between. I then went into the site management side of it, and now I'm doing like the more the community social value side of it. So basically, whatever you know as part of your life, you can transfer into jobs that are available.
Brilliant. And the kind of the benefits of working for NG as well. Can we just cover them off as well? Because what is the the benefits of working for NG? Why would someone want to work for you in the first place, do you think?
Personally, I think NG's a good company to work for because they are so big and so diverse. There's lots of different areas and lots of different jobs that are available. Plus, we do focus on the training of other people and the progression of their careers. They don't just look at what we can do for them. They also look at the health and well-being of our employees. They also they listen to what people have to say. They update the processes. They're always committed to us as people rather than just as a number. It's a good company to work for.
And that's fantastic to hear. I mean, and that support is there to get people through that. Like you say, they need mentoring or they need support with their mental health, as you said, and also to help them with their careers. I know NG is really passionate about that, aren't you, as an organisation, Nikki?
Yeah, I mean, there's always things like that available. There's always extra training that you can do. If there's any external courses that people want to do that may benefit that job or benefit them in the future as well as benefiting Engie, they will do that. So they won't stop you from learning.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to encourage people to get in touch with you on the live chat. You know, we've got Engie people on the chat right now, so please get in touch. And I know, Nikki, you'll jump on there later and help anybody who's got any questions. And if you're not sure about, you know, what roles are available, just ask, just say to Nikki, and I'm sure she'll help you understand more about what opportunities exist within Engie. Final one for me, really, on this point, Nikki, is about those hints and tips. And we ask all organisations who join us on the Jobs Live channel, you know, what can you provide so that they are successful in their application? And, you know, you've probably seen your fair share, haven't you, of applications over the time. So what makes one for you stand out and that will help somebody else be successful as well?
Something that stands out to me is for them to be enthusiastic, to have knowledge about what they're applying for. Try and do a bit of research beforehand so that you can put certain keywords in that will make sure that it catches our eye as we're reading through the CVs and things. Look out for opportunities for employability sessions so that you know that what you're putting in on your CV is exactly what we're looking for, and it improves your chances of gaining an interview.
And of course, in the current climate we're in, I'm sure there's been more interviews done online. And that's been difficult for some people, hasn't it, to make that transition from a physical meeting in a meeting room, you know, with a panel, to suddenly maybe doing it on Zoom or Teams. Again, is there any advice you can give there about how people should treat that interview when they're doing it online?
Yeah, treat it as though it's a face-to-face interview. Make sure that you dress smartly. Obviously, you don't have to wear suit and tie, but make sure you dress smartly. Don't eat or drink while you're having the interview. And again, make sure that even if you've got like notes next to you, so you don't forget what you're saying, or just treat it as you would a normal interview, because obviously some of these ones now you can have like the group interviews as well, so that makes it that bit harder as well. So you just got to try and sell yourself, but be honest and make sure that you look smart and you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and maybe practice with a friend or family member before you do the interview.
I would say so, yeah, especially to make sure that they've got all the information that they would want to get across, and that they also try and think of questions that you need to ask the employer that you want to get out of it, so that you're fully aware of what's happening as well.
Perfect. Well, that's some fantastic advice there, Nikki. Thanks for sharing that. And thank you again for your support as well on the live chat. So if you do want to get in touch with Engie, there's a number of ways you can do that. You can use the chat on the event page that you're on right now, or you can go to the Engie partner page and have a one-to-one conversation with Nikki and her team there at Engie. Nikki, thanks so much for joining us on the Jobs Live channel today. And thank you for sharing what will make someone successful. And let's hope we can get a few more people applying into your roles in the future. Thanks so much, Nikki.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Take care.
So welcome to this Jobs Live tutorial for people who are joining us next week for the Northwest Works for You Jobs Fair. So the first thing you need to do is go to the main site, which is jobsliveuk.com, and then you'll need to log in to either create an account or to log in to your account. So if you want to get the most out of the site, it will be good if you logged in initially or actually registered to use the site. This enables you to able to meet other organizations and to also private chat with them about your application, or if you want to find out more about them. So first off, you need to log in. So if you've not registered, the simple register as subscriber there enables you to do that, and it takes you through a number of steps that you just need to do to register to the channel. and you can just fill in your details there, and then you will get an email to confirm that you are then logged in or subscribed to the channel. So I just go back, because obviously I've created an account already, so I'm going to log into that account. Just need to click the capture, and you can also click remember me. Then you can log in. And this takes you then to the main channel page, the Watch Now page, where we continually stream interviews with organisations who've got job vacancies at the moment. Now you can leave a chat message in there, which is our main channel page, but also next week you'll be able to go straight to the event page itself. So if you scroll down from the channel page, the Watch Now page, you will see there you can go straight to the event. And you can catch up with the stream on there as well. So from Tuesday next week, starting from 11 o'clock, you'll be able to see live employers who've got vacancies within the region. And if you scroll down from there, you'll see the running order of the companies who are going to be involved in the broadcast next week. So we're running it from Tuesday to Thursday, 8th of April. And you'll see there we've already had questions from people who've left questions in advance for the employers. So if you want to do that right now, you can leave a question on the main event page. Or if you know the companies that you're interested in, you can go to their partner page. So I'm just going to choose Medax. So you can go to their partner page. You can watch a short tutorial, if there is one there, about using the site. And also then you can read up about Medax and what they do. You can also register to their page, so you could get any further updates on any vacancies that they may have on there. So if you register to them, they will be in touch and give you more information. And also you can follow them on Twitter. There's also links to their website as well as the Twitter handle there as well. Now the live chat here is set to private, which means nobody else's messages, as you can see, are displayed here. So there may have been a number of people contacting Medax, but you won't see their messages, and it will be a one-to-one conversation between you and that company. So if I was to type in there, it comes up as my username. Obviously I'm using test for the purposes of this demonstration, but your screen name will appear there along with your question. Now I just stress nobody else sees that, only the company will see that question. So it's not shared with any other users. So feel free to use this chat and they will respond to you as well in private. So even though you'll see their response on your screen, it doesn't appear on anybody else's screen other than yours. So basically it's a one-to-one conversation between you and the employer. So that's it for this short demonstration. Obviously feel free to go looking at other partners. You can, as I say, you can do that by visiting the actual site page itself for the event and search through the companies who are going to be on the 3-day event. You can go through there now and leave them questions. Or if you want to search for partners that work with the Jobs Live channel, you can also search for them on this partner search facility here, where you can search by company, by sector, or by region and category. And obviously you'll see there, you can search, most people would search by company, find the company they want to speak to, and go straight to their page. So if I just search for that, you'll see there, I can then view the profile and again, as before, go and leave a question for that organization. And just finally, if you wanted to speak to a company here and for everybody to see your question, if you wanted to get in touch with them, it's a little bit like Twitter. You can simply do the @ symbol, and then the list of the companies involved in this particular event will appear on here. And then you can just choose their name and then type in a message to them. Then you can choose your screen name, and you can also put in your email address if you want them to give you a direct response to your question. So you can still contact them through the main event page by doing the @ symbol, and then they'll get in touch with you that way. Or if you want a private conversation with them, you can do that on their partner page itself. Thank you very much. Enjoy the event and look forward to your questions on the live chat. Thank you.
So we're now going to meet up with Peter Jameson from DWP. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Stuart. Good afternoon.
Great. Is it afternoon already? Gosh, that has flown by. We started at 11 and I can't believe it's already the afternoon. But great to see you, and thanks for joining us on the Jobs Live channel. So before we get into it,
absolute pleasure.
Yeah, before we get into it, Peter, can you just tell us a little bit about what your role is there at DWP, please?
So I'm the Work and Health Director for Department for Work and Pensions for the North West. So essentially, I have responsibility for the 55 job centres across the North West, and a number of service centres that also support those people that are claiming benefit.
Perfect. And I know you've been watching today this event, which is obviously spread out over 3 days. We had a great day yesterday, lots of contacts being made. What's been your sort of impression of this event and how it's been working?
I think the first thing that struck me, I've been on since it started at 11 this morning, is the breadth of opportunities available across the Northwest, and what a fantastic platform to be able to share those opportunities and to hear direct from employers. So I think it's been absolutely fantastic, and some real sage advice from employers. So really good to get those tips from Robin and earlier from Charlie, and I think real important advice, from an employer perspective, the sort of things that employers are looking for. I think really is helpful insight, and should certainly help those colleagues that are on the call today, those job seekers that are looking for perhaps a career change or a new job role.
Yeah, brilliant, Peter. And it has been really insightful, hasn't it? And as you're talking to us, I think what we're going to do is we're going to just flash up the Find a Job website. I mean, this is the real go-to place, isn't it, if you're looking for vacancies right now. And I'm just refreshed the screen, and there's 14,750 opportunities in the Northwest alone. It's a fantastic website, isn't it?
It is. It's absolutely fantastic, and it's a great way to access those opportunities. Real-time access to job opportunities available across a significant geographical area. But I think the thing for me is the breadth in terms of those sectors and those job roles. There really is something there for everybody.
Absolutely. We're just going to keep that on there for a second, because it is important, and we've been saying this really for the last day or so, is that if people do land on this page, which is findajob.dwp.gov.uk, that they do create an account, because that then just gives them those alerts, doesn't it, for anything that is suitable, so they don't have to be on there all the time. It will tell them when something comes in.
Absolutely. It will match to the individual's job goals, the sorts of job roles that they're looking for, their skill set, and it will match those opportunities and give them those important alerts as and when opportunities become available. So really important to keep them in touch with the labour market and those new opportunities, which as you will well guess and understand, are ever changing.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. And obviously you're part of DWP. The broadcast today is a blended approach around giving people a chance to apply for work, but also getting that all-important support. So can you just talk us through a little bit about the role of those work coaches and how they support people back into employment at the job centres?
Yeah, so we've got something in the region of around 2,600 work coaches across the Northwest job centres, and the role of the work coach is very much about getting to know and understand each of their individual caseload, understand what their skills are, understand what their background is in terms of their previous work experience, and essentially matching those job goals, those job aspirations to those jobs that are available in the labour market. And that may also involve, signposting those individuals to additional support. It may be that someone hasn't had work experience for some time. It may be that there's a particular qualification required in order to move into a certain sector or job role, and the support that we can offer people in accessing that sort of training. Or it could even be, somebody needs the financial support with fares in terms of returning to work. So the offer of support is quite broad and extensive, but very much tailored towards the individual's needs and their circumstances.
Yeah, and of course the other support, which I'm learning about all the time, because this is something which we keep hearing about, is these sector work academies and also these mentoring circles. Can you just give us a little bit more about those as well?
Yeah, so a sector-based work academy is essentially a relationship with an employer, with a group of employers, whereby in up to a 6-week period, we'll offer a combination of training, work experience, and a job interview. So there are genuine job opportunities at the end of the sector-based program, and this is about giving that individual, I guess, an opportunity that they wouldn't have otherwise had. They will learn new skills. They will have contact with an employer, and at the end of that process, they have a guaranteed job interview that relates to a specific job opportunity within a sector, or a number of opportunities within a sector.
And then there's the mentoring circles. Is that linked to that, or is that something slightly different?
It's actually something separate, yeah. So what we have established is relationships with employers who will commit time to engage and talk to groups of young people. So for some young people, this could be their first opportunity to interact with an employer. Very much what we've heard this morning, some of those real helpful tips and advice in terms of what an employer is looking for, those those attributes, that softer sort of interpersonal skills, rather than specific qualifications. And it really does help those young people that take part in those mentoring circles to get, I guess, build that confidence and an understanding of what employers are looking for.
And it's great to see, wasn't it? I mean, even on the chat, people supporting each other and getting that direct support from your team as well at the DWP, and signposting them towards those resources, because there is a lot of information out there, and it is difficult, isn't it, to keep a track on what is out there when you're looking for work.
Yeah, there is a lot, and I guess that's where it's really important that those that are looking for work keep in touch with their work coach if they're claiming benefits and they have a work coach. Really important that they keep in touch, whether that be through telephone contact, through their journal if they're on universal credit, through digital platforms, or indeed face-to-face where that's appropriate. But also, platforms such as Job Live, Learn Live, fantastic, opportunity to really get a clear understanding and clear sight of those opportunities available across the Northwest. So yeah, it's using every resource and every channel that's available to you to provide that necessary advice and support, and hopefully exposure to those opportunities that are available across the Northwest.
And as we said earlier, Peter, we've got over 80 companies taking part in this event, and we want this to grow and get into hundreds and hundreds of employers regularly attending the channel. I mean, what do you want to say to those employers today who've committed their time and to support people back into work?
Yeah, I mean, from certainly from a DWP perspective, it's about giving those people that have not had perhaps had that opportunity, that that first step on the ladder. In some cases, I mean, we've heard an awful lot about progression from those employees that have spoken this morning. Daniel was talking about Kickstart and the real energy and enthusiasm some of those young people that he's already engaged with and supported through Kickstart. So this is very much about, giving those young people, those people who perhaps have been out of work for some time, perhaps have been impacted by COVID and in one of those sectors which has been adversely impacted. It's about giving those people an opportunity and looking beyond maybe the CV, as was mentioned this morning, and look at some of those other qualities and attributes that applicants can offer.
Absolutely. That is really good, Peter. And just finally, I was just going to mention about, it has been, let's be honest, a challenging 12 months for a number of sectors. Is there anything that you'd like to offer support-wise and just keeping people focused, and especially if they're looking for work, because it is a difficult time, isn't it? And when you're trying to find work, it's a full-time job in itself, finding a job. So what advice from your perspective can you give them to ensure that they do find something at the end of this?
I think it's about just keeping options open. There are opportunities out there. There are some sectors which have been disproportionately impacted, but there are also some growth sectors. And we've heard from a number of those areas already this morning. So the likes of IT, care, logistics, warehousing, hospitality, we're expecting a spike, retail. So there are growth areas, and it's about keeping those options open. And I guess it's taking that advice and the support that's available to you, whether that be through a work coach, through third-party organisations, the third sector. It's about taking that advice and using that advice, but absolutely, it's about staying positive.
Staying positive. That's definitely a message we're going to take through the rest of today and the rest of this event. Thank you so much, Peter, for your time today and joining us on the Jobs Live channel and giving us that incentive to keep going and keep pushing forward. That's what you've got to do, isn't it?
Absolutely, Stuart. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you so much for your time, Peter. Take care, and hopefully we'll see you back on Jobs Live again in the future. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
So delighted to be joined now by Angie. Hi, Angie. Good of you to join.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us. Yes, it is good afternoon now, isn't it? The time has flown. We started at 11 o'clock this morning, and we've been meeting a whole range of employers here on Northwest Works for You on the Jobs Live channel. So great to meet you and to find out more about Waits. But before we do that, can you just tell us a little bit about what your role is there at Waits?
Yes, thank you. So I'm Angie Erdley. I'm the Community Investment Manager at Waits Construction. And part of my role, my favourite part actually, is to try and match local people, local to our sites, up to opportunities within Waits and also the supply chain.
Perfect. And Waits as an organisation then, for people who may not have heard of Waits, it's a huge organisation. But just tell us briefly what you do.
So Waits Group is a construction and property services company. It's one of the largest family-owned organisations in the UK. We've been going over 120 years and we're still family-owned. So in the Northwest at the moment, we're working in Warrington on 2 new build housing sites. So we're building new houses, and we're also working across the Northwest, building academies, schools, leisure centres, blue lights, so fire stations, an array of buildings. It's really exciting to be part of.
Sounds great. And I mean, we've already spoken to a number of organisations similar to yours in construction. It must be a really busy time for the construction sector at the moment.
Yes, I mean, thankfully throughout the pandemic, we've managed to keep trading, albeit in challenging times. So we've had to put procedures in place, obviously, for staff on sites, and thankfully we've been able to keep going.
Brilliant. And thank you again for taking part in this to help promote construction? Because one of the key things I think we've been finding about what people think of construction is that it's not just about working on building sites, is it? You've got loads of other opportunities within your sector.
We really have, and it wasn't. I mean, I've been with Wates. This is my 10th year now, and if I'd have known what I know now 30 years ago, I would have definitely gone into the construction industry, because it's so exciting. There's a job for everybody, I do believe. We have people working obviously on sites in trade positions, and then obviously back office staff, support staff, HR, recruitment, you name it, there's a job.
And where will people go for that information, Angie? Do you have like a careers page that people can go and visit?
We do. If you have a look on the website, it's www.wates.co.uk, like it's /careers. So we've got job vacancies there. And if you don't see a job vacancy that interests you today, please do keep your eye on that link, because it changes all the time. We also recruit annually for our management trainee programs. They're open in the autumn of this year, and you can register for job alerts now through that link as well. And you can apply this autumn to start next year, next September.
So if you went to the website, Angie, people could go on there and express an interest and maybe register in advance?
Yes, you can.
Perfect. I know you and your team are online right now and will be for the duration of this 3-day event to take any questions from people. So I would strongly recommend you go to the Wates partner page, where you can have a one-to-one conversation with the team there and find out what you need to know about the different roles. And just give us a flavour, Angie, if you can, of the different roles that exist on your site right now.
Okay, so on the sites in Warrington, we've got some live vacancies. There's a CPCS telehandler job. CPCS is Construction Plant Certification Scheme, so it's a skilled operative. But if there are anybody listening that's got that CPCS category of plant, we're looking for a telehandler driver in Warrington, and also 2 general operatives. And ideally, you will need a CSCS card, which is Construction Skills Certification card.
Thanks for explaining that.
And it's a health and safety test that you take prior to coming onto site. So it's just having that awareness. If you're interested in working for us and you don't have that card, you can speak to your DWP job coach, and they will be able to help with that training for you. So please don't let that discourage you from getting in touch and applying.
Brilliant. And can I just ask as well on this, the kind of people that you're looking for to join your organisation, what are you looking for them to bring, and sort of their attitude towards your organisation as well? How important is that?
I suppose that, like any employer, we are looking for people who are enthusiastic, willing to learn, punctual, reliable, team players. If you've got those things, then that's wonderful. If you haven't got those things and you're willing to work on it, let's have a chat.
Yeah, brilliant. And what are the benefits as well for working for Wates as well? I mean, what sort of things do you offer when people start with you? And we've already heard about people having coaching, mentoring, and career support, and that. Is that similar at Wates as well?
Yeah, it's pretty standard really. We have a buddy scheme when people join us. So you have your line manager, but also you'll have a buddy within the organisation. They might not work on your site, but there's someone there you can get in touch with if you've got any questions or you want to learn about a specific area within the organisation. So lots of different benefits, packages that come with the job, depending on the job that you're doing.
Brilliant. And just on the point about what people can do when they apply into you, I mean, clearly we want them to be successful today, and there's a lot of people who have been affected, let's be honest, by the pandemic, and their careers maybe has stalled. But if they were looking to apply for you, Angie, you've seen your fair share, I'm sure, of CVs and applications. I mean, what stands out for you? What sort of hints can you give them today?
So if you're applying by sending a CV, I would always try and accompany that in your email, just to a little paragraph to explain a little bit about you, perhaps where you heard about the vacancy, how far you live from the site's really important, because we're looking to recruit local people, or people local to the sites where we're working first and foremost. So I would suggest that you put as much detail as you can into either a cover letter, if you're writing and posting the letter, or an email, just a covering email saying, this is me, this is what I can offer to the job, and attach your CV as well.
Yeah, that's great advice. And you hear that a lot, don't you, that people will just almost cut and paste their CV from other jobs they're applying. I mean, for you as an employer, is it very noticeable if people are doing that?
Yeah, you'd be surprised what we get through in the inbox, and it always really does stand out when you've got people who are applying, who have definitely put a little bit of research in, it might just be looking on the website saying, oh, I've noticed this, and it could be a sentence that makes a difference. So yeah, it's worth putting a little bit of effort in.
Yeah, and what about maybe work experience as well? I mean, is it important to have worked in the construction sector before applying, or would you take people from a whole range of different sectors as well?
Yeah, we're really interested in helping people, new entrants or perhaps semi-skilled workers who've fallen into unemployment for whatever reason and want to get back into the industry. And you can talk to me about a work experience placement. It might be just that you do a week, but that might be a foot in the door then to build your network and to get to know other subcontractors or staff on site who might very well have vacancies coming up.
Mm. And we talked earlier to Stockport Homes, to Amanda, and she was saying about people's email addresses. They're putting their email address on maybe from when they were in school. I mean, do you see any of that as well? And how does that make it feel for you when someone comes through with maybe something that maybe was good when they were 12 or 13, but not so good now?
Yeah, we see that a lot, and I suppose once we've got our email address, that's it, isn't it, for life usually. But yeah, just be aware that obviously I was having the same conversation with a young man last week, and he changed it right away. He didn't realise that it was a little bit quirky, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you look twice at it, but it's more about that first impression, really, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. It really makes a difference to have that professional image when contacting employers for the first time. So,
yeah.
Yes, that's a good point.
And what about social media? I mean, we hear a lot about employers now looking at social media, making sure that person is professional online as well. Are you finding that more and more now?
Yes, and I think the recruitment team certainly do those little checks as you get people coming through, especially if you've got a lot of demand for a role. So I'm sure a lot of organisations do the same. So that's worth being social media savvy, certainly, having a professional LinkedIn account, and maybe keeping other social media platforms private.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about private, this is a chance for people watching this to go onto the Waits partner page and have a private one-to-one. And I think that's really important, isn't it, for people to be able to have that kind of direct contact with you, Angie?
Yes, I'm happy to answer any questions. I can stick around, and I've got our site management team involved as well. I think they're around tomorrow. So very happy to talk to anyone that's interested. Thank you. Perfect.
And I think also from the lasting impression of this, I mean, for you getting involved with events like this and channels like Jobs Live, and what do you hope will happen beyond this? What's the legacy for this for you as Waits?
Well, certainly, if we can help someone into an opportunity and employment, I've seen it over the last number of years where someone has got a foot in the door and then they've gone on to be really successful in their own careers. And I think the key to sustainable employment is finding a job that you like, and then asking for training if it's not offered. Certainly keep asking, and your own personal development. Make sure you keep up to date with your skills cards. And there is funding out there, and there's always people within the job centre teams and the organisation to help with that training progression. So hope that answers that question.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just a reminder again of where your vacancies are across the Northwest. So I know you said being local to your projects is quite important. So just give us an idea of where you are at the moment.
So at the moment we're in Warrington, Manchester, across Liverpool, Carlisle, Middleton, soon to start up in Rochdale. And different weights businesses have different contracts, so I can certainly put you in touch. If there's anyone not from those areas, I can certainly put you in touch with the local teams that operate in your area.
Yeah, because there will be vacancies, I'm sure, as your construction industry is booming in the future as more projects land. So it's important for people not to give up at the first stage, isn't it, and keep in touch with you.
That's right. Yeah, distance pays off, that's for sure.
Yeah, before we let you go, what was the one thing you wanted to say to maybe, we've all been in that situation, haven't we, as people looking for work. It is quite isolating, it's quite lonely, more so now because of the restrictions currently that exist because of the pandemic. What's the one thing you want to say to people who are maybe struggling a little bit to find something?
Yeah, it's a really, really difficult time, isn't it? And challenging for a lot of people. And so please reach out to organisations that are there to help. Certainly, if you want to get in touch with me, if I can't help you directly, I can certainly signpost you to some help. So it's just a case of getting in touch. Let's keep talking. Let's keep helping each other. And good luck.
Thanks so much for that, Angie. And thanks again for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. It's been really interesting to hear more about Waits for those who may have never heard of you before or were not familiar with you, to know that you've got some great opportunities within the Northwest for people to join you. So thanks so much for that. We'll see you again soon on the Jobs Live channel. Before you go, I'm just going to introduce this next company. This is Unify Solutions, who we met recently, and this is Jessie telling you about what they do and the vacancies they have within the region. Take care. I'm delighted to be joined by Joy Blackburn. Hello, Joy.
Hi there, how are you doing?
We're doing really well, thank you. We've had a great 3 days. We've been meeting up with some brilliant companies like yours and some people who really want to get back into work as well. So thanks for joining us here for this Northwest Works for You event. So just tell us briefly what your role is there, please, at Balfour Beatty.
So my role is I'm an emerging talent engagement specialist. So I work with schools, colleges, charities, universities, just to make sure we're giving opportunities to people that really need them.
Brilliant. And just want to ask you about Balfour Beatty itself, because I know you're no stranger to our channels, and we often have this discussion, don't we, about what people perceive Balfour Beatty to be. And the obvious thing is, it's a construction company, but you're much more than that, aren't you?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, we're very much more than just a construction company. We're actually classed as an infrastructure company. So things that people may not be aware of are things like electrical transmission, that we do a lot of the cabling, so your overhead towers and all that sort of thing. But construction's very different in infrastructure, and it's now much more high tech. So where previously people think of construction as just being dirty boots on the ground, it's really not. And we use things such as drones, we use 3D, 4D technology and all sorts of things like that nowadays. So that means that we need to take on people who work in offices and do very, very different and interesting roles. So it's not just your out on site things.
No, and you're very passionate, aren't you, about the apprenticeship programs that the UK offers, and I know you've taken your fair share of apprentices over the years, haven't you?
Absolutely. Our CEO is the founder of something known as the 5% Club, so where we as a business commit that more than 5% of our workforce will be either apprentices, graduates, placements in training. But yeah, last year we took on 30% more than we had the previous year in spite of COVID, and we recognise that bringing in new talent brings in new ideas and new ways of working. So it gives us a good idea about how we can improve as a business.
Yeah, and the sector, let's be honest, has been, I mean, despite what's been going on in the world with the pandemic, I mean, the construction sector and your organisation, you've been really busy and you're taking on people all the time, aren't you?
Definitely, yes. So in spite of the pandemic, things have carried on, and we've still been doing building of hospitals. So we're doing a large one in Birmingham at the moment. We've still been going out on the roads and improving smart motorways or doing highways maintenance. So it never stops, and actually we work on so many things to improve the infrastructure of the country rather.
Yeah. So if someone's sat there watching this now and say, well, I've never worked on a building site before, they should look again, shouldn't they, at Balfour Beatty's careers website, because there's lots more opportunity than that. It's probably a small percentage actually of people who end up working on building sites for you.
Absolutely. If you look at any large company, it's always the back office functions, I suppose, that people don't consider. So your IT, your finance, your HR, business administration, they kind of give the support to the work on site, but so much of our work is now being taken off site because you can do it better in a controlled environment. You don't have the weather and things that can affect it. So don't think of construction just as being a site-based occupation. It's so much more than that, and there's so many different things that you could get involved in.
So if someone, like, for example, has got HR experience like yourself, or finance experience, or maybe loves graphic design, there may be a home for them at Balfour Beatty.
Definitely, absolutely. Just I would say we put everything, all of our roles on our career site, and we work with a number of charities, as I mentioned. So we work with people like the Prince's Trust and things like that. So we're getting involved in the Kickstart scheme. So yeah, think of your experience and use the transferable skills that you have to apply for roles that might be of interest to you.
Brilliant. And for all this week we've been talking to employers about getting people back into work, and it's amazing. I mean, I've listened to so many employers like you, Joy, who seeing still the basic mistakes happening when it comes to CVs and people reaching out and getting in touch with you. Come on, you've seen you've seen your fair share of CVs, for example, over the years. What fundamental mistakes are people still making that we can try and correct that today?
I would say if you're applying to a particular company, include that in your opening statement to your CV. Don't be afraid of it, but make sure you have one per company that you're applying for. The worst is when you receive a CV and it's got one of our competitors' names on it or something like that. And calling out basic skills that you might have. I suppose less is more in some respects. Make sure that you are including everything that is necessary, but you don't have to waffle. Use bullet points, try and make it clear, and highlight your achievements as well, things that you're particularly proud of that showcase your transferable skills as well, that could be used in a new role.
And then for the interview itself, you're probably doing more interviews, I would imagine, online using Teams or Zoom. What would you say to people that who've been to physical interviews before? Maybe it's the first time they've done this. How to treat an online interview versus a physical one?
So with an online interview, the first thing, the most important thing is check that the link works and that your connections are working. That's probably the most important thing. And remember, no interviewer is trying to catch you out. So try and relax. And think of it that make sure you're not going to be disturbed. That's the other thing, because you may have children who might wander in and things like that when you are working from home or doing an interview from home. But as I said, try and think of the positivity things that you can talk about when you're doing those interviews.
Yeah, and you say there, do you still need to dress as if you would for interview, at least the top bit?
Yeah, top half. Make sure just a shirt or something that I would just say, don't have big slogans and things like that across t-shirts or anything like that. But yeah, just dress. I wouldn't say you need a suit on or anything like that. Just a shirt. If you've got a tie, if you want to wear a tie, that's fine. But it's not necessary. Just as long as you're presentable, and if necessary, if you're concerned about anything, use headphones. There's nothing wrong with using headphones for virtual interviews as well.
What other things do you include as part of your application process, Joy? Obviously, people apply online, and then there's the interview. But is there anything else that you get people to do, like assessments or anything like that?
If for certain roles we do run assessment centres, but it doesn't always happen for every single role. And usually if you are invited to an assessment centre and you have to do something like a group exercise, remember that with a group exercise, it's not about taking charge or being the loudest person in it. It's about how you listen to other people and you work together, because that's probably the biggest, most important behaviour that we have as a business. Is we all collaborate, we all work together, we recognise that everyone has different skills that they can bring to the party. So try and work with those other people that you might be in an exercise with.
Yeah, brilliant. And just finally, from the people who are watching today, I mean, you're getting, I'm sure, lots of applications. So this information you're providing is crucial, isn't it? Because, they're going to be sifted out if they're not careful, because of the sheer number of people applying into these roles.
Yes, we do have huge numbers of people applying, especially when it comes to our apprentice roles. We do have a large number of people applying. So make sure that you've done your homework. You know why you've applied for that role. You know what kind of qualifications you need to be able to do that role. So try not to apply for a role that you don't have the qualifications for, because there's nothing worse than getting the knockback. So you be sensible, but also remember you may have transferable skills that might be of interest. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is, when it comes to apprenticeships, there's no age limit, so don't ever feel like you're too old to do it. There is no age limit on apprenticeships.
No, that's great to know. And just for any vacancies at the moment that you maybe not struggling to fill, that's the wrong word, but maybe less popular because it maybe not knowing about them. I know when we met you last time, the overhead lines operators, that was something which people didn't even know probably existed as a job. Is there any particular jobs that that people don't know too much about that we can talk about today?
I think things that we use quite a lot of, things like highways maintenance, we do so much of, but people don't always think about that sort of thing. And that, I suppose, that keeps the roads running, and we really always need lots of people on that side of things. That's always one that we're always recruiting for. I would certainly say on that side of things, yeah.
Brilliant. And just where can people go for this information? Just remind us of the website where all these jobs are listed.
Yeah, so we advertise all of our roles, whether they are apprentice roles or not, but it's balfourbeattycareers.com, so all of them are on there.
Yeah, and I know on your partner page right now we've got your Twitter feed on there, and I know you use Twitter to advertise a lot of the roles, and that links back to that website as well, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah, so hopefully that'll help for you.
Perfect. Well, if you've got any questions for Joy, I know we've had a number in over the last few days about working in the construction. I think people have been surprised actually about what other jobs are available. I think they've been sort of looking at you and going, not really want to work there, but actually it's a fantastic place to work. A company like Balfour Beatty. Just finally, from my point of view, what's the best thing for you? What do you enjoy most about working for your company?
I think it's always challenging and it's always interesting. I'm not an engineer by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm so proud to see these projects being done and knowing that I've had a small part to play in them. So it's actually just really proud that it takes, as I said before, the collaboration of getting so many people together to actually complete these projects is fantastic.
Well, thank you so much for your time today, Joy. That's Joy Blackburn from Balfour Beatty, who works in the recruitment area at Balfour Beatty, and well placed to tell you about the kind of people she's looking for to work in their organisation. And if you want to go online right now to Balfour Beatty's partner page, you can do that, and I'll ask a question, and one of the team will get back to you and hopefully advance your application. Thanks again, Joy. Always a pleasure to meet you on the Jobs Live channel. Hopefully we can see you again in the future as more jobs come up at your organisation. But thanks for your time.
Lovely. Thanks, Stuart.
Take care. Hello, Mr. Quince.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me along today.
No, pleasure. Thanks for joining us. And I know you've been watching avidly what's been going on over the last few days with this new form of delivery and getting people back into work through this through the Jobs Live channel. What's your reflections so far? What you've seen, and what do you want to say to the companies who have got involved?
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And I think it's a brilliant initiative. And I've been ducking in and out in between meetings, catching as much of it as I can. It's a really difficult market at the moment. The labour market is tricky, and it's really difficult because of the pandemic. People can't go and look for work in the same way that they would have done a year or so or a little bit more ago. So actually, virtual events like this are really, really important. And I found it hugely interesting, and I understand you've had thousands of people already who have been listening and watching the broadcast. And like you say, I'd like to thank all of the employers for getting involved. That's really important. That's the first step. And I'd also like to thank TalkTalk and McCann Medical for kindly sponsoring this event and helping to make it happen. And I think it's absolutely brilliant that you've got over 80 major employers in the Northwest who are offering in the region of 8,000 jobs in these growth sectors. And what a great way of getting those jobs and opportunities in a really visual format in front of job seekers.
No, indeed. And Minister for Welfare Delivery, just tell us briefly what that involves. What's your role within government?
Yeah, it's a great question, Stuart. So my role predominantly is around the benefit system itself, so largely universal credit. But I also look after vulnerable and disadvantaged groups within universal credit. So, for example, veterans, care leavers, prison leavers, survivors of domestic abuse, and making sure that wherever we can, we're breaking down some of the barriers to employment for them. And then my counterpart also in the Department of Work Ventures is Mims Davis, who's the Minister for Employment, and she's more responsible generally for employment across the board. And we work really closely together. We want to make sure that people get access to benefits as quickly as possible, so they have that safety net and support. But then we want to do all we can through our network of Job Centre Plus and work coaches around the country to help support and empower people back into work.
And it's very humbling over the last few days. It has been on previous broadcasts that we've done to see people just asking for help. People who have been out of work for years because of ill health or mental health issues, and like you say, maybe been in prison and looking to reform and get back into work. I mean, what do you want to say to those people? Because it has been a challenging 12 months, hasn't it? But here's a lifeline now, isn't it, to get back into work?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And although yes, there are lots of people, sadly, over the course of the past year, who have lost their jobs, that are really close to the labour market. They're desperate to get back into work as quickly as possible. You're right, there are people that are a bit further away from the labour market, that have been out of work for some time, or they face different issues, some complex needs or some particular disadvantage, and they're going to need a bit more help and support, and dare I say, even the confidence to get back into work too. And we stand ready to help with that. And we've got work coaches up and down the country and specialists in areas like homelessness and those who have experience of homelessness and rough sleeping, and armed forces champions up and down the country too, that will help to break down some of those barriers to employment, some of them short term, some of them long term, but we absolutely stand ready to help. And then my message to employers are, please don't overlook somebody just because they have particular experience or disadvantage. In many cases, there are huge transferable skills, and you can get employees who will be loyal to your business for many, many years because you're the one that's given them the chance.
And, from your point of view as well, Mr. Quince, the idea of people connecting digitally, I know the pandemic has fast-tracked that, but this could also be a new way of meeting people you would never normally meet if you go to a traditional jobs fair. So that must be, exciting for you to see.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And we're trying to do far more of that around the job centres and our interaction with job seekers as well. So we're piloting things like video calls, a bit like this. But yeah, online is absolutely the way to go. And it means that people will be doing all sorts of things throughout the day. Some will be in work and looking to progress. Some will be out of work and actively looking for jobs and having interviews. Events like this mean you can duck in and duck out throughout the day at the areas that particularly interest you. And there are some really interesting employers that have already come and forward and presented today. And and I think many of those will be quite eye-opening for people because they may not have considered, for example, a role with Network Rail, or in healthcare, for example. But you listen to that and you think, that does sound interesting. I would like to learn a bit more, and then you can delve a bit deeper into it. And you go and speak to your work coach at the job centre, or pick up the phone, or complete your journal entry and show an interest.
Yeah, and I just want to say on behalf of everybody here at Jobs Live, thank you for all the work you're doing to get people back into work in a whole range of communities and support groups that exist to support you as well. And just finally, for those people listening now who are watching and listening to this broadcast, who are maybe finding it really struggle or tough, and we all know people like that, don't we, in our lives? I mean, what would you want to say to them about where they're at and what this can offer them?
Yeah, I mean, the course of the past year has been really tough for so many people. So my message really is twofold. We're here to support you. If you need help, reach out to your local job centre and your work coach. Don't give up hope. The roadmap we now have, our economy is opening up over the course of the next few weeks and months. We will see our labour market pick up. Businesses are creating jobs, and with the help of organisations like yourself and events like this, and all of the employers across the Northwest that are getting stuck in and putting out there the opportunities that they have, we are going to get people back into work, and it's by working together. So stick at it, and best of luck.
Absolutely, stick at it, stay positive. Thank you so much for that support, Mr. Quinn. Delighted now to be joined by Andrea Lyons, who's from Community Integrated Care. Hi, Andrea.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Hello there. Thanks so much for joining us. You're in Wigan. That's where your company is based. So just tell us a little bit before you get into your presentation about what does Community Integrated Care actually do. Thank you.
No problem. So Community Integrated Care is a national charity. I'm based in Wigan, but our head office is actually based in Cheshire in Widnes, and we was founded in 1998. Predominantly, our service model is to allow people with varying needs to live the best life possible in the community that they live, and to prosper and reach all aspirations and just have the best life.
Brilliant. And I know we've met a number of similar organisations over the week, and I know it's always get a good response from the people on the chat. So if you are looking to get into the care sector, this is the time to leave a question on the chat, especially to the team at Community Integrated Care. I know your team are looking after the chat as you're doing this, Andrea. So take it away, really. I know you've got a short presentation for us, so I'm going to keep quiet and I'm going to let you tell us all about the roles and what you're all about. Thank you.
Thank you. So hi guys, and welcome to Community Integrated Care. As I've mentioned briefly previously, Community Integrated Care was founded in 1998 in Halton, Cheshire, and now over 30 years later, we're one of the most successful social care charities in the UK. We've recently been awarded Charity Times Charity of the Year, which is superb accolade and one that we hold very proud and dear. We support over 5,000 people up and down the length and breadth of the country, and we employ over 6,000 staff. We support people with varying needs, with learning disabilities, age-related needs, autism and mental health concerns. A lot of the services are throughout England and Scotland and in varying settings. So we've got supported living settings, single and dual occupancy. We've got registered care services, registered and nursing homes, and we provide day services and respite care also. About our people and the people that we would like to welcome into the community integrated care family, we'd ask that you've got a passion really, and 3 words that really embed yours, which is people, passion and potential. And our staff are truly incredible people delivering exceptional standards of care each and every day to ensure that the people that we support live a fulfilled and meaningful life, again, each and every day. We always strive to achieve the best possible outcomes for our people, and we never settle for second best. We don't see barriers, we just see solutions, and we see potential in every person that we support and work hard for them to realise it and for us to help them achieve it. So what are our values at Community Integrated Care? So we respect people, we respect individual choice, we promote inclusion, rights and independence, and we enable individuals to meet their needs and fulfil their aspirations. We aspire people, not just the people we support, but our colleagues as well, to be the best and do the best what we can. We deliver the best possible outcomes for the people we support and the partners that we work with, and we include everybody. The people we support, our staff, our communities, and work with our partners. So why choose us as your future employer? We can offer a rewarding career with opportunities to develop and progress within the organisation. We enable you to build great relationships with the people we support and their families. You'll be part of a friendly and supportive team where every day is different and a challenge, but super rewarding. We are a forward-thinking employer looking to lead the way in the digital age to improve care and support wherever possible. And we've got huge benefits. So what are our benefits? We have 20 days holiday plus 8 bank holidays per year. We contribute to the pension scheme, and we have an employment assistant programme. That's about well-being and colleagues' well-being, just as much as the people we support is truly, it means so much to our organisation. If we're not well, how can we care and support the best that we can for the people we support? We have an Appy app, which is a benefit app. It gives you discounts for many retailers, including Tesco, Argos and Asda. It's not for outlets that we never hear of. It really does make a difference to our lives when we're shopping. We get discount on cinema tickets and restaurants and coffee shops. With the world reopening, can't wait to use these benefits. Professional development as well is a huge part of working for community integrated care. We want each colleague, each frontline worker to really reach their potential and wrap around a specialist training programme around that and personal development plans. We're huge on continuous learning and opportunities to support you to train and develop and ultimately achieve qualifications and to live the best life you can. Any questions?
No, that was brilliant. Thank you so much for that presentation. Very comprehensive, and I'm sure some questions will come out of that. So thank you, Andrew, for sharing what you do there. It sounds a fantastic organisation to work for. I mean, from your point of view, why do you like working there?
Giving the people we support the best life, supporting my team to be the best team that they can be. It's such a rewarding job, and we're really recognised for the work that we do. So yeah, that would be my answer to that question.
And maybe as somebody who's never worked in care before, who's worked in a different industry, very different to that, are you finding those people have still got transferable skills to come and work for you?
Absolutely. I think it just showing the 5 values that I briefly spoke about, enabling people to be the best they can be, giving back and caring. Do you share them values? Do you want to aspire to be the best that you can be? Do you want to include people into a community? If you share any of them values, absolutely, you'd be welcome into the organisation. We're a very values-based recruitment organisation.
And can we just touch on before we finish about some hints and tips for people applying into your organisation and just generally when applying for work? Clearly you've seen your fair share, I'm sure, of applications coming in. What's the number one thing that people still get wrong that we can try and correct that today, that you think, oh, I wish they'd put that on, or I wish they didn't do that? What have you noticed where people sometimes go wrong when applying?
I think do your research, look into Community Integrated Care as a charity, look at our website, look at the work we do, look at our CQC reports. We're very successful in what we do. So reference that in your application. And it's not about experience. Really put onto your application who you are as a person and why you want to work for the organisation.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that insight, and I'm sure that's been really helpful for people. And we keep hearing that word, research. I'm sure there's nothing worse than seeing a cut and paste CV or application where it features another name from another business. It can be off-putting, can't it, Andrea?
Certainly can.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for joining us today on the Jobs Live channel and being part of this Northwest Works for You. We'd love to have you back on in the future. So, to tell us more about the roles that you're offering today and that support you give to the community. Fantastic work, and just want to say big thank you for everything that you're doing in the community to support people who are in need. So thank you for your help. Colin is joining us right now. Hi, Colin.
Hiya, Stuart. Hi, everyone.
Great to have you back here on the Jobs Live channel. I know you're our biggest fan this week. You've been tuning in whenever you could have a spare moment to see what's going on. And, we've been reflecting on it, haven't we, for the past few days. But it's just brilliant to see people connecting that maybe haven't been able to connect before or not aware of each other.
And that's the word, Stuart, isn't it? It's brilliant. I think, I've reflected, over the 3 days really about how we've connected employers up to job seekers, how we've heard from employers about what it's like to work in their business. That's been fantastic. And then all the support that's available out there. And, if you're an employer, there's lots of really keen, enthusiastic, willing people out there. And if you're a job seeker, there's lots of employers who want to hear from you, and employers that have helped, with advice and guidance about how best to put your application in and how best to behave at interview and the things to say and the things not to say. And that's helping anybody get a job with anybody in that sense, isn't it? So it's just been brilliant.
No, absolutely. Thank you for that. I mean, we met with Minister for Welfare Delivery, Will Quince, earlier today as well. And he was very keen to give people a second chance, really. People who, fall off the system a little bit, maybe gone to prison or with mental health issues, and everybody deserves a second chance. And I think he was saying to the employers, don't give up on people. There's great people out there who just want to work.
Absolutely. Yeah, and there's a real pool of talent. And, we've got a lot of employers out there who do that already. And it would be great if some employers listening to those messages want to get on board with that as well, and talk to us here in the Job Centre about how they could do that. And I think that's second chance. And if you've been out of work for a while and lost a bit of confidence, motivation, there's a lot of organisations and training that's available to help you just build that little bit of confidence back up. And take that first step towards getting a job. And then when you're in that job, maybe a different job, and then look to develop a career path. And that's what employers are there wanting to do, because they want to develop their own teams. They want to see people succeed.
Absolutely. And I know while we've been talking to you and your colleagues at DWP, we met with Colin Stewart and Peter Jameson, who were kind enough to come on, and we all shared the Find a Job website, which I'm just going to flash up on screen now as we're talking to you. I mean, 15,014 opportunities, Colin, right across the Northwest right now. I mean, what a great chance for people to find something.
Yeah, and there's something there for everybody, and we've said there about, register with the Find a Job, get your alerts, put your skill sets in, and and look at the different sectors, the different job roles, the different hours, could be permanent, it could be a short-term contract, it could be temporary. There's lots of different types of jobs to suit everybody. And, there's also other sources of information. We heard from Cheshire and Warrington left before about the opportunities portal. There's lots of agencies that provide work as well for people and opportunities. So just build your portfolio of sources of information. But that 15,000 jobs there in the Northwest on Find a Job is the place to go for everybody.
Yeah, thank you for that, Colin. Just before we wrap things up with yourself, I know you wanted to thank first up the employers, because without them this wouldn't have happened, would it? I mean, they've really committed to this.
Yeah, there's so many employers, too many to mention. But in particular, obviously with Talk, McCann Health Medical Communications, just terrific. This link that we've got with the private sector and using their know-how and using the capability of your organisation as well, Stuart's just opened up the market to everybody where the reach is terrific. Yeah. And then also, for me, just seeing those comments in the live chat, I'm just looking at it now, on the screen, the work that's going on behind the scenes with those members of the job centre who are helping people and responding to those messages, and those organisers, those employees who've got their own staff, their own teams working behind the scenes. There's hundreds and hundreds of conversations going on every hour just behind that live chat post, and that's just fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you wanted to thank your own people who have been very much instrumental on the live chat as well, who've been getting involved and supporting people. And what I think we've really been humbled by is the fact that people who don't know what they want to do but are just asking for help, aren't they, Colin?
Yes, and there is a lot of help out there, and if you have your work coach, then obviously use that expertise of the work coach there in respect of helping you to set yourself back into that journey, back into the labour market. There's lots of other organisations out there as well that are linked to the private, the voluntary sector or the local authorities, like the work zones, where I'm from over in Cheshire West, that can help a lot with the individuals just looking to get that all-important job start. And then when they're in a job, they might well look to see if they can develop that career, in the same direction or use the skills and apply it elsewhere, But there's lots of help out there, and it's great to see that, on the screen in front of us as the 3 days have progressed, Stuart.
Yeah, and we're asking people as well if they have been successful, if they've got an interview or even better, they've got themselves a job, to get back in touch, because you'd love to hear from them, Colin, wouldn't you? Because you never really see that side. You help people, but then you never really hear if they get a job at the end of it, really.
And that's a big part of what we do now. That when somebody does get a job, we still want to keep in touch with them, in the job centre. So yeah, please let us know how you get on. If you've applied for a job as a result of this fantastic jobs expo that we've had on Northwest Works for You, let us know. Tell your work coach, keep us posted on how things are going. And if it doesn't quite work out with one application, then stay positive, keep going. You will get something. I've worked in a job centre a long time, and somebody said to me one point, Stuart, well, if I don't apply for that job, I won't get it. If I do apply, I might get it. And actually, that's what people have got to do. That's what I've done, and that's what I think everybody's done at one time in their life. You just got to give it a go.
No, absolutely. And we've heard from Will Quince, Minister for Welfare Delivery, earlier, and he just say, keep at it, don't give up, stay positive. I mean, that's the key areas that we want to encourage people today.
Absolutely.
And it has been a challenging time over the last 12 months, but there is lots of opportunity in other sectors that are growing. I mean, we had Joy Blackburn on from Balfour Beatty just saying how fast the construction industry, for example, is growing. So as one opportunity goes away, another one replaces it, doesn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely with that. And our broadcast ends shortly, doesn't it? But actually it doesn't stop here, because there's, continue to look at Find a Job website, continue to look at Job Help, stay connected with Jobs Live, scan all of the different websites that are out there in respect of the job opportunities, because things do change all the time. As you said, Stuart, look how that the number of jobs on Find a Job has shimmered all day.
Yeah.
You know, and keep a lookout for that all important job and get the job alerts, because that gives you a step ahead of everybody else.
No, absolutely. Well, thanks again, Colin, for your support, and it's always great to see you on the Jobs Live channel. As Colin said there, the Jobs Live channel will continue. We've been proud to feature the Northwest Works for You event over the past 3 days, but we're back tomorrow from 11 o'clock to do it all again and to meet some brilliant employers who've got opportunities for you as well. And Colin, if you just let us indulge ourselves, we're going to just play a compilation of the best bits of this event and the people we've met. And any final words to the people looking for work? What would you like to say to them, especially if they're finding it tough and it's a challenge? What would you like to say to them today?
Well, listen, it is a challenge, but the more you do, the more you'll get back. So, be clear about what type of job you're looking for. But as we've heard from employers, there might be a job out there that you never thought you'd actually do. So keep your options open, but when you do apply, be focused and give it the best shot. Get some feedback, because if that doesn't work, use that feedback to help you with the next application. And keep your work coach, if you're linked to the job centre, involved with everything that you're doing, and share that information with them. And good luck with that. Good luck. You will get your job. You will get one. Believe me.
So welcome back to Jobs Live. This is Wednesday, and thank you for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. Hope you found today useful. Lots of employers online right now waiting to speak to you about their vacancies. And next up, we have Amy from Connected Talent. Hello, Amy.
Hiya, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. So not many people may have heard of Connected Talent, and I know there's other parts of the business as well called Connected Health, but tell us a little bit more about the company and where you're based.
Yeah, so basically I work for Connected Talent, but I be hiring for Connected Health. So that's who we be hiring for. It's a domiciliary healthcare company. So we help obviously care for elderly, vulnerable people in their homes. So we be hiring people to be able to do that job. So we started in 2012 in Northern Ireland. That's where our headquarters would be. So we started there and have grown ever since. We now cover most of Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, and about 2 years ago we then branched into the UK. So we're based now in Widnes. We have an office there and we've massive growth plans. We have quadrupled in size over the past 6 months. It's been brilliant. So now we've got a massive push on recruitment and to help get healthcare workers for us. So we do have plans now to open offices in Cheshire and further on up. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at the moment.
Perfect. So you act as a kind of referring agency, or almost like a recruitment for health organisations who are currently recruiting for their care sector or their care roles. But they could be a whole raft of different companies as well.
No, it'd be purely just Connected Health. So
Perfect.
It is. There's sister companies, Connected Talent and Connected Health. So we recruit solely for them. We're basically one big team with Connected Health. The communication's great and everything between everybody. So that's what we're doing at the moment.
Sorry, I just want to clarify that so people understood who they were joining. So Connected Health.
Yeah.
Tell me, I mean, what sort of people are you caring for? Is it young people, adults? Tell us more about that.
Majority elderly and vulnerable people, who want to be able to live independently and remain in their homes, but maybe just need a bit of assistance with that. So you do be in communication with their families, you have full care plans and everything. So we do provide a lot of training, everything like that. Connected Health would be big into 3 T's. That's kind of like our tagline as such. So it's talent, technology and training. So we have a Connected Academy actually within Connected Health, and that gives even candidates the chance to progress through the company, train for NVQs level 2, 3, 5 and upwards as well. So we do give the training completely and the complete support for candidates coming on board and to be able to care for those individuals as well.
Perfect. So would the care be taking place in a sort of specified home, or would it be within the community itself in people's homes?
So it is within the community. So that's the thing. All candidates majority would need to be able to drive and have access to a car, as it does involve going from maybe house to house. But we do cover, we cover everywhere from maybe like Southport, Sefton, right through Liverpool, down to Cheshire, St Helens, Halton, everywhere like that. So we do try to keep the individual in their own area as such. We wouldn't ask them to travel, across the country or anything.
Sure.
So it would be looking after people in their homes, and trying to keep them there and keep them as comfortable as possible.
Of course. So in a typical day, how many people could they see? And how many people would be on their caseload?
It's really dependent. It's hard to say because it would be dependent on the client's needs. Yeah. Some clients do just like a bit of company. You might pop in, have a cup of tea, just chat with them for a bit, make sure they're okay, they don't need anything. Whereas others, you may need to be there longer for as such as going in, maybe helping them get up out of bed, personal care, personal hygiene, getting them up, making them breakfast, getting them set up for the day. So that would obviously require longer. So usually the runs would be split into morning, lunch, tea and beds. So you could be on a shift from, say, 7 a.m. till 2, which would cover your morning and lunch, or you could be on a longer one, which would be morning, lunch and tea, or else, which a lot of people find really suitable, like maybe students, parents, is evening shifts, which could be from 6 till 10, getting clients ready for bed and things like that. So
okay,
it could vary from maybe 2 till, maybe 10, just dependent.
Yeah. Okay. We tell we're live because you've got your dog now joining in the conversation.
I thought he was asleep. I'm sorry. I was giving
That's fine. That's fine. The perils of live TV. So
I know.
So just going on to some of the roles then that you've got currently vacant. Give us a sense of the kind of the kind of roles that you're looking to recruit into at the moment, please.
Yeah, so we do always recruit for healthcare assistants. So it is so we have that across all of the areas that we cover. But we also do progression would be a big thing with Connected Health as well. There's great progression within the company. You can go from healthcare assistant up to senior, and then even up then to internal roles such as like office staff, which can go to area manager and further on up. So we do offer our roles to the public as well as in-house. So we're currently also advertising for area managers at the minute, and then also a registered manager. Great. Because we are growing and we're looking to open another office now in the near future, so we will need senior staff as well and senior management staff.
Understood. So it's a different kind of roles that you've got currently on offer, and I know we're going to put some links up on the page at the moment to show people where those roles are and what they do. Can you just tell us a little bit more about the kind of people that you want to work for you? What makes a successful employee of Connected Health?
So basically, sorry, I'm just going to close that door. No I'm really sorry about that.
It's okay.
So basically, as I said, we do have Connected Academy, which is our own training academy that we train people up. So it's not about experience. We don't expect people to come on, they don't necessarily need to have worked in care before or even in the healthcare sector. So we're looking for people who, it's more about personality. If you're friendly, compassionate, want to be able to help and give back to the community, that's the kind of people we would like to bring on. Someone who wants to help and wants to be able to provide care. So it's not necessarily, as I said, about experience. So it's more so the personality type.
Yeah. And are you finding, because of what's been happening over the last 12 months or so, people who are applying into you haven't necessarily come from a care background, but maybe come from other sectors such as retail, hospitality? Are you finding more of that now?
Mm-hmm. We are, absolutely. We actually had a big surge of people coming in, like candidates wanting to give back because they've seen what COVID has done. They want to be able to help elderly people who can't get out, if they're shielding, isolating. They want to be able to give back to the community and actually have went for a full 360 career change. And then we also have people, who are on furlough who wanted to come on board as well, and they've stayed with us as opposed to going back, to their first careers and everything like that. So yeah, there definitely has been an influx in candidates applying.
Yeah, so that's a good signal, isn't it, for anybody who thinks, oh, I've never really worked in care before, what do I know? Well, you will, as long as they've got the right attribute and the right attitude towards your sector, you can always train them in what's required, can't you?
Absolutely, because as I said, with the Connected Academy, we have our own training manager in GB as well, who has done training and care for years, and she's brilliant. She would take on, you know, everybody up to NVQs, as I said, 2 and 3. You can progress even further. Right. You know, it's brilliant. We do have massive training platforms for that.
Fantastic. And you probably, as often, you've seen your fair share of applications, you know, as they come in there, Amy. And, you know, what suggestions or advice can you give to anyone applying so that their CV stands out and there's more chance of them being interviewed?
It's more so, as I said, kind of personality type. If you can manage to bring it across in your CV that you want to help, we do like to think, you know, as I'm sure yourself, you wouldn't want anybody just coming in looking after your maybe elderly mother, elderly grandparents, things like that. It's someone you know that would be able to look after people well.
Yeah.
So it is, if they're compassionate, have empathy, you know, friendly, and want to be able to help, that's the main thing we like to see come across.
Great. Well, that's really great advice. So I think it's all about personality, not necessarily about the skills or the qualifications that they've got. It's more about attitude, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And being positive.
Absolutely.
And someone that you need to trust as well. I guess trust is a massive part in this too.
Oh, for sure. Definitely is, yeah.
Yeah. So if people want to find out more about Connected Health, is there a website they can visit, Amy?
Yes, we have our website. It's connectedhealth.co.uk. It does have everything about the company on it and the job opportunities and everything like that. So yeah, absolutely. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, Twitter, everything.
Perfect. Okay, well, we're going to encourage people to do that. Just have a look. We do get a lot of people coming up to the channel wanting to work in care, so we'll definitely signpost them towards your organisation, and the very best of luck in finding the right people. And I will let you go and care for your dog as well, who sounds like he needs either a walk or he needs his lunch or something. But no, it's been
he just wants attention.
Don't we all? But anyway, it's really nice to have met you, Amy, and thanks for your time here on the Jobs Live channel, and we'll hopefully get you back on again soon in the near future, talking about future vacancies. Thanks very much. So that was Amy from Connected Health and her dog in the background. We're going to now move on to more companies who are working with us here on the Jobs Live channel. Thank you. So good morning and welcome back to the Jobs Live channel. This is Friday, the 9th of April. Delighted you could join us for Jobs Live. And today we're looking at recruitment from a whole range of different sectors. I'm delighted to start with the RAF, and we've been joined by Gemma at the RAF. Good morning, Gemma.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. Before we get into what the RAF do, which I think a lot of people do know, but there's obviously things that they may not know. Just tell us a little bit about what you do there at the RAF, please.
Yeah, of course. So my actual trade is cyberspace communication specialist. However, right now I'm in recruitment. So I work for the Newcastle AFCO on the outreach team. So I'm involved in getting out to all the schools, universities, colleges, and being a part of all the careers fairs, really, to kind of get the word out of what we do and what we can provide.
And we spoke to one of your colleagues, Rachel, about what people perceive the RAF to be, and it's more than just pilots, isn't it, Gemma?
Yes, yeah, of course it is. So within the RAF, we actually have 60 roles. So all our roles as well are open to both male and female. And you can have roles from, like you already know, pilots. You could be chefs. You could be firefighters. You could work in cyber. The roles, honestly, we cover a range of roles. You could even be an admin if you wanted to be. You know, there's so many opportunities.
And I know a lot of them are on your careers website. So if anybody's watching today or watching this on demand, the best place to start is the RAF careers site, where those 60 or some of those 60 roles are live right now, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. So as well, once you go onto the actual webpage, if you're not too sure what you are looking for, there's actually like a little helper tool there that can actually try and push you into a kind of career you want. So if you're looking to go down a apprenticeship route, you can see all the roles that we have that come with apprenticeships. Or if you just want a normal ground trade, you can go through that. Or even if you're looking to commission and go for the officer trades or the officer branches, you can see what's available, and it will also state all the qualifications you're required to have prior to actually approaching your Armed Forces Careers Office.
So if I can ask you a little bit more about the application process then, Gemma, just talk us through what a typical applicant would go through first. How's their journey start when they're applying into you?
So the first step would obviously be going onto the Royal Air Force page and submitting your interest. Once you've done this, this will then go off to what's known as the virtual AFCO, which is basically, it's like a team of civilians that sit there and they'll look through your application, make sure that you're suitable. And then what happens from then on in is your application will then get pushed out to your local Armed Forces Careers Office. Then you'll be assigned to a careers advisor who will then contact you, and that's when your actual process will start. So once that initial contact is made, you'll be invited forward to come and sit the airman selection test. So everybody, regardless of whether you're a ground trade or if you're going for an officer trade, you will sit the airman selection test. It's a series of 7 little mini tests, and it covers numeracy, literature, all things that you would think, like memory, a bit of verbal reasoning, electronic comprehension, and things like that. So once you've done that, you will then, at the moment, obviously with COVID, you'll be asked to leave. They'll do all your scores, and then basically we'll do something called trade counselling. And this is where they'll look at all your scores and they'll see exactly what you've come out successful for. So if it's one of the jobs that you were looking for, brilliant. We can start, moving further along. If not, this doesn't mean that you have to give up there. If that's the role you really want to go for, you can resit your airman selection test at a later date. So don't feel like you've missed out, because you haven't. You still have other opportunities. So say you passed your selection test, you'll then be invited to come forward for a filter interview. And this is like anything, well, this is usually about 20 minutes. It's 20 minutes for the airman and it's 40 minutes for an officer. So during this, the first part of the interview is all about yourself. So sell yourself. Everything that you've done, anything that you've ever done, like leadership, if you've been a part of the cadets. We want to know all these things that are going to make you, bring something to our team. We want you to be a part of that. And then the second part is literally just going to briefly go over a little bit about the Royal Air Force, just to make sure that you know what you're joining up for, where your trade training is, where your basic training is, how long it's for. So on successful completion of that, you'll then be invited along to go for a medical, which is done by civilians. So that gets done, and then you'll be invited along for a pre-joining fitness test. Again, all the information on what requirements are needed for your pre-joining fitness test are on the Royal Air Force website. This is done at local Nuffield gyms. Obviously, with COVID and the gyms being shut at the moment, these have been on hold, but they will be coming back in, obviously, with effect from Monday. So that's basically the start of your journey.
That's really good, Gemma. Thanks for explaining that. And delighted that the gyms are opening on Monday, and I'm sure you are as well, for other reasons than just doing selection. But I just ask, can you practice the selection test? Is there anywhere where you can have a go first before you take it for real?
Yeah, so actually on the Royal Air Force website, there are practice airman selection tests on there. They are quite repetitive though, so don't get kind of stuck into the thing of, you can't do it. If you Google airman selection test or little quick fire tests, you'd probably be able to find quite a few on YouTube and stuff like that. So you'd be able to run through just to give yourself a little bit of an idea of what to expect.
We ask this question a lot on the Jobs Live, is the kind of people that you're looking for. And I don't mean the skills necessarily, but the softer skills, the employability skills. What makes people successful, do you think, in the RAF when they join you? What sort of things do you notice that makes somebody successful and have a good career within your service?
To be honest, the service in a whole is so diverse. I think it's all about bringing a personality. You can have all the hard skills, we can even, we will teach you the hard skills. It's bringing something to the party. Do you know what I mean? Just come forward and be yourself, be a little bit outgoing, be a little bit confident, just show that you can lead, show that you're not afraid to be put in a situation that you wouldn't normally react well to, but you can. Like I said, we are such a diverse force in general. We have so many people, and all the different parts that people bring in make us the great organisation that we are. We can't, if everybody was the same, we'd have a very, very boring, workplace.
Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting because when we said before about people perceive you as, a place that recruits just pilots, it is clearly a lot more than that. Could you give us a couple of examples of jobs that people may never have heard of that actually you need in the service?
So at the moment, we are, like I said, my trade in specific, cyberspace communication specialists, we are recruiting them. So that my role itself is, so we're involved in all the IT side of things. So you could find yourself on at 90 Signals Unit, which is up at RAF Leman. They do all the deployments, they take all the kit out and they set up all the kit for exercises, operation. They maintain that kit, service it. So they're out and about quite a lot. They do information exploitation within our trade. There's iHub, which is kind of like a help desk. So it's not one of the more fun jobs, but it is a job that still is quite important to us because obviously, when we're away, if our users have problems, they need us to help them out. So that's one of the jobs that is currently being asked for. Another one is constantly going on is regiment gunner. And I'll go with this one because, like I said earlier, all our trades are now open to both male and female. So as opposed to the army, where the infantry more, mostly are male, we've now come on and we've said, you know what, we will have females on our front line. So we're now recruiting that. So a regiment gunner, their role is force protection. So no matter where we deploy in the world, the regiment will go. So, and they'll be doing exercises, they'll be training our normal people on their weapons, living in the field, and just basically being able to look after yourself should you be in any, adverse conditions that you're not used to.
And it's great that you're able to do that diversity, and like you say, take more females into the RAF. I know you're a passionate believer in apprentices as well, Gemma, aren't you? And you got your fair share of them every year. When do they tend to recruit all year round, or do you have a set time when you tend to take apprentices on?
No, so within the engineering roles, you will always go through the apprenticeships. It's not necessarily that we have certain times of the year that happen all the time. It just depends where we're at with the trades and the manning within that trade. Obviously with COVID, a lot of the training has had to be cut down, so the numbers have come down quite a bit. So a few of the engineering trades that would provide the apprenticeships have been on hold. This doesn't mean they're shut permanently. They will reopen, so it's just definitely worth it. It's something that you're interested in. Just keep an eye on the Royal Air Force website, because as soon as they're open, they will come back on. So it will tell you when you go onto the Royal Air Force website if they are currently recruiting for that. If not, give it a couple of months, check again, because these are opening and closing all the time, and it's just to allow the backlog from COVID, really.
Thank you for that. And on the Jobs Live channel as well, every employer we get on, we try and help people into work and make them be more successful at the application stage. You've already said about bring your personality when you join the service and stand out a little bit, but the actual application process itself, Gemma, for people who are applying, any sort of hints and tips you can give people to make sure that they rise to the top and have a really good chance of being selected?
I would say regarding your actual application process, be as transparent as possible. Do you know what I mean? Don't try and hide anything that you think might be a bad thing. You know, we want to know if it's going to be a no-go from the start, we will tell you. Medical, especially, you know, don't try and hide that for later on down the line, because it's going to come out of your medical, and then, you know, you've built yourself up to possibly be, you know, quite upset when you get turned away. Regarding actually going to the interview, make sure that you're smart. Make sure that you make an effort. Be on time. You know, we're so about timing, so you will get it drilled into you from the minute you start basic training that if you're told to be somewhere at 9 o'clock, you're there at 5 to 9. It's a 5-minute rule. Just be there. You know, don't be late. Have a good attitude. Be open. You know, have good eye contact, and just be free to speak. You know, don't try and sit there and kind of get yourself all like mixed up. And if you do within your interview and you have a moment where you think you're tying yourself up in knots, just say to your interviewer, can I just have a couple moments? They will understand. You know, they really will understand. They will let you have that. Take back control of your interview and then just go and carry it on.
No, that's great advice. Final question for me. Can I just ask what attracted you to the RAF in the first place, Gemma? Where does your story start?
So my uncle was in the RAF. I don't really know where my actual full drive to join the RAF came from. It just sort of happened overnight, and I never really looked at any of the other services. I was asked this yesterday on an event as well, and I was like, I don't really know. But yeah, I never wanted to work in a shop or, you know, anything like that. And I wanted to travel, you know, I wanted to see as much of the world as I possibly could, you know, and this job has seen me travel all over the world. I've been paid to do it. I've done adventure training, paid for, you know, sport. It's given me so many opportunities, and I have met some, you know, people that are lifelong friends, you know, and when you join the military, I think regardless of what service you go in, I think you just need to understand that you join basically an extended family, and it's something that you will never understand unless you've been in the military, I think. And even people, when they leave, they will always, always remember their days and their friends from there. So yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, well, look, it's been a pleasure to meet you, Gemma, and thank you to you and your colleagues for all the great work you do, not just in the military, but out in the community as well. I know it's a massive family, and I know a lot of work goes on outreach, but people may not even realise that you do. So thanks for all your volunteering that you do as well in the community. It's much appreciated. Can I just final checks on the website? If you wanted to go and search out these jobs now, is it a simple case of Googling RAF careers?
It is indeed, yeah. Just Google Royal Air Force. It will take to the RAF careers page, and then from there you will see a little tab, and it will say find your role. That's where you'll be able to help to work out what you actually want to do. There's lots of little tabs. If it's apprenticeships, if it's officers, you know, everything's available. It's very easy to use. So just go and have a look and see what's available.
I know you've got your own partner page on the Jobs Live website as well. So if people got any questions, go on the live chat right now. The RAF team will be able to assist you. And I know you've been doing that all week. So thanks again for your support in signposting people to your career site and just helping them in general, because sometimes people just get a bit stuck, don't they, and don't know what they want to do next.
Yeah, of course. And especially in times like these at the moment, you know, it's a very, very confusing time for a lot of people, you know, and job security is a massive thing for people. And there's one thing that you're always going to have within the military, and that is job security.
Thanks so much. Pleasure to meet you, Gemma. Thanks for your time. Take care. Enjoy the weekend as well. I'm sure you're well deserved, and we'll get back to Mondays again next week.
Brilliant. Thank you. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye. So good morning and welcome back to Jobs Live. This is Friday the 16th of April and delighted now to be joined by Lydia Goodman from the NHS Somerset Foundation Trust. Hi, Lydia.
Hi there.
Thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. Can you just tell me a little bit about your role there? What do you get involved with on a daily basis, please?
Yeah, so in the recruitment team for the Foundation Trust, we deal with hard to fill vacancies and, well, vacancies across the board, really. It ranges from healthcare vacancies, medical professionals, to administration staff, operations. We, make sure that everything is advertised correctly, everything's, in the right pay scales, and that we're getting the right candidates through, that we're engaging with people in the best way that we possibly can.
Perfect. And the NHS Somerset Foundation Trust, I'm going to take a guess here that you're based in Somerset, but other than that, who's involved with that trust? Which other companies and whereabouts are you based in Somerset?
The Somerset Foundation Trust as a whole we're not really based anywhere. We are based across the whole of Somerset. So that includes your main hospitals like Musgrove Park Hospital and YDH, which is in Yeovil. We've got GP surgeries. We've got community staff teams, which obviously cover large areas at a time, and we've also got offices that are around and about the place for various administration staff. So we're based everywhere, all over Somerset, really.
and you recruit for the whole piece, don't you? So it's not just the hospitals, it's GP surgeries, support groups, etc. It's everybody who's involved with the NHS, really, within your county.
Yeah, that's right. So in the recruitment team, there's we've got quite a large team, and it's split by really sections of our healthcare service. So we call them directorates, which can be community care or surgical care or GP practices in specific, and we recruit by sections.
Yeah, and we've got your website up here now. We're just going to have a quick look at your careers page. So this is what is on your website at the moment. So if people went to somersetft.nhs.uk and searched out your jobs board, this is what they will see. So I'm just bringing this up on screen now, and you'll notice there's a whole range of different opportunities. I think, am I right in saying there's about 350 roles in the NHS alone, and some of them are on this jobs board, isn't there?
I'd say more than that, if I'm honest. But yeah, so there's a whole different variety. I touched on it earlier. The NHS is such a large entity, and in order to run an operation like that, you need everything from the very top to the very bottom, if you see what I mean, from medical professionals to administration staff to everything in between. So it's a large range of things of opportunities that are within the NHS.
Sadly, we haven't got time to go through all your vacancies today, but is there any certain ones that you'd like to highlight, Lydia, that maybe you are searching for? Maybe just want to explain a bit more about what's involved, because I know people often associate you with nursing and doctors, but there's a whole raft of other opportunities, isn't it? Maybe you want to pick up on a couple?
Yeah, of course. So obviously, in the NHS, the roles that we are always looking to recruit for, and that we're always, looking for different ways to support our staff and things like that, and our nurses and our healthcare assistants. They are definitely make up most of the backbone of what we do. So we are always looking for people either coming through universities or looking to get into a career that really makes a difference to people's lives in that capacity. But on the other side of things, we're an ever-changing entity, I would say. So with the coronavirus coming about, we're all in a pandemic. So obviously our way of staffing the service has had to change, and we've had to introduce a mass vaccination program, and we have been heavily recruiting over several months now for vaccinators nurses, administrators, various roles to keep that service going. And actually, interestingly, the vaccination staff on this project haven't necessarily had any experience in that before. There's an intense training program, or an intensive training program that we enlist people in to become trained vaccinators. So it could be people you could have been an accountant for 20 years and now you're vaccinated for the NHS. It's a really interesting time to be part of our healthcare service, and we're really proud that we've been able to either further people's career or give them a change, all to aid us all in getting back to life as we once knew it.
Absolutely. You mentioned healthcare assistants. That's a good entry level, isn't it, for someone who maybe want to start their career in the NHS? Just tell us a little bit about what a healthcare assistant would get involved in on a sort of daily basis.
Absolutely. So on a daily basis, a healthcare assistant is mainly supporting the nursing team on whatever ward or community service you're part of. So healthcare assistants, as I've just touched on, can be based on a ward, or they can be based out in the community. And your job is to provide assistance on the ward, sort of general housekeeping duties and odd jobs, but also to provide care for residents that sit just below what a nurse would be qualified in administering. So that's anything from personal care to emotional support to kind of sitting with them with their family and helping explain what's going on and things like that. Healthcare assistants are in my eyes the unsung heroes of our whole National Health Service. Really, they support the nurses in everything that they do and make sure that our patient care is up to standard, and that when the nurses have finished with their medical advice and medical treatments, that you are emotionally supported and well taken care of so that you're comfortable.
Yeah. So we've kept your website up there. Again, I'm just going to remind people of the address at somersetft.nhs.uk. And then it's if you search on then the job board, it will bring you up with these vacancies. And give me an idea roughly, I won't quote you, but how many vacancies do you currently have for people to apply into there in Somerset?
God, I really couldn't say, because it fluctuates so much. Obviously, with the pandemic that we're in, we're operating at higher staff numbers than we normally would be.
Yeah.
And there's more temporary vacancies available on fixed term contracts, like I've said, for the mass vaccination project.
Yeah.
But yeah, it really does fluctuate. But if you look on the website, like I said, there's lots. There's about 300 different variations of roles that you can apply for.
Absolutely. We're just going to click on nursing and midwifery just to show people that there is vacancies behind there, and you've got, so you say, COVID related type vacancies, decontamination technician, junior sisters. I'm just going down. There seems to be a lot on here at the moment for people to choose from.
Yeah, absolutely, and they vary from as you touched on, the entry level roles where you don't actually necessarily need any experience. It's more about your nature. Are you caring? Are you compassionate? Right the way up to your doctors and your GPs where you study for several years. But we work very closely with schools and universities in the area to make sure that we're still engaging people. To make sure that they want to come and work for our healthcare service. Nurses and doctors and medical professionals is something that we're always going to need, always. So, as long as we've got people still wanting to work in that capacity, if they go to university, they do their nursing degree, we keep in touch with you all the way throughout your nursing degree, and support you in your first steps in your career as soon as you leave there. So it's a different variation of levels where you can enter the health service, but it's accessible to everyone.
I've just noticed, Lydia, actually, you can create what looks like an account on this. It's got My Job account. Can people do that and then get alerts about vacancies?
Yes, yeah, you can do that on our NHS Jobs website. What you can input, what type of role it is you're looking for, and create alerts to get that. Or if you don't quite know, you can just you can have the account. You can sort of pre-populate your information, type in the generic application, and then if every time you see a job that you're interested in, tailor your application to that position and apply.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll just put it up on screen. It's called Track Jobs, TRAC, yes. And people can actually create an account there. So perfect. Oh, that's really useful. Just before we let you go, I was going to talk about the kind of people that you're looking to recruit to the NHS. And we get this question a lot here on the channel, and it does vary depending on which sector you're going into. I mean, for these roles, and particularly nursing and healthcare assistants, the kind of people you're looking for, Lydia, I mean, what, not necessarily the qualifications, but what sort of the soft skills and those kind of skills should they have, do you think, to work for you?
You kind of hit the nail on the head there when you said soft skills, because with the healthcare service in general, yes, you need to, in order to be a nurse or a doctor, you need to have certain qualifications and go through certain exams and pass them. However, our core value is recruiting people that are caring and compassionate and want to make a difference in people's lives, because we really can't underestimate what an impact you have in whatever role you have in the NHS. You are keeping the country safe. You're keeping people in care, and sort of really aiding people in their time of need, no matter what level you come in at. So the things that we look for in the staff that we take on are those core values. What you kind of the reasons behind why you want to work in the NHS, rather than the qualifications, because they can come later.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just on people's, when they're applying to you, what makes those applications stand out? You've clearly seen quite a number over the period you've worked there. People, and you must get quite frustrated sometimes when people maybe leave information out or haven't customized their application. I mean, what's success look like to you when someone's applying that you just want to meet them and you want to interview them?
So my main bugbear when people are applying is that on the track system you can fill out your whole application and submit that to every role. But what you have to bear in mind is that you're not submitting it to a computer, you're submitting it to a person, and they will read that application. And I can tell within 5 seconds of reading somebody's personal statement whether they've written it for this role or whether they've written it in general. And what we want are people who really do want to work in these roles and who are passionate about working in these roles. And if it doesn't come across in the personal statement, if it's just, you've written this for seven other roles, then you are less likely to be shortlisted based on that. Yeah. So that is my main advice to anybody applying, is make sure you tailor your application.
Yeah, and that goes across the country as well, isn't it? In any NHS Foundation Trust, those rules will still apply. All recruiters want to see a more personalised expression from that potential employee, that they've taken the time to apply and do their research on you.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Do your research as well. There's sort of, and it kind of goes hand in hand with personalising the application to the role. Yeah. If you've researched the role and the specific details of because it on a vacancy, it has the ward that you would be working on, or the service that you would be working within, and what that role entails. So do a little bit of research, make sure it's personalised, and make sure your personality is in your personal statement.
Yeah, absolutely. And just on the process then going forward, if they do get an interview, I suspect this is all done online at the moment, although you may be seeing people face to face. But for those people you have interviewed online, any advice for those? Because it is a new way for some people anyway to be interviewed. Again, are you seeing basic mistakes being made there from people?
It is difficult, because interviews from home, you kind of you forget yourself and you don't get the same sort of I don't know, anticipation almost as you would with a face-to-face interview. So I have seen people who have kind of, I would say, been a bit slack, with the online interview. They don't necessarily dress for an interview, or make sure they have the correct lighting, or make sure there's no disturbances in the room. And it's easy to forget when you're at home, because you're not in a work environment, and you kind of it's easy to let stuff like that slide. But I would say treat an online interview as if you were going to the place and meeting that person.
Yeah.
In person.
Yeah. And check your connection works in advance. It's just like checking the map before you venture out to find someone's office. The same applies here, isn't it? Do check your Teams or your Zoom account works properly, and you can hear people, you can see people. One of the recruiters said the other day, just test with family and friends. Just do a call with them with the same the same platform that the recruiter's using. Yeah, absolutely. Just make sure, like basic preparation, make sure your connectivity is good. And because there have been a couple of people that I've interviewed online that have been late, and I think and it is due to not testing connectivity and things like that. But when you're at home behind a laptop, I think it is ever more important to be on time. No, I know, and there's no excuse really, is there? You can't blame traffic.
Exactly, yeah. You can't. There's no traffic at home.
No, it's a good shout. Okay, fantastic. Well, look, that's been really helpful today, Lydia, and thank you for sharing some of the vacancies that you have there within the trust in Somerset, and also some of your experiences of people applying for work. I mean, that's invaluable advice coming from yourself as an employer. So thank you for that. And I'm sure it will assist people in the application process. And I will encourage people to keep visiting your vacancy page, because it does seem like it's changing probably on a weekly basis as new vacancies come in different areas.
It's so volatile at the moment. It's the healthcare service is changing day by day. So definitely set up a track account, set up your alerts, and just see what comes through.
Perfect. Okay. Well, again, thanks very much for your time here on the Jobs Live channel. It'll be great to have you back again to talk more about what you do there at the Trust, and to find out more about those vacancies. And maybe next time we can focus on a different area that you're trying to recruit in, because there's so many different areas that people are yet to discover, I'm sure, about the NHS. So thank you, Lydia. Hello, welcome back to the Jobs Live channel. This is Thursday, the 15th of April, and all day today we've been featuring companies who've got current vacancies across the region. And delighted to be joined by another one of those organisations, 360 Healthcare, and Anushka. Good morning, Anushka. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. It's been a great day so far. Loads of vacancies, loads of opportunity, and I know in your industry as well, lots of exciting opportunities as well. But before we get into that, just tell us a little bit about 360 Healthcare for those who may not come across it so far.
Okay, so 360 Degrees Healthcare is a domiciliary care and support company. So that means we provide care and support in their own homes. We're based in the East Lancashire area. And we go into clients' homes, whether they might have mental health, they might have a learning disability, they might have autism, and we assist in any way that they would like.
Perfect. So it is predominantly working for or working with the community, so more community care than actually residential care, yeah?
Yes, 100%. So you will be going into a client's own home. You will be looking at their care plan, their needs, their assessments, and seeing what they need. For some clients, it can be anything from personal care, so washing, dressing, and showering. But for some of our other clients, and the majority of our clients, it might be social visits. So obviously at the moment it's quite difficult, but hopefully as we're looking forward to the upcoming weeks, more and more things are opening again. So we've got clients that love going to watch the football and have season tickets. So you might even go and watch a bit of football if you like, or go swimming with them, or whatever they want really.
Great. And so you mentioned East Lancashire where you are based. What area do you cover then? Give us some towns that people may recognise that you have customers who need support.
Okay, so our office space is in Nelson in Lancashire. We've also got clients in Nelson. We've also got clients within the Pendle area, so that's kind of Earby, Barnoldswick, if you know these ends. We've also got Colne and Burnley. Then we also go as far as Accrington, Haslingden, Preston and Chorley. We also have clients in Bacup as well, so we're quite widespread. Wherever we see a need for a client and wherever staff are willing to work, we can kindly assist.
Fantastic. So let's get on to the roles then. There's a lot of emphasis at the moment on adult social care, lots of opportunities, and people are maybe moving into it for the first time. It's probably worth mentioning that as well from different sectors. But just give us a flavour of the kind of roles that you're currently recruiting for, Anushka.
So we are one of them organisations where we are constantly recruiting. So even if you think kind of adult social care isn't for you, but then you look more into it and you think, actually, that really interests me, feel free to still get in touch. We are recruiting care and support workers, but not just a care and support worker. We're looking for people with the heart and passion for care. So even if you've never done care and support work before, but you feel like it's for you, that's what we see. You might not necessarily have had to work in care before, and that's completely fine. As long as you can assist someone with their needs and help them promote their independence, then it's the right job for you.
And what about career progression? Because maybe people have worked with you for a while, there may be a chance to move up. Is there opportunities like that within 360-degree healthcare?
100%. Well, I'm the development officer for the company, and I'm possibly one of the prime examples of moving up within the company. So I started off as a care and support worker. However, my background, I've got a degree in health and social care and sociology. So my managing director actually saw something with me and asked me if I wanted to take on a couple of hours a week office work. And from that led into a full-time contract within the office. So there's always a member of the management team. I'm now officially a manager, which still sounds weird. We also constantly recruit for care coordinators and team leaders. But we also understand that you might want to, just say in the future, be a midwife or a social worker. We understand that care and support for you might just be that experience that you're wanting to gain. So we also put people on their level 3s, their level 4s, their level 5 if they want to go into a management role. So there's all sorts of progression and all sorts of training within 360.
And is it fair to say over the past 12 months, have you seen an increase in interest in the care sector from people wanting to work for you?
100%, yeah. We've had people that kind of just want a job because obviously at the current time the circumstances are hard. But we are looking for people with the heart and the passion for care, and that has been on the increase as well. Obviously within the last 12 months it's been really difficult for everyone, and some people just want to give back into their community. So even if they only want to work a couple of hours a week, we've got that for you. We are a 0-hour contract. However, we understand that people can't live on 0 hours. So we do try to work around you and your routines and your schedules. If you say I can only work 9 till 3, then we assist with that. if you say, well, I can do live-in packages, because some of our clients, you might go on a Thursday and come back on a Monday, for example, we can also put you on that. So even though we work around client needs, we also work around staff member needs as well.
Thank you. And for those people who are looking to apply, then maybe they've seen something here, or they think, you know what, I'd like to have a change of career and do something like this. When they apply then into 360 Degrees Healthcare, what sort of things are you looking for on their application to help them be successful?
So we just ask people to be themselves. So I conduct the interviews because I'm also the recruitment officer. I will sit, obviously due to COVID at the moment, it's all over the phone, just to reduce that face-to-face interaction for safety. So what we do is I ring you, we arrange a date and time for an interview. We'll have an informal discussion. Obviously there's questions that I do need to ask you. But I always say just be yourself. I mean, if you're one of them people that really has the heart for it, with some of our best care and support workers are those that have never worked in care and support work before, and we've recruited them because within their interview it was, oh, I've looked after my mum and dad, or I look after my children. And even though looking after your children isn't necessarily a full-time job, you've got them skill set that we need as a care and support workers. So we do ask just people to be yourself. Our client range is completely different. So like I said, we can have clients that you love football. So if you tell me on your interview, oh, I love football, we try to pair you up with that client. So it's what you find fun. One of our questions that I ask are, what are your hobbies and your interests? Because we want to know about you. We don't want to just know whether you'll be good at the job. We want to know what you like to do so you won't be bored.
Great. And can I just ask, I mean, clearly they're desirables, that you want people to have that passion, that wanting to care for people. That's clearly something you're looking for. But regarding getting around the area, I'm assuming they need to drive and have a clean driving license, have some form of transportation to get them to different homes to care for people. Is that right?
No, so we do take on walkers and drivers. The majority of our staff members are at the moment are walkers, because we do understand that as a driver you might not necessarily, I don't have a driving license and I'm a member of the management team, so we don't have that expectation. Obviously, if you want to gain more hours and things like that, and the more places you're willing to travel, the more hours that we can give you. We also provide kind of a taxi transport service. So we've got a company car. So for example, we've got staff members that live in Nelson, but want to pick up packages in Preston. So we assist them with that, and we will drive, obviously time dependent and willingness. But we work, like I said before, we work around you as well.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad I asked that question actually, because I know some care opportunities do require you to be able to drive around, I guess because of the size of the region. But if there's a walker opportunity as well, so people can literally walk from home to home in an area near to where they live, then that's perfect for them, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. Well, I live in Burnley, but also work within the Nelson and Colne area, so it's quite easy to travel around. It's not really. Yeah. Obviously, if the weather's bad, we do reimburse taxis and things as well. Okay. So that's another option.
Fantastic. Well, look, it's been great to meet you again, Anushka, on the Jobs Live channel, and thank you for sharing some of your insights into the roles you have and also the kind of people you're looking for. If somebody did want to reach out, I'm just going to bring up your partner page first that you've got on the Jobs Live website, so people should see that now on screen. So it's been specially set up for 360 Degrees Healthcare, so you can get a message to the guys there through here if you want to have a private conversation with them. But of course, you can also contact you directly, can't we? What's the best way of doing that? What's the best way of getting reaching you? And we'll put this on the live chat as well.
So the best way of reaching me, it would be a quick email. So it's admin@360degreeshealthcare.co.uk. I also man our 360 Degrees Healthcare Facebook page, LinkedIn and Twitter and Instagram. So they are other ways to contact us as well. We also have a contact number, so it's 01282 614 888. And that's probably any way that you find easier. We do understand that some people aren't all for technology, so a phone call is an easy way to contact me as well.
Yeah, so you're happy to take calls anytime from people interested in applying, yeah?
100%, yes.
Fantastic. Well, that's great to know. And as Anushka said there, the roles at 360 Degrees Healthcare are available now, so you can apply immediately. And obviously keep an eye out on their social media for other roles as they're appearing in the future as well. As I said, great to have you back on. Thanks for your time today. And hopefully this has helped people understand more about the care sector and the kind of people you're looking for. So really valuable information. For people who've never, I guess, been involved with care before, give us a sense of what sort of roles that you've got and what's involved on a kind of day-to-day basis, Helen.
Of course. We've got a number of positions in Star Care at the moment. We've been very fortunate that we were awarded a number of contracts a few months ago. We have a number of care positions where individuals will have the privilege to go out and support our wonderful clients out in the community, allowing them to, live within their own homes, supporting, as detailed within their care plan. I did mention last week we have plenty of opportunities to grow with the company, and we do have a number of vacancies at the moment for individuals who are looking to progress their career in care. We have a quality senior position in our Chester office that supports with the quality and compliance aspects, ensuring that the care that we deliver is at the highest standard that we can provide our clients. And we also have a number of service coordinator positions in our service branch based in the Chester location area. This role is really, really integral to the business because not only does it support our clients, it also supports our staff who are doing an amazing job on the front line at the moment.
Brilliant. And so as you're talking about those roles, Helen, I'm just going to flash up the website. So this is starcare.org.uk/careers in care. And you can, on this site, have a look at the positions. And I'm just looking now, there's some open positions for, as you say, different roles. Care assistant in Chester, Knowsley and Winsford. You've got domiciliary care registered managers. You've got healthcare assistants in Chester, Knowsley and Winsford as well. You've got a whole raft of them, haven't you? And I think what I really welcome is that ability to chat with you as well on your website. And is that something that people can do before they apply?
Absolutely. We also have access to individuals contacting us through the phone. If they didn't want to do it, through, obviously the web page. We're also contactable in the office, but also on the mobile. We've also got a designated HR inbox as well, and we really want to hear, from any individuals out there that are looking, for a career in care who really want to make a difference to our lovely clients' lives.
Absolutely. So just to remind me, is it residential care or is it more community care?
So it's domiciliary care working out in the community. We do have 3 branches, one in the Chester and Ellesmere Port area. We also have a branch in the Knowsley and Merseyside area, and one in Northwich and the Winsford area. We also have a number of schemes with the business as well, and they do work and provide domiciliary care support within schemes. But the largest, part of obviously the business is the domiciliary care.
Great. And I just looked on your website as well. Underneath the jobs is the benefits, I suppose, of being a Star Care team member. Your paid travel time, mileage allowance, opportunities to gain qualifications as well. That's a real sell, isn't it, for someone who wants to progress within your company?
That's absolutely correct, and we're really, really lucky because we have a sister training company that works in collaboration with Star Care to deliver the mandatory training elements, but further progress, individuals' careers, undertaking, up to, a level 5 qualification in health and social care. We also have 2 pathways for our care staff. They can either, complete the mandatory route, or they can undertake an apprenticeship, which is fully funded by, Star Care. But equally, there's lots and lots of support, not only in classroom based, but also out in the community. We have a number of, senior care staff that go out to support our care staff, during, day-to-day activities to make sure, they're equally supported.
No, so the actual skills that you need, I'm just looking at the points you've made there. Organizational skills, clearly, listening and communication skills. I guess that's vital when dealing with your clients. And then the ability to understand your policies and procedures. And finally, good writing skills. Not a lot there about qualifications. Is it fair to say that for people from all backgrounds, at all levels, can find a place to work for you?
Absolutely. We have a number of individuals that, have been out of work for some time that have come to work for the business. Individuals who are starting their career in care, who have just come out of school. And they've started an apprenticeship with us. We set up a new scheme in the new year for individuals who've left school. We're now supporting them working their, out in, the community, and also our, schemes. So we do provide a lot of support, to individuals through the training infrastructures that we have. And not only do we do classroom based, but we also ensure that we do a number of welfare checks, throughout the first 6 to 8 months of, the individuals, start with Star Care.
Yeah. Brilliant. I'm just going to remind people of that web address again then. So it's starcare.org.uk/careers. Careers in care will get you to that page where all those vacancies, and I guess if there's nothing on there that people see right now, it will change continually through the year, so keep checking back. Yeah, Helen?
That's absolutely correct, and it does change on a day by day, week by week basis. But if anyone does have any queries, they can also post messages on our webpage or contact us here in Star Care. We really want to hear from people.
Yeah. Brilliant. And I think you've got your details of your offices underneath there. So if someone was to call you, would the head office be the best place to start?
Absolutely, yes. And, if they need to, get some further information from myself, I'm always available. And, if I'm not in the office, I'll more than happily get back to any, individuals.
So I've got the Chester office is 01244 313 576. To call
That's
Helen
correct.
And the team, and someone there will be able to help you with your application. Great stuff. Before we let you go, I'm just going to ask you this sort of similar questions to what we asked you last time. I think we both agreed that there's people from different sectors now applying because of the pandemic and where we're at with people's career. They may have to change career because of what's happened to them. So I think I think the care sector, the profile of the care sector has increased, which is great. I'm sure for people joining you in the future. But just to make sure they get it right when they do apply, Helen, what sort of things do you want to see when they on their application or when they talk to you that will make them successful in their application?
I think the key ingredient for us in Star Care is about individuals, really being passionate about care and that they really want to make a difference to individuals' lives. In terms of, obviously, their, interview process, we appreciate it's daunting at the moment, but we do give them, a lot of support and encouragement, during the interview process.
Not quite as daunting as a live interview on Jobs Live, though, I'm sure.
This is very daunting.
Can I just ask on a personal note? I mean, for yourself, where does your journey start? What got you into care in the first place?
I actually started in McDonald's, believe it or not, many, many years ago. And I was doing a degree at the time. And I think was definitely the platform of how I, moved into HR. I suppose I fell into HR really, but I was very lucky after I completed a degree in Masters that I went on to a fast track programme for the NHS in HR, and I've always loved care because for me, I've always wanted to make a difference, not just only to the staff, but also to the, clients and patients that, indirectly, I've supported over the years. So I think that's probably why I'm in Star Care now, because I'm really passionate about, people. I'm passionate, about, making a difference, to not only the staff, but, also our fabulous, clients.
Yeah. And I know you can't name names, but, how impactful is a visit from one of your team to somebody's home? What effect does that have on that individual? Give us an idea of that and the impact that those visits make.
So it makes a real difference to them because, ultimately they can, live in their own homes and, there's, nothing worse for a loved one being in a hospital or a community, setting. And they really want to be at home because they've got the comforts, around them. And we get a lot of, obviously recognition, from the families and, also the clients themselves, thanking them for the support that, our fabulous carers, do, because they really do go over and beyond, to really support the clients, and they, forge up some really great relationships.
And do you think it has an impact on people's mental health as well?
Absolutely.
Having company,
Absolutely.
not being on your own all day. Having that visit, even if it's only a short visit, can make all the difference, can't it?
Absolutely, because they get that opportunity to have contact, and it's consistent contact. And as explained, they do, begin to forge up some really good, relationships, with each other. And it's a bit more than just, being a care, worker. It's also, about that interaction with others, that need our support at Star Care.
Brilliant. Well, if anybody who's interested in a career in care, you can certainly start your journey here. And even if you don't find something suitable, I'm sure you can advise people on what they could do in the care sector, because there's huge opportunities, isn't there, to go into this sector now.
Absolutely. And, if anybody wants to personally get into contact with me, to talk about either my journey or, journey into care, more than happy to help, those individuals that are looking, for that steer, because I think we've all had, those individuals that have helped us along through the way on our careers, and, more than happy to, give back, to others.
Brilliant. Well, very kind of you to say that, Helen, and always a pleasure to have you here on the Jobs Live channel to find out more about Star Care. And as I say, the website is there now for you to visit and have a look at some of those roles, and hopefully you can find something that suits you in your career journey. Helen, we'll get you back on, I'm sure, in the future to talk more about care. And in the meantime, you have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon. So welcome back to the Jobs Live channel. It's Thursday the 15th of April. I'm glad you could join us. Jobs Live channel is all about trying to link you up with your future employers, and we've had plenty already on this week from all across the region and across the UK telling us about the vacancies they have. I'm really been looking forward to this interview all day. This is the next one we're going to speak to. The next company we're going to talk to is a company called Voltex, who you may not have heard of before. So we've invited Nicole on from Voltex to tell us a little bit more about what they do. So hi Nicole, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm great, thank you. How are you?
Good, really good, thank you. Thanks for joining us on the Jobs Live channel. And I'm going to get this right. Is it Voltex UK, or maybe I should have said earlier?
Yeah, it's Voltex UK.
Perfect.
Yeah, you're right.
It didn't sound right as I was saying it. So Voltex UK, you're based in the Northwest. Just tell us a little bit more about where you're based and really what you do, because it's a very unique sort of company, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's probably worth me giving a bit of an overview of Voltex and who we are, just so people have an idea of what we do, because I appreciate not a lot of people have heard of us before. So we are a cash processing business, and we like to think of ourselves as a utility, similar to water, gas and electricity. So we're a cash management business. We're owned by Barclays and HSBC, so we're a joint venture between the two banks. And it's our job to make sure that cash is widely available for use across the UK. So that could be removing, old, damaged, forged notes and coins from circulation. There's a lot more to it than that, but that's typically what we will do on a day-to-day basis. So we have 12 sites across the UK. We have one support office, which is based in Warrington in Birchwood. And don't quote me on this, but I would say about £130 billion worth of cash comes through our cash centres each year. So at some point you have probably touched one of our coins or notes that's been through one of the centres. And that's up from Scotland to down in London. That's where we have centres.
Great. So you've got these centres around the UK, but today we're going to be focusing on your operation in sort of the Warrington, Cheshire area, where you say you have your service centre. And I think that's where some of these vacancies that we're going to discuss are currently live. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so we have 6 live roles in our IT team at the moment.
Great.
Do you want me to talk through those?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to just, before we just show those vacancies, just tell me what your role is there, Nicole, at Voltex UK. What's your day-to-day job? What does it look like?
Yeah, so I work in the recruitment team. It's myself and my colleague Rachel. So we manage all of the vacancies across the business. There's about 1,800 people that work for Voltex, so there's quite a lot of us, and we manage all the vacancies across all of the sites, mainly in the Warrington area because that's where we're based. So we support a lot with the roles in IT, HR, finance, communications, risk. And it's our job to book people in for interview, make sure that they're the right fit for our business and that they pass our vetting checks, and that they want to pursue a business career with us.
Fantastic. I was reading on your website actually, just as a bit of research, which is always a good thing to do, especially if you're applying for a job, isn't it? Was that if you actually took all the coins that you look after and put them sort of side to side, it would stretch all the way to Australia. Is that about right?
Yeah, it's actually quite, when you put it in that those kind of terms, it is a lot of cash. So if we placed all of the coins and notes that we handle each year, it'd stretch from London to Adelaide in Australia. So we have a lot of money coming in and out. And we also, we've got one on there about stretching to the moon as well.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that too. So plenty of facts and figures on your website, which is a bit of a hint for anybody who wants to apply to you, especially when it gets to interview stage, to drop those facts in. It means you've actually looked at the website.
Definitely.
So just about my personal curiosity, if I went to my local ATM and nothing came out, would that be because you guys hadn't provided cash, or do you not really get involved with that side of the business?
Yeah, we probably wouldn't get involved in that side as much. It's more just to make sure that the cash and coins can be used in circulation. So anything that, that's counterfeit or forged or anything, it's our job to just make sure that they're removed.
More of a quality assurance then for what people get coming to them cash-wise. Perfect. Okay, for you personally, what makes a good CV? You look at it and you go, I absolutely want to see this person take it to the next level.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of CVs over the last few years, and people generally that work in recruitment make quite a quick decision on who they like and who they don't like. So I would say, make your application stand out, tailor it to the position as well, make it a little bit more personal too. Don't put loads and loads of information on the CV, because you're going to get a recruiter that looks at that and just thinks, wow, that's a lot of information there, and it might put them off. So obviously the small things such as spelling mistakes, make sure that someone checks over your application before you send it over, because those little things really do make a massive difference. And like I mentioned before, quality over quantity. You don't need to put every single thing that you've done. Keep it quite concise and easy to read as well, I would say.
Okay, that's
the
great.
main things.
Oh, perfect. Well, thanks for that. It's always good to hear from a recruiter directly as to what you're looking for, Nicole. So thank you for sharing that. It just may make the difference when someone applies into you. Are you noticing a lot more people applying for roles because of the situation, and maybe from sectors that you've not had applications from before?
Yeah, definitely. We've noticed a big increase in the number of people applying. Unfortunately, obviously, people are going through changes due to COVID. So there has been a spike in applications, and from a range of different industries as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and just finally, I mean, if someone does get to interview, the interview will be done online, a lot of time. So just give some feedback on this, because are the rules the same? Turn up on time, dress accordingly, but this time maybe check your background. I mean, I'm sure you've done a few now, and you probably look at it and go, I wish they'd check the background.
Yes, check the background, make sure that the technology's all working before you join, do a bit of a test run. But all of our interviews are online at the moment. We have had a couple of technical issues with people in the past, so I would just make sure that everything runs smoothly beforehand before you log in.
And do you use Zoom or Teams? Which platform do you tend to prefer?
Teams we use.
Teams, okay. So people can check that works first, go onto that website, check it works. And it's always a good idea to do that before applying. Otherwise, you're in a really stressful situation where you can't connect to Nicole and she's waiting for you at the other end and it looks like you're not showing up. But all good. Well, look, it's been great to have you on the Jobs Live channel. Thank you for your time today, Nicole. And I hope for people watching this, it has helped them understand more about what your organisation does. And I still can't get my head around that fact that we can get to Australia, with Adelaide, Australia, with all the cash you've got there stored. That is an amazing, just trying to get my head around that. That's a lot. And
a lot of money.
Yeah, and an exciting industry to join. And just for anyone maybe watching nationally, I know we're not touched on that, but just would it be worth them getting in touch because of your other centres around the UK as well?
Of course, feel free to reach out to us and we'll see if we've got anything available, definitely.
Perfect. Okay. Again, thank you so much for joining us on the Jobs Live channel. We're going to meet up next with a very different industry. We're going to meet up with Robin from Network Rail, who's going to tell us more about their roles and their apprenticeship programme, which goes live later on this year. Thanks, Nicole. Speak to you soon. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
So good morning and welcome back to the Jobs Live channel. Met so many great businesses already this morning talking about their opportunities and more about what they do as well as an organisation. So thank you for those companies who've taken the time to talk to us already today. This is Wednesday, the 21st of April. Hope you're having a good day and thanks again for joining us here on Jobs Live. Next up, we've got a company that some of you may not have heard of before called Essentia. And we've got a Daniel Mayer joining us live now to talk more about what they do and the opportunities that exist there at Essentia. Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. Just going to talk a little bit about Essentia because I think you'll agree with me. It's a company that not everybody maybe know about, but it's a huge organisation within the UK and globally as well. So just tell us a little bit more about what Accenture do. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so essentially Accenture is a technology consulting company. So other companies come to us and ask us to provide solutions for them, maybe to help them become a bit more streamlined, a bit more profitable, have better technology systems in place. So essentially we help other companies, and the solutions that we provide are mostly digital or technological. So in a nutshell, that is what we do at Accenture.
Sounds fascinating. And whereabouts are you based in the country? I mean, do you have a headquarters and then other satellite offices around the UK?
Yeah, so around the UK, we've got 4 main offices, being London, Manchester, Newcastle, and Edinburgh. We don't necessarily have a headquarter, although I would say that London and Newcastle are our biggest bases. So we've got about 11 to 12,000 employees within the UK. Globally, as you mentioned, we are quite a big company with a large presence in 120 countries, with 500,000 people kind of worldwide. But within the UK, it's sort of London, Manchester, Newcastle, and Edinburgh. Although a lot of our client work could be anywhere within the UK. So you might be based in London, but you might be working on a client site with a client that could be anywhere in the UK. So it's a kind of national presence.
And what's your role there, Daniel? If you don't mind me asking, what's your day-to-day role at Accenture?
So I am a recruiting specialist, and I am the kind of recruitment lead for apprenticeships, internships, and graduate programs for the north of England and for Scotland, but also working quite closely with my colleagues that recruit for the London-based roles. So essentially, I look after quite a large chunk of graduate and apprenticeship recruitment.
Fantastic. And what's the state of play at the moment for recruitment? Are there any particular areas that you are recruiting? Are you recruiting, for example, apprentices? Just give us a flavour of the kind of roles that are on offer right now.
Yes, we're quite fortunate, especially because we provide technological solutions to companies, and a lot of companies need that in the current climate. We're quite lucky that we've got a lot of opportunities available at Accenture, and they are mostly within apprenticeships, internships and placements, and also graduate programs. Would it be useful to kind of talk about it?
Yeah, I was going to say, let's bring up the current page that you've got. So this is from your website. This is your I think this is your apprenticeship opportunities page, which you can find on the Accenture.com website. We will share links to this page and the other pages during the course of this interview. But I just wanted to bring that page up now. It says your technology career starts here. Exciting statement there for people who are thinking getting into this field.
Yes, absolutely. It's mostly aimed at people who maybe are finishing kind of high school, their A-levels, or their kind of BTech at the start of their career. And our apprenticeship is really that opportunity to actually get your degree while working at the same time. It's a degree apprenticeship, and it's an apprenticeship in technology. The degree, as I say, is paid for by the company, and it's in software engineering. So 1 day a week you'll go to university and learn, and 4 days a week you'll apply what you've learned on a project with one of our clients at Accenture. So it's really a great opportunity to actually get the hands-on work experience while getting a degree in software engineering paid for as well.
And I'm just looking down the page here. Clearly, you can find out more about Accenture. You can find out why you should apply. There seems to be different schemes as well. If I just go back up the page, you've got London, Newcastle, Warwick, Manchester, Edinburgh, and a virtual tech taster week, which sounds exciting as well. Are they all live now, or is there certain areas that you're recruiting for?
At the moment, it is the London, Warwick, and Virtual Tech Taster that is open. The ones for Manchester and Edinburgh and Newcastle have closed for now, but will reopen again.
Perfect. Just tell us a bit more about that Virtual Tech Taster Week then. What's involved with that?
So that's just to get an idea of the kind of technologies that we work with at Accenture and what our client projects look like. So you learn a bit about some of the technologies that we use at Accenture, and some of it is quite cutting edge in terms of the latest AI and kind of innovative technologies, really. So you get a flavor for the tech that we work with at Accenture, but also you get an idea of what our projects look like, what is involved in a project with a client.
And I'm just looking at the London scheme here. For example, you mentioned that was live as well. That's open until the 30th of April. and you can apply. So just talk us through then that application process, please. So I'm going to click on the apply zone, as you call it on your website. What's involved in that? So you fill in the online details. What happens once you've done that?
So you complete your online details. It's an online profile you create, and once you've actually done that, if you get to the next stage, it will be an online assessment that you do. It's a very interactive assessment where we talk you through a client project at Accenture, an example of it, and you actually are asked to answer a few questions as you go along. It's mostly an analytical based, very interactive assessment. And if you pass that, then the last stage will be an assessment center, including things like a face-to-face interview, a short presentation, a paired exercise with one other person, and a couple of individual exercises as well.
Brilliant. And then what we'll always talk about throughout these pages is the job alerts. I think that's an interesting one. So essentially people can register. So if there's not a vacancy right now, they can still register and get an alert when those vacancies do go live.
Absolutely. So all our opportunities are listed on our careers page at Accenture. So if there's one that's not open at the moment, do register for it. And once the role actually becomes available or open for applications, we will contact you and encourage you to apply.
Perfect. Okay. I'm just going to then flick across to, I think this is your undergraduate, so this is more of the internships. What's the state of play with that? Do you have opportunities there for people to join you as an intern, Daniel?
Yes, absolutely. So this is mostly aimed at people who are still studying, but not quite near graduating. So people may be in their first or second year of their university education. And it does involve mostly kind of technology or consulting internships, where it could be something like a summer vacation scheme, where it's for 6 or 7 weeks over the summer period, where you get to work on a project with one of Accenture's clients, and again learn a lot about how our projects work and what's involved in consulting and technology. So there is a summer placement, but we also have year-long industrial placements within technology and consulting, where you can actually spend a whole year at Accenture and again working on a few projects, not just one, and get a feel for the different type of work that we do.
Great. It's definitely some option, isn't it? If you're at university and still not sure, you can have a taste of what it's like to work there as an intern. And at the end of that, there's no guarantees, but are they in a good place there potentially to work for you in the future?
Yes, a very good chance, actually. As long as you do a good job while you're there, there's a very strong likelihood that we will offer you a place, a permanent place, once you've actually finished your education.
Brilliant. And then finally, the graduates. This is obviously the people in their final year or already have graduated. Again, I'm just going to ask you, is there any potential here for people to join you as a graduate?
Yep, absolutely. So our main opportunities are within consulting and technology, I suppose because we are a technology consulting company. So consulting is much more of a client-facing role, where you will help clients and work on a project management role and really work quite closely with the clients and find out what exactly it is that they need. There's opportunities there within consulting. The consulting roles are closed at the moment, but will open again soon, likely. The technology roles are still very much open, and that could be something that's mostly around software engineering. So really being hands-on and in sort of delivering those technology or digitally focused solutions to our clients. So you'll be working with some really innovative sort of cutting edge tech there as well. So there's technology programs. We also, beyond technology and consulting, we have got opportunities in things like HR, finance, marketing, and so on as well. Smaller roles, but our main opportunities are within consulting and technology.
That was great. Thank you. And then you can find all of these options at the Accenture.com careers pages, and then you can drill down into the areas you want. So we've shown you there today apprenticeships, internships, and of course graduate positions as well. So thank you for that, Daniel, for explaining that in a bit more detail. Can I just ask, for people, you clearly see quite a lot of applications in your role. What advice can you give to any young person or person starting their journey with you to ensure that they are successful? Let's start with the online application. How can they make that stand out so that you think, you know what, I want to see this person at an assessment day?
Okay, first of all, I would encourage people to actually provide as much information about themselves as possible when they're applying. I know that some companies say you only need 2 pages of a CV and that should be it. But for us, because it's an online application, and to be honest and frank about it, there is algorithms that help us make decisions that pick out certain information when you apply. So the more information you provide about yourself in terms of the what you've done education-wise, what your extracurricular activities are, what your interests are, your hobbies, what you, if there's some voluntary work you've done or part-time work or anything like that. So the more information, the better, I would say. That will help you stand out. I would also say refer to the job description that you've applied for, because in that job description there's normally a list of things that we are looking for, skills that we are looking for, and it would make sense when you are submitting your application and asking questions that we ask, answering questions we're asking you, to refer to those skills we're looking for and actually highlight those. So it's important to know what the skills are that we're looking for and apply that or mention that when you actually submit your online application.
And clearly, because of the restrictions, these online assessments now is something you've had to adapt to. How have people had to adapt to that as well? Because I suppose when you're in a physical room, you're able to interact, people are more comfortable doing that. What tips can you give to anyone who's trying to do the same, but in an online environment, to make sure they stand out as well?
Yes, I think in many ways, it's treated like a normal assessment center that would be face to face. And with that, I mean, just also be professional, present yourself well, have positive body language, and essentially have a professional conversation with your interviewer. In some ways, I think it's easier to have the comfort of your home when you are doing that. So, a bit less scary than going to a big office where you get to meet new people. But I would say treat it as you normally would. And we are aware that if there's issues with technology, it does happen. And there's ways to work around that. We can always revert back to a telephone interview if it's not possible to do it face to face because of technical issues. But essentially, I would say treat it like you would, as if it would be a normal assessment center.
And any advice on anyone like yourself today coming on camera? Clearly, you've got a background that's not distracting. It's well lit. You've tested it beforehand as well. You know, is that something you'd like to impress upon anyone joining you, that they've checked their background, that they act professionally, they dress professionally as well?
Yep, absolutely. So there's normally whatever company you applied for, there is a dress code in their job description or in the information they provide you about the assessment center. So dress according to that dress code. For us, for example, it is sort of smart casual. So yep, dress accordingly. I would say make sure that there's no distractions in the background. Make sure that the lighting is good. So for example, I've got a lamp just in front of me, so make sure the light actually comes from in front of you if it can, and not from the back, so that you yourself are not too dark. So make sure that it's sort of lit properly, and not too many distractions in the background. Do test it if you can, the connection with someone else in your family or with a friend. And also I would say just try to make sure that you are actually calm before it starts. Give yourself a little bit of time to just get settled, and make sure everything is okay, so that you're not rushed and feel a bit stressed when the interview itself starts.
Just a couple of more things I want to ask you about Accenture itself. So from the outside looking in, you think technology, I don't know too much about technology. Should that put you off from applying? Because maybe there's other roles that you can apply for within Accenture.
Absolutely should not. And also for our apprenticeships, for example, we do not expect you to have like a computer science A-levels or a BTEC in like cybersecurity or anything like that. Certainly for that entry-level position of apprenticeships, it's more about your passion for technology and whether you want to learn about technology and programming and things like that. So we look for the passion rather than the existing knowledge. Similarly with our placements in our graduate programs, even if you want to be a software engineer, we prefer people from a STEM background. So yes, technology or maths or engineering or sciences. But even if you do not have that, but you really demonstrate a passion for technology and wanting to work in that environment, we could still appoint you as a software engineer and teach you everything you need to know. We've got a really, really good support and training and development program at Accenture to make sure that you've got everything you know and have been trained up and learn from experts, really. So you don't really have to have the technical skills to be considered for a role, even if it's a very techie role. But there are other less of tech focused roles that are more client facing, like, for example, our consulting role, where it's more about having that strong communication skills and ability to build trust and relationships with the client, rather than having the technical knowledge.
And can I ask where your journey started, Daniel? Because we all started somewhere, didn't we? In school. Is it something you've always wanted to be, or maybe you wanted something different when you were, 15, 16 in school, or even in college?
Yes, so for me personally, I somehow I work in recruitment, as I've said, and that's sort of what I do. But I somehow kind of fell upon it. I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do. I had a degree in kind of media, which was quite general, but sort of soon found out that media is perhaps not the area I wanted to work in, and then really work for a company where I got an opportunity to work within HR and recruitment especially, and found that recruitment side of it is something that really interested me. And then from there on, made sure that I actually gained the kind of skills and the qualifications that I need to kind of excel within recruitment, specifically entry-level recruitment. So yes, you might not always know where you're going to start off with. Your career can take you in various different places. And what I would say about that at Accenture is that people often join as, say, a consultant or as a technologist, but there are lots of room for moving around. We are a massive company with various different industries that we work with, various different parts of the business, and it's quite common for people to actually move around the business. There are opportunities to actually gain knowledge about different areas, and then to actually move to different areas of the business if you wanted to. So there's some flexibility there as well.
That's great. And just finally, why work for Accenture? What are the benefits to any future employee